It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, prisoner swap. 5 Americans held for years in Iran being flown out of the country. The details behind the controversial deal and the $6 billion at the center of it. Then, Forever Young, we're taking a look at the popularity of longevity clinics designed to help people live longer.
Time to pump me up.
Coming up, Vicki Wynn with the details on how they work and what they're looking for.
Everything from my eating habits to my sleeping habits to my family's medical history.
Plus, Drew's news. Drew Barrymore now pushing pause on her talk show amid backlash over going back on the air during the writer's strike.
I would just take full responsibility for my actions.
What she's saying now. And screen time. We've got an up-close look at the largest outdoor video board in the country, and it's changing the game for Patriots fans.
It completely has changed the feel of this building.
We go inside the game with the woman behind the operation today, Monday, September 18th, 2023.
Here for Casey's 13th birthday trip.
From Griffin, Georgia. Today, Superfan.
On her first trip to New York.
From Seattle.
Visiting from Hathaway, Arizona. Jacksonville, Florida.
And Leesburg, Virginia.
Celebrating my 38th birthday. From Atlanta, Indiana. It's Lauren's Sweet 16.
Today is our second anniversary.
From Ventura, California.
Reagan just turned 1. From Palatine, Illinois, it's Caitlin's birthday.
Today I'm 40.
I'm back now, coming up on 8/12, and we're kicking off our special series, Stop the Clock Today.
Yeah, many of us are looking for ways to live longer, feel healthier as we age. So, could the answer be found in a so-called longevity clinic?
Sounds good. NBC's Vicki Wynn got a first-hand look. She's here to share what she discovered. She's got the whole report on it. Vicki, good morning.
Hi, good morning. This was quite an experience. Good morning. For an in-depth look at how aging is affecting your quality of life, some people are turning to longevity clinics. They're one-stop shops. You get blood work, body scans, even memory tests. But they're not cheap. Often these screenings can run thousands of dollars for just one visit. To show you what the experience is really like, I recently checked into a longevity clinic right here in Manhattan.
Stops the aging process dead in its tracks.
Unlike in the movie Death Becomes Her, drinking a magic potion won't make you live forever.
I'm a girl.
But that doesn't mean we aren't obsessed with living longer. Even celebrities like Maria Menounos promoting the health benefits of full-body scans to Hoda on Today.
That you have to be the CEO of your health.
Longevity medicine is the business of helping people live healthier, longer lives. Last year, it topped $26 billion in the U.S.
I'm here outside the Princeton Longevity Center in Manhattan to give you a look at what happens. But first, I had to fill out an extensive health questionnaire, everything from my eating habits to my sleeping habits to my family's medical history. And we are here bright and early today because this whole experience is going to take about 8 hours.
Welcome to Princeton Longevity Center.
After check-in, I'm taken to my private lounge where I'll rest between medical exams and tests.
Okay, I'm told the first thing we're doing this morning is getting my vital signs. They're going to draw some blood. They're checking my hormone levels. They're going to look at kidney and liver function. And they're doing it all this morning so that we can get the results by this afternoon. Pretty quick turnaround.
I'm getting a bone density and body scan to measure my bone strength and muscle mass. Blood draws to screen for things like genetic cancer markers, cholesterol, and vitamin deficiencies.
Oh, last one already?
You're on the last one.
Yay.
A test of my resting metabolic rate to see how many calories I burn just by existing.
So when I'm resting, my body's burning 1,000 calories.
Around 1,000 calories.
And a standard physical.
Ever been told you snore?
No, I don't think I snore.
Dr. David Fine founded the Princeton Longevity Center in 2001 to help people optimize their health with nutrition, exercise, and medical care with the hope of living longer and better.
Who makes an ideal patient? Because for some people, knowing what's coming down the road can make them more anxious and more stressed.
On the one hand, that's true. On the other hand, though, you have two choices. You can find out what's going on, or it can find you.
Where is the sweet spot where some things may resolve on their own versus I'm going in and doing so much intervention and some of it may not be necessary?
Well, certainly a lot of things do resolve on their own. What we're really looking for really are more of the things that are going to be the chronic diseases of getting older. your risk of diabetes, your risk of heart attacks and strokes, your cancer risk, for example.
My day continues with a CT scan of my heart and body.
A few tests down, a few more to go.
Nearly 3.5 hours later,
Breakfast at last.
a quick bite and a cardiac stress test with a sports physiologist.
This is definitely aptly named stress test.
Then a vision and hearing test.
Next up is the ultimate athlete stress test. I thought that walking thing was hard. I think this is going to be really rough.
The price you have to pay if you want to be an athlete.
What if you're just a reporter?
I'm hooked up to the same machine used by Olympic athletes to measure my oxygen output and heart health.
You got it, you got it.
The view from the top, unbeatable. But after 10 minutes with the speed and incline creeping up, I'm beat.
I survived it. Barely.
I get my results quickly.
Your heart is acting like a 28-year-old.
But when I meet with the nutritionist who reviewed my food logs, she tells me to beef up my protein intake.
Out of all your calories, only 15% is coming from protein.
How much should be coming?
Should be 30 to 40.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Then I get the verdict on my overall health.
On the whole, you're actually in really good health.
Dr. Fine says the scans did find the bone density in my hips is below normal, and my body fat percentage was above average at 36%. He recommended weight-bearing exercise and strength training.
It's time to pump me up.
Then, an unexpected result.
You had a small nodule over here in your left lung. It's this little guy right there.
Wow, okay.
Dr. Fine says it's likely a harmless lymph node, but recommended I get scanned in a year to check for growth.
We don't yet have a lot of data on the experiences of people who are taking up these new services.
Dan Belsky is a professor at Columbia University's Butler Aging Center.
If someone doesn't have the time or frankly the money to invest in a screening like the one I underwent, what do you tell them to do?
Eat a healthy diet, exercise, fill your life with things that matter to you. A social network surrounding and supporting you, that can be incredibly important for building healthy longevity.
If you want to try it, Belsky says, talk to your primary care doctor about the tests you want to take, research the facility and provider credentials, and avoid untested procedures that promise anti-aging effects.
So the big question, can you tell me how long I'm going to live?
You are certainly younger biologically than you are chronologically.
We will get to the Smucker's jar. Yeah, so this was a really intensive experience. I also took an online neurological exam at home to test my memory and brain function. They also sent out some of my blood samples to be screened for cancer and genetic markers for certain diseases. Luckily for me, everything came back fine. No red flags there. I also walked out of there with this. This is a deep dive into my current health. This day of screenings, though, not cheap. It was about $5,000, and some of these longevity clinics offer services throughout the year. They can go for $60,000 or more, meaning you're coming back for checkups, you're working with a nutritionist, a trainer, but, you know, it's a very holistic look at everything.
What's that vest then?
So, you know, as you saw there, I have low bone density in my hips, and so one of the recommendations is more weight-bearing exercise. This is a 6-pound little weight vest. I know it looks so nerdy, but I wear it when I walk the dog, and it just adds a little bit of extra weight. Yeah, and it's okay. I mean, some people are hardcore. They'll like jog with these weighted vests. They can be like 6, 10, 12 pounds. 6 pounds is fine for me, but it really did make me think, all right, I've got to add more protein. Like, I've got to work on my muscles.
Well, let's talk about your 20-something-year-old heart.
You know,
Hello.
28-year-old
Let's lead
heart.
with that, girl.
Amazing.
Congrats.
And we know your memory and brain function are like stratospheric because
we see that every day.
No one keeps track of more stuff than you do, Vicky.
Does insurance cover any of it?
So insurance will cover maybe some of the individual screenings depending on the schedule at which you're getting them. Like if I'm getting this ahead of time, what's recommended, then no, it's not going to. But it's worth calling your insurance company and asking for a couples discount or a corporate discount. Some of these centers do that too.
Cool. Oh, thank you, Vicky.
Thank you.
Glad you're healthy.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, me too.
Love is all around 30 Rock because this morning the Love sculpture is back. I think I just gotta move this right now so you can see it. It hasn't been here for about 4 years. The iconic piece was made by American artist Robert Indiana, and if you stroll around the plaza, you can also count your way through his number sculptures. So if you're in the area, come on down, feel the love. It's on display through October 23rd. Guys, cool.
Just nothing but love for Dylan standing out there in the rain. Without an umbrella. Oh my gosh.
Sculpture.
Guys, today is the day, our first ever meal prep event for our Start Today community.
Sponsored by Instacart, and it is hosted by this one. Today, fitness contributor Stephanie Mansour Good, always good to see you.
Thank you.
So what can we expect tonight?
Oh my gosh, you guys, tonight is the first ever virtual meal prep event for our Start Today community. So I'm going to be joined by my friend and registered dietitian, Vanessa Rossetto, and she's going to show us step-by-step how to prepare healthy and delicious meals that are going to last you all week long. And one of the most talked about topics by our Start Today community is food. How can I eat healthier? How can I do it on a budget? How can I make meals more fun and more tasty for my family? So this is a great opportunity to get to know other people in the Start Today community and also to get to know those meal prepping tips and hacks and tricks that you can use for this week and beyond.
Sounds fantastic. And here's the best part. Not too late, folks. Not too late to buy your tickets for this virtual event. You don't even have to get out of your pajamas. Just scan that QR code on your screen right now. Scan the code. Or you can also head to today.com/starttoday.
That's right.
Guys. Awesome. Sounds great. All right, kids, coming up, Kaylee Hartung. She's going to pull back the curtain on what it takes to use the NFL's largest video board to hype up the crowd. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We are back. It is 8:37. Everyone shake off the rain. Here we go. NFL season is underway. We've got a series all season long called Inside the Game.
I love it when we go inside the game. Gillette Stadium, home of the New England Patriots, is on the bucket list, obviously, for a lot of football fans for its amazing atmosphere. And this season, that environment got a massive upgrade.
Kaylee Hartung's back this morning with a rare inside look at how the game day atmosphere is crafted. Hey, Kaylee.
Hey, guys. You know, what sports team doesn't believe in the power of home field advantage, right? You know, getting fans on their feet with the right song at the right moment, the right video to hype them up, it can change a game. Well, now the Patriots are setting a new standard with the help of a record-breaking high-tech upgrade, and I got a chance to see how the magic happens.
For another sellout crowd, welcome.
While Bill Belichick is leading the Patriots' on-field game plan on Sundays, the person running everything else a fan sees and hears at Gillette Stadium is right here. Abby Thistle. From cueing the cheerleaders to picking what hype music and videos to play at the perfect time, Abby is making the call on it all.
So ceremonies and anthems and, you know, the fan elements and the music and everything. And so my role is to bring that all together. And so on game days, I'm saying, okay, play this song or roll this video or let's do this on the board, or it's truly just conducting an orchestra.
And starting this season, she's in charge of the stadium's newest feature, the largest outdoor video board in the country.
It completely has changed the feel of this building.
measuring 22,000 square feet, including 20 million pixels.
That's our old board.
That's
our old board.
That's the old board.
That's our old board, yep.
Did you even realize it was that small?
I did not.
For all the
Nope.
years you were working with it?
I had no idea until we did this.
Part of a $250 million renovation of Gillette Stadium by team owner Robert Kraft. It's more than just eye candy.
The whole place feels different with that board up there. It's beautiful.
The team aiming to innovate the game day experience, from AI features to immersive animations in 4K resolution and real-time info for a stats-savvy fan base.
So my role is truly the fans, right? My role on game day is to make sure that the fans are creating that home field advantage for the team. I do believe that they contribute to winning football games here. I really do. I wanted to ask you about the split screen.
For Abby and her team, the job starts long before prime time of a Sunday night kickoff.
Okay. We are here at least 6 hours prior to the game, preparing. We go Joe, slow push, Jimmy, RF.
Including a pregame rundown meeting.
Just to make sure we're all on the same page. I have a crew of about 60 plus people on game day that all have to come together and make this work, and we pretty much control everything except what happens on the football field. It's a lot of power. It is. Yes, it is. Yep. So this is where the magic happens.
This is where it is.
So I couldn't turn down a chance to test it out myself.
I don't think it's unreasonable to say I'm nervous.
As you should be. Are you ready? You want to try it?
Let's do it.
Okay, all right.
We just scored a touchdown.
We just scored a touchdown.
We just scored a touchdown.
Let's hear it.
Ready?
Let's see it.
Set.
Go.
Oh! Nailed it. Right on cue, right?
Took over the whole board. And
That
the whole
is
stadium.
wild. Let's make a little prediction. I like this one. Confetti falls and all. Patriots win. If you want to make this place as loud as it can get, what song are you playing?
Probably Living on a Prayer, Bon Jovi. This place goes absolutely bananas.
Does being on Sunday Night Football, once the lights go down, add to the power that this big board has?
Sunday Night Football is a completely different animal. It is, yes, when it is dark and outside and this building is lit up, it is a beacon.
Let's go! One that can stretch to Patriots fans far beyond Foxborough.
And that giant board, it's not just a visual feast. It really made the stadium louder, I'm telling you, helping to enclose that end zone. It even makes the place feel more intimate, if you can imagine that being the case.
I want that in my living room.
Right? A half acre, do you have room for a half acre large video board?
Dylan, would that be a dream for you to do weather on that thing?
Oh my goodness. Oh, I didn't even think of that.
Wow.
That's a good idea.
That's your team.
You can go like coast
I'll call
to
some
coast.
people, yeah.
Very cool.
We can include
Very cool.
Hawaii and Alaska.
That was fun. Thank you, Kaylee. Coming up next, we're going to roll into fall with some stylish and affordable pieces. Idea is to transition your wardrobe into the new season. But first, this is Today on NBC.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We are back. We've got Shop This List today. The fall season is upon us, but of course, the weather may not feel like fall every day. So we're going to share some transitional fashion staples that help you ease into the new season. We've got style expert Melissa Garcia here. Don't forget, you can always scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen there, and you can add everything to your cart with just one click or pick piece by piece. Hi, Melissa. Good morning.
Good morning.
This is that time of year where you're like, are we in summer? Are we in fall? It might be hot out. How do we kind of embrace the season?
Yes, no, I'm excited because for me, fall is probably my favorite season for dressing. It's the best clothes. And today I picked out all of my favorite transitional pieces, all from Target, which makes it really easy to shop and super affordable.
And you're showing us how to put them together too,
Showing
which I
them,
love.
yes.
Although a jumpsuit is one-stop shopping as far as I'm concerned.
That was my exact first point. Like, I love a jumpsuit, one and done. You can't mess a jumpsuit up, right? You're just picking out your shoes. This one is great because it comes in a huge variety of sizes from 0 to 28, tons of colors, really comfortable. It's 100% cotton, which is great for fall and summer. If it's still hot at the end of the summer, it's breathable. Of course, you can layer this, which we know for fall is a must. So you can layer on top of a jumpsuit. But one of my favorite things to do is to layer under it. So like a lightweight turtleneck underneath this is really cute, really fun. And you can dress these up and down, which is great.
I was thinking even like a little tank top and do your jewels or whatever. Okay, these are the everyday sneakers you chose. Why do you like these?
Okay, so we know we've been seeing tons of retro sneakers, right?
Yeah.
We've been seeing them all over. I love Reeboks. They're one of my favorite retro sneakers. We've seen a lot of white, so I love something a little different, a little pop of color, something subtle that really still goes with everything.
Yeah, and we see Lola here. Here's our model. You pulled it all together.
So
She's wearing the jumpsuit and the cute little sneaker.
Yeah, so we pulled it all together. So this is like your weekend look. So if you're running around with the kids, have kids' birthday parties, going pumpkin picking, apple picking, we put the comfortable sneaker, really works well. And we were cracking up because when Lola came in for the fitting, she's like, Melissa, I own this exact jumpsuit. And I swear she wear it well. So women really are loving this and purchasing this. This is a great jumpsuit. Again, one and done.
And if you wanted to dress it up, you could just put a little heel on or something, or a little short boot.
100%. I always say I feel like shoes dictate how elevated or casual your look is.
Yeah. All right, Lola, thank you. Trousers. We need more pants in our lives.
So aside from jeans, which we all love, I think the one pair of pants to add into your wardrobe for fall is a wide leg trouser. They're great because they're nice, they're oversized, they're not tight, they're comfortable. Again, a huge variety of sizes from Target. And what's great about these is that, like you said, you can dress them up or down. You can put on a great retro sneaker or you can put on a heel for work. So really great.
Okay, and do you have to, I mean, could you roll, what if you, because sometimes I feel like with the trouser you need a high heel so the hem hits right.
So
what do you do if it's a sneaker?
That's a great question. So for me, I wind up having ones that are great for flats and ones that work for heels.
Yeah.
Kind of annoying, but these are affordable, so you can probably
might as well do it.
You can get them. These are under $40.
Okay, great. Now, how about this blazer? How would you style this? This actually would look cute together.
Really cute, right? So a blazer is like a great transitional piece. I love this one. This is from their Future Collective. And what's great about this is that you can put it over everything from a maxi dress. You can put it with a tank top. You can wear it with Bermuda shorts still. Just like an essential fall layering.
Yes, absolutely. And what about these sweaters? I love a good cozy sweater.
Oh my God, there's nothing better than like a yummy cozy sweater for fall. This is just like an essential too. Goes over everything, comes in tons of colors, extra small to 4X, really mushy and cozy, not itchy. I hate when my sweaters are itchy. This one is super soft, machine washable. So this is great. And again, you can layer it over a t-shirt, a tank top, a long sleeve button down.
Melissa, you chose white after Labor Day. Thank you. Although it's winter white.
I'm a huge fan of white after Labor Day.
Me too.
Like one of my favorite things to do. It's just picking the right textures. Like if you're doing it in a nice chunky knit, it really works.
Okay, now tell me about these shoes.
Okay.
Mary Jane's kind of, right?
So this is like the one shoe I've been seeing everywhere is a Mary Jane flat. We've been seeing them all over. And what's great about these is that they're the perfect transitional shoe because you can still wear a shoe without socks, but you have more coverage than an open toe shoe.
Yeah.
So really wearable.
All right, and Rashmi's got it all put together. I like those stripes, Rashmi.
Yes, so we put it together here, and I gave her, and don't freak out, a cropped t-shirt. I know a lot of women are like, I'm never touching a cropped t-shirt, but Target knows we need to wear shirts that are wearable for women.
Yeah.
So this just means it hits you right where your pants
Yeah,
end.
it's cute.
So you don't have the extra bulk from layering when you have to tuck it in. You don't have to do that here. You can just layer on your great cardigan, and again, I paired it with a light denim, like we were saying. How do you transition your lighter colors into fall and winter? So you just want to pair it with darker colors and more fall, chunkier textures.
Yeah,
so it
I like
really
the
works.
crop, and it's not like you're exposing yourself.
Nothing's being exposed.
You look beautiful, Rashmi. All right, silver jewelry. You're saying it's having a comeback.
And you were like rocking
I'm wearing
all of
some
it.
silver
You're like,
today.
I didn't even know. So you're on trend. What's great is like we've seen a lot of gold, and now we're seeing a ton of silver this season, which is great because I feel like silver is inherently a little bit more casual.
Yeah.
So you can really pull it and wear it with just about everything. So here's a great statement necklace, a simple hoop earring you could wear. These are from their New Day collection. I mean, it's so easy to wear and just pop it on with anything.
Okay.
All pulled together.
Thank you, Melissa, and thanks to our models as well. If you want to purchase these items and see more pics, you can scan the QR code or just go to today.com/shop this list. And Today does earn a commission on purchases made from this segment, which today solely featured products available from Target. Whew. A lot of legalese there. We're back in a moment. This is Today on NBC.
We are back with some very special birthdays to
These are
celebrate.
special. We're deciding to celebrate first birthdays. So
I love that.
let's spin around those Smucker's jars this morning and wish a happy first birthday to Violet G. of Walnut Creek, California. She's already on her way to becoming a competitive swimmer, just like her parents, never too young. Jake Miller is from Matawan, New Jersey. He loves jamming out to the Beach Boys. My little guy does too. Happy first birthday to Hunter Hall of Buffalo, New York. He is excited to root for the Bills this season. Olivia Rodriguez is from Port St. Lucie, Florida. She tries her best to keep up with her furry best friend all
Love her new
day.
album.
That'll keep her busy. AJ Weber is from Dallas, Texas. She keeps active by climbing on all the furniture. Of course she does. And last but not least, happy first birthday to Hezekiah and Isaiah Sykes, identical twins from Hopewell, Virginia. While they love their family, these two can't get enough of each other. They've been best friends since birth.
Oh, so cute.
Oh, we'll wait.
Those are great.
As they say. All right, cute. Ahead on our fourth hour, Hoda will be there. Of course, she's out right now. She'll be back for that. They've got the Office star, Rainn Wilson.
Oh, great.
Great.
Coming up, though, in just a few minutes on the third hour, we're going to share a few laughs and probably switch to a 7-second delay because Leslie Jones will be live in Studio 1A. She's got this hilarious.
What's the name of her book?
Can't even say the book's name.
Really?
No.
Oh, no. Is it going to rain all day out east, dilly dilly?
Most of them, and then it'll get better.
Yeah.
Like it'll get better.
It always gets better at some point.
We'll see you right after a check of your local news, weather, and these messages.
Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
This morning on the third hour of today's Shark Attack survivor speaks out.
I felt this pressure on my face. It felt like a bear trap.
A surfer's terrifying encounter, how it happened, and what he says about going back in the water. Plus, Chanel goes one-on-one with Hollywood superstar Anne Hathaway, opening up about her family, passions, and the beauty of getting older.
I don't think about age.
I don't. Tell me.
To me, aging is another word for living.
Their candid conversation just ahead. Then later, the hilarious Leslie Jones live in Studio 1A, sharing stories from her rise in the comedy world and big break at SNL. And don't fall behind. Our buddy George Oliphant is here to prepare our homes for the change in seasons, and there will be s'mores. That's all ahead today, Monday, September 18th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning and welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Chanel here with Dylan and Craig. Good morning to you guys.
Good morning. Al's off because he's celebrating his anniversary.
He is celebrating an anniversary.
So
This was a special anniversary. I can't remember which year, but
every year,
every year.
Deborah puts up Al. It's special.
So thank you for waking up with us on this Monday morning. We hope you had a wonderful weekend. How about you guys?
Before we get into our weekends, should we talk about Chanel's dress?
We just all commented on this whole look is great for you.
Can you stand up and show America?
Really, Craig?
I think you should. It's a beautiful dress.
So this is the thing. Sometimes when you wear dresses every day, you run out of dresses. The last time I wore this dress, I've been wearing it very often, I was coming back from maternity leave after I had Kyan.
Yeah.
And I was going to be on Wendy Williams and say, like, and now here's Wendy. And I was so paranoid about what I was going to wear after maternity leave.
This is great. I love it.
It's the last time I wore this dress.
So to be clear, you're in dresses now that you could wear 10 years ago.
Yeah, but it was after maternity leave.
But still.
But you are.
But there you go.
Running for a marathon.
Progress.
You good.
You look good. You look good.
How was your weekend?
It was great. We had a great weekend. The kids spent some time with them. This picture is. I joined the church yesterday.
You joined the church?
a new church?
Yeah, I've been going for like 8, 9.
Oh, but do you have to go to the front and say
Yeah,
why?
I did.
Did you really?
I did yesterday.
Wait, really? Did you read something?
Yeah, yes, you say I do. Yeah, I did that yesterday.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank you. So thanks for having me at the church. Just trying to get into heaven. And then the kids had some time with the Melvin family pet, Tweet the parakeet.
Tweet. I thought it was Tweet Little Feet.
Tweet, well, that's the middle name is Little Feet. Tweet Little Feet the parakeet. But yes, they let the parakeet out of its cage.
Isn't that dangerous?
Just watch out. I had a bird growing up, and when you move, you will find bird poop in places you didn't know, like tops of shells.
It was only like 15 minutes.
That's really sweet.
Still,
That's
I moved. I learned a lot.
How was your weekend?
It was good. Hoda let us borrow Haley's bike. No, Hoda let us borrow Hope's bike. Sorry, this first was just a picture of us. We also have this like ridiculous little car that my
Maybe you
in-laws
should
bought
get
the
2
boys.
cars since you have 3 kids.
Anyway, well, let me see this.
So anyway, Hoda let us borrow Hope's bike.
Aww.
No training wheels. And Ollie was he was doing it.
Okay,
I let go several times.
I see
and
you.
He just has to learn to pedal, because when you pedal backwards, it's the brakes, obviously. But
like
then when you pedal forward,
he's
he's just.
and now he's on a bike.
Well, that's the middle. That's the middle one.
I know.
Rusty.
Yeah, no.
Rusty's not riding. I knew that was Ollie, but she was talking about Rusty, who
actually,
can't ride a bike
I
yet.
didn't mean Rusty. I mean Ollie.
Yeah.
How
was your weekend?
So my weekend was busy. I have a friend here from Kansas City. She just left. There's my friend Michelle. Michelle was my babysitter when I was little.
Wow.
And now she's 56, celebrating her birthday. She comes every year, and we
That's
celebrate.
right. I met her.
Yes, that's Michelle. So we were in a taxi cab, and it said 2 for 1 Broadway week. So you know me, I'm like a Broadway week. I'm all about it. So then I took Claire. I went twice.
What shows?
A Juliet.
Oh,
It's so good. And then Uche, my husband, quietly enrolls in a triathlon and drove about
that's what he does.
Have fun with your marathon.
Yeah, about an hour outside of New York City in Mahopac. They raised money for pediatric research, and because it was so last minute, because he's
train for one in October. He was like, yeah, I'm just going to go see if I can do it. It's the first time he's ever
And did he do
done it. And he came back with the medal.
That's
But I was like, we
awesome.
would have had signs or something.
Let me
So
tell you,
congratulations to all the folks out in the
only
whole
person who may squeeze more out of a weekend in life than
Yeah.
you is Al Roker. I mean, you squeeze.
You did a lot.
Man.
That was a lot.
Sounds like we all had better weekends than a fella down in Florida.
Oh.
Another shark scare in a familiar place. We've been talking about, these rising shark attacks this summer. Well, now it's happened again. A surfer sharing his survival story after being bitten in the face.
Oh.
And here's the thing. It happened at the Florida beach that's become known as the, quote, shark attack capital of the world. NBC's Sam Brock is on the shark attack beat for us once again. He's down in Miami. Hey, Sam.
Hi, Craig, guys. Good morning. Look, this probably comes as no surprise to you that Florida leads the world in shark bites annually. Then within Florida, Volusia County, New Smyrna Beach, is number one on that list. So obviously anyone who's going to surf there understands the risks. But as Greg mentioned a second ago, getting bitten in the face, I mean, typically this is a hand situation, a leg or a foot. But Mark Somerset was bitten directly in his face. And we have to warn you that these images are graphic.
The Daytona Beach area boasts some of the best surfing anywhere in the world. But for South Carolina native Mark Somerset, the lure of the waves came at a heavy cost.
The pain is still here. It still hurts.
Somerset's reeling from a severe bite to the face, stretching from his forehead to his jaw and requiring 18 stitches. He never saw the shark coming after finishing a wave and jumping off his board.
I felt this pressure on my face. It felt like a bear trap. I think he just ripped down a little bit. Sharks have 5 rows of teeth, so he tore me up pretty bad, and he let go.
Aerial shots showed a number of the highly feared fish in the water after the attack. Somerset told us he spotted around 10 the day before.
I spoke to my girlfriend, and I was like, it's crazy, all these sharks here. Something's going on. Like, I don't know if it was intuition or something, but I felt like I was going to get bit.
It continues what's been a highly active summer for shark scares, from the shores of Long Island to the Florida Panhandle. According to TrackingSharks.com, there have been 32 bites in the U.S. through mid-September, more than half in Florida and 6 in New York. Just in New Smyrna Beach, that makes 5 attacks in less than 4 months, including Brandon Boncory, who sustained this scary bite to his ankle. Still, Somerset acknowledges he's entering the shark's environment and has a hunch what triggered the confrontation, his gold chain.
It thought I was a fish, the scales on the fish, and he grabbed my face because of that. I believe I'm almost 100% certain of that.
As for whether he'll get back on the surfboard again, the 38-year-old says that's a no-brainer.
If I die surfing, I die a happy man. I just, that's something that I will do, and I will carry with me for the rest of my life, and I will never stop surfing.
So Somerset received a DNA swab guys in his cheek to try to figure out from marine experts what kind of shark attacked him. Apparently, there were about 40 types of sharks that are native to just that area of New Smyrna. So that's a little scary. Now, in terms of just the numbers, according to TrackingSharks.com, it's about 32 so far this year. Last year, it was 51 bites in the United States. So it's hard to believe, but actually we're on pace for fewer bites this year, not more, even though, as Craig mentioned, it feels like a historic rate what we're experiencing right now.
What's wild about that story, Sam, is the guy said he had a bad feeling before he went in.
Really?
And he still went in.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
you think you can get
he had
over
a
it.
premonition. He talked to his girlfriend on the phone and said, I don't really feel that great about this right now. But what did he decide to do? Go in anyway. When in doubt, maybe don't surf.
You know what? That's
I don't know.
true.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Sam. And they always say to
Stay out of
listen
the
to
water.
that, listen to that voice.
Gut. Yeah.
You gotta listen.
I don't have to worry about listening to that voice.
Listen, it might tell you to do other things.
Oh, okay.
Or not to do other things. All right, coming up next, our Consumer Confidential, breaking down the real estate market. Who really has the upper hand, buyers or sellers? We'll also help you if you're renting too. And then later, my conversation with Oscar winner Anne Hathaway. She opened up about her life in the public eye, and she has a great message about getting older. It's a good one. We'll be right back.
It's time now for our Consumer Confidential. And as we head into the fall housing market, whether you're selling, buying, renting, or just curious about your options, here to break it all down for us is real estate agent with Douglas Elliman, Lisa Simonson. Good morning, Lisa.
Good
nice
morning.
to have you here.
I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
So we hear over and over it's a seller's market. So what do sellers need to know right now?
Well, I would start with sell, sell, sell.
Okay.
So if you've ever been even thinking about it, this is the time to do it. And the reason is the inventory is very low. So it's definitely a seller's market. And you need to be prepared for that. So what I recommend is paint. My favorite is Decorator's White.
Okay.
Go down, pick a couple of cans. It's very inexpensive, but will make your house look like it's worth a fortune. Second, declutter. A lot of people, have stuff. I like to start with the stuff. I like to start with the closets because if you open, the door and something falls on your head, it's not a great impression and it makes you feel like there's not a lot of space. So it may just be a good time to get rid of clothes you wanted to anyway. And then don't forget the exterior, your lawn, get paint, paint the door. Just small things like that can freshen up, can make such a difference.
And when it comes to pricing, you say don't be too greedy.
Pricing, don't be too greedy. I always say let's be as aggressive as possible, but realistic, because you don't want your house sitting for another year. Well, the market, who knows? But this is definitely a time to price aggressively, but realistically.
Okay.
All right, let's talk about buyers now. We keep hearing that the housing market bubble is about to burst. Is that true?
What
do you think?
The market is strong. I don't believe there's a bubble bursting.
Okay.
I think that sellers right now need to be realistic. So I tell my sellers, think of this as dating. You may not get everything you want, but make a list of what's really important to you. So, maybe you need a second bedroom, but you won't be in the neighborhood of your dreams. But you really have to adjust your expectations and be realistic.
That's fair. Okay, so what should prospective buyers have ready before they even start looking?
Buyers, first of all, because it is a seller's market, you really want to be ready when you find that dream property. So absolutely have your pre-approved mortgage, have your financing in place, and have a great broker. Sometimes people don't know how to find a great broker. Go online, look at Google reviews, and also think outside the box. If you have your eye on a home, go next door. It may end up being your next neighbor, and find out who they used, what was their experience. So be creative.
That's a good piece
think
of
outside
advice.
the box.
Yeah, I love that. Okay.
So, Lisa, we've talked about selling, we've talked about buying.
Right.
Come over, let's talk about the rental market as well.
Oh, my goodness.
Are renters in the same boat?
For renters, there's even less negotiating right now because of the selling, everything we just discussed, the rental market is extremely tight. So you need to be very ready when you find that property that you're in love with. Have your credit score. Maybe have your landlord write you a note of, that you've been a great tenant. Really be ready.
You make a good point. High interest rates, partly to blame as well. Some cities are cooling down, we hear.
I just want to talk about the interest rates, because with interest rates, people forget at one point they were almost 20%. So yes, they're 7% now, but they have been higher, and I think people are starting to adjust to that. And the cities that are cooling down are Tampa, Las Vegas, and Phoenix. And what do they all have in common? They're warm, and you don't have to shovel snow.
There you go. That makes sense. And agents know best. What do you mean here?
Agents know best. It's really important to align yourself with a great agent. And as I said, you can go on Google review, but sometimes people think, I won't use an agent and I'll get a better deal. That's not true, because when you hire a great agent, they negotiate for you and will get you the best deal.
All right, given all you've talked about so far, the buying, the selling, the renting, predictions for the rest of this year, what do we think the housing market's going to look like?
I think the housing market, there's going to be an uptick. I think that it's very important for people to set their expectations. But, life continues. People get married. People get pregnant. So there's always going to be movement in the market. And what I like to say is date the rate and marry the property.
Ooh.
So, do you know what that means?
I know, it's a good one.
Lisa.
Explain it really quickly.
Okay, it means you can always refinance.
There you go.
Lisa, you have the property.
Right. And welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Coming up next, my one-on-one with Anne Hathaway, and I put her on the spot with a fun lightning round. Sound advice or something that, resonates.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna sound like such a cheese ball.
I'm so sorry.
Do you want to hear what she says?
Yes.
Well, we're going to tell you that when we come back with my candid conversation with the Oscar-winning actress. And then later, look who's here this morning. Comedian Leslie Jones, live in Studio 1A, sharing stories from her SNL days, her relationship with Chris Rock, and her love of Steve Kornacki. We'll be right back.
This morning, we are sharing a great conversation with a Hollywood superstar.
We are. Anne Hathaway made her Hollywood debut more than 20 years ago in The Princess Diaries, going on to star in favorites like The Devil Wears Prada and Les Miserables, which earned her both an Oscar and Golden Globe Award.
I recently had the chance to sit down with her, and due to the ongoing strike, we did not discuss any upcoming films, but still had plenty to talk about. A candid conversation about aging and her exciting new passion project. Academy Award-winning actress Anne Hathaway has been a force in Hollywood for more than 2 decades. Hi. The movie star is known for her wide-ranging talents both on and off the big screen, from being an advocate for women's rights to a fashion icon.
Feel free to call me Annie, by the way, if you want.
And at 40 years old, the mother of 2 is embracing who she is. So a couple of years ago, you said,
What did I say?
when I look back on my 20s, I just remember being afraid of everything. And in my 30s, I'm actually excited about things.
Yeah.
So now you've entered your 40s. What would you say about it so far?
I'm cherishing. I'm right at that point where I have a much better sense of how I like to do things. I'm so much better at sharing. I feel like I'm kinder to myself. I feel like I'm kinder to others.
Hey, you're just too cute to be true.
Growing up as a teenager in Hollywood, Hathaway quickly rose to fame, becoming a household name.
I started in this business when I was 17 years old in a very different era. And there was this perception that there was going to be a cliff. And that cliff was a really young age. And the world's changed since then.
We're all starting to say, wait a minute.
Hang on.
Hang on.
Hang on. What about what I think? What about what I think about what I want to do? I don't know how you feel, but do you feel like you're getting better?
Are you kidding me?
Like,
we're just getting started.
You know?
No,
Thank
absolutely.
you.
And I wouldn't trade anything. For Hathaway, age is nothing but a number. Let's say on social media, I post a picture, or you post a picture, and people say, oh, you're aging gracefully, or oh, you look so good for your age. Do I say, thank you? Are we leaning into the hype of aging?
I don't think about age. I don't.
Tell me.
To me, aging is another word for living. So if people want to pay you a compliment, it's nice, but also whatever the hype is, I'm interested in what's beyond the concept of hype.
Now, the movie star has taken on a new role in beauty as the global brand ambassador of Shiseido's Vital Perfection skincare line.
Potential has no age.
What inspired you to partner with Shiseido?
They're a company that's 130 years old. They have a legacy. I find them to be incredibly thoughtful, intelligent, caring, refined. And I was thrilled and excited that they felt that I could be a part of that.
I love it. There are a lot of projects you could take on, but this one it seems like you're passionate about in so many ways.
They said, oh, so we think the tagline would be potential has no age. And I was just like, I love that, and I love putting that out there. And I love watching these young people who have so much more freedom than I had. Just imagine what they could do if they never had the concept of a cliff or a shelf life or any of those things.
Before Annie and I parted ways. Lightning round, ready?
Okay.
Are you a texter or a caller?
I'm both, but I love texting.
Staying in or going out?
What are we doing?
A quote you live by.
Because I live by a lot of quotes.
Okay.
Big wheels keep on turning, proud Mary keeps on burning. Just came to mind.
Favorite song of the moment?
I'm really into Vampire by Olivia Rodrigo, Break My Soul by Beyonce,
that's a fun one.
and Taylor Swift, Anti-Hero.
Oh, those are good. Best advice you've ever received?
Oh, no, not ever.
Sound advice or something that, resonates.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna sound like such a cheeseball.
No,
I'm
no.
so sorry. No, this is awful. This is awful, but it's really good advice.
What is it?
Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It's really earnest is what it is. I know how earnest that is, and I know this, but I can't help but think that on the Today Show, you guys don't mind.
I don't mind it at all. And honestly, it's just good stuff.
Today, more than 20 years into her career, Anne Hathaway doesn't take anything for granted.
To say that you started when you were 17 years old, and now we're talking about life in our 40s.
That's lucky, and I'm aware that I can't think of many people who get to say that, and I don't want to miss that.
It was such a lovely conversation. You know what I've noticed?
What?
When you meet someone and they have projects and they're a movie star, but you can't talk about movies, you can't talk about projects, then you end up almost you zoom in a little bit.
You can have a real conversation.
It was a delightful conversation about, getting older. And like she talked about, listen, our lives are not between 17 and 27. I like how she said, there's no cliff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're all just getting started. So it was lovely.
I like that she insisted on you calling her Annie.
Annie!
I know. So you're like BFFs now.
I know. I felt like it was a sign. If you go see Juliet on Broadway, one of the characters is named Anne Hathaway. It's like a joke, and they talk about it. But I was like, it's a sign, and we're talking about it today. So thank you, Annie, because she's my friend now.
I enjoyed that.
Thanks,
I enjoyed that. We're going to go from Annie to
my cousin Jones.
To the one and only Leslie. From Annie to Leslie Jones. Leslie's going to share some revealing stories about her rise in comedy, big break at SNL. She just wrote a book, y'all, that we can't even say the title of on TV. And then a little bit later, it is time to start preparing your home for the cooler weather. Our boy, George Oliphant, is going to show us how we can do it ourselves when the third hour of today comes right back.
Do you do stuff yourself? Do you do that?
I do.
Our next guest is a comedic powerhouse. Leslie Jones is no stranger to us here at 30 Rock. She spent 5 seasons making us laugh on Saturday Night Live.
Leslie went on to star in hit movies and shows like Ghostbusters, Coming to America, and she hosted the revival of the popular game show Supermarket Sweep.
Well, now Leslie Jones has decided to write it all down. She is chronicling her life and her rise. It's a new memoir. It's titled Leslie Blanken Jones. So we can say it 9:30.
You did a good job.
Thank you, Leslie.
That was
I can't
so
even
good,
think of you
Melvin.
as just Leslie Jones anymore.
Absolutely. That's what everybody calls me anyway, so I decided to name the book anyway.
So I mean, you've made a name for yourself being honest and raw in comedy, and now you've decided to write some stuff in this book. And we just start the book. You write stuff in here that you said you would take to the grave.
Right.
Why now? Why decide to put pen to paper now?
Well, because you get older. You get older, and the information that you think you're holding on to is not as detrimental as you think it is. It's actually an elevation of who you are and your personality. And I can't explain it. It's just more like I'm not afraid to tell people who I am anymore because that's just who I am. I mean, it is what it is. It's my life. I'm going to live it. I don't have to live your life. You don't have to live mine. But I don't have to lie no more. Why?
Yes.
Why? I pay my own bills, my own taxes.
Yeah.
This is who I am.
Story. Yeah.
This is who I am, yeah.
I feel like for someone like you, I'm sure everybody always told you you're so funny. You're so funny. But you had, your jobs. You were Justice of the Peace.
Right.
Worked at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles.
Right.
When did you decide I could do something with this comedy thing?
Well, really, it was college that I decided I was going to be a comedian. But, after talking to Jamie Foxx, after, meeting him, I had to go live a little bit. The whole time I was Justice of the Peace, Roscoe, selling perfume in parking lots. I've done so many jobs. The whole time I was like, this is just temporary. I'm going to be a comedian.
You knew.
I'm going to be a comedian one day. I'm going to be a comedian one day. And that's just basically, you have, that's why I tell everybody, it's a journey. You could, it's okay to think of what you want to do and then work your way up to, that's what you're supposed to do. And trust and believe. Y'all better enjoy the journey because when you get to the end of the journey, it's like, oh, okay. And then you start thinking about, you know what I think about a lot? I think about them nights I got to hang out with comics after the show and just, mess around, just eat chicken wings and make laughing with Corey Fernandez on the train, coming home. Those are the moments that you go, dang, I wish I had more fun in those moments.
That's so true. So the foreword of this book is written by the one and only Chris Rock. The same person in your career. Early on, was he like, I don't know, Leslie? And then eventually he recommended you for SNL?
No, Chris always thought I was funny. Chris knew that everybody wasn't ready for me. There's a lot of us in where I come from, our group of comedians, that y'all not ready for.
So how did he know?
Well, just me doing the work. Me crossing over, going to crossover clubs, doing more materials that's relatable to all the audiences, not just one, separate audience. And he just knew,
I love that. I love that. He ends the foreword by saying this: Lauren hired her off my word alone, and now she's a household name. And you know what that means? She owes me some money.
You gonna cut him a check?
Exactly. I'm gonna cut him a check, all right. These 5 knuckles.
There's also a part in the book where you show some love to a guy that we love here, cousin of the show, Steve Kornacki.
Oh,
and you write about
Kornacki and them khakis.
You said during the pandemic, you watched Steve and you learned stuff.
Okay, first of all, Steve Kornacki is the sexiest nerd on TV.
Facts.
First of all, when he pulled out that pocket calculator, I was done. I was done. I love him.
Yes.
Love me some Steve.
Same here.
Sexy man. And then he just got everything right.
He did. Yes.
When he would grab that thing and be like, no, and then mark on the board, I was like, oh God. Just keep solving the problems, Mr. Kornacki.
We should have brought Steve in.
I know.
Man, that would have been a whole different interview.
We're going to facilitate that. Leslie, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Y'all are so fun.
You're a delight.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
The new book that we cannot say.
Go buy it.
Go buy it.
Yes.
It's on pre-sale now.
It is. It's
pre-sale.
out tomorrow.
Look at little Leslie.
It's out tomorrow, but it's pre-sale. Y'all can get it today, and if you get it on Amazon, you'll get it tomorrow.
Get it.
Boom.
Yes.
Thank you, Leslie. I love it. That little cute little cover. I love that too. All right, up next, our buddy George Oliphant is here to get our homes ready for fall, including how to bring some campfire vibes to your own backyard. I'm here for that. And then later, we're going to have some music this morning. Singer Steven Sanchez is bringing his old school sound to Studio 1A for the very first time. We'll be right back.
I love that the band's wearing tuxedos.
I know, huh?
cooler weather is coming, so this morning we are showing you how to prepare your home inside and out.
And here to make sure we don't fall behind is the one and only Mr. George Oliphant. He is host of the Feel Good Home Improvement Program. George to the rescue.
Yay!
You can watch new episodes every Saturday on NBC. George, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. It's good to be back.
We always love when you're here. You give us all the projects we need to be doing at home. But first things first, your new season. What can we expect going into the fall?
Some tears of anguish, some tears of joy. Just some really heartfelt, wonderful stories, helping those in our communities, helping those people who have been through something rough, something that they need us to come in and rescue them and fix up their house, fix up their yard, make sure that life is a little bit better.
Yeah, well, you do such a good job at that. So you're going to help us get into some storage.
Right, yeah. Well, just basically, these are things that I've been tackling myself, getting ready for fall. For instance, I was cleaning out my garage, getting stuff put away. Obviously, you want to make sure that you have plastic bins, not cardboard.
So
and don't be afraid of being a nerd. Get yourself a label maker.
I really need to do it. I always think I know what's in the box until I open the lid, and it's not.
100%. And then this fall, I was just literally going through my garage, and I had these boxes, these cardboard boxes, and I was like, oh, I thought everything was organized. A, I couldn't see what was in there. B, pests had gotten in there. They chewed through
they
it.
just nibbled through
So yeah, you want to make sure that you got your stuff in plastic bins, and you want to make sure that your racks are on rollers so that you can pull them out and you can clean all the debris and stuff out from behind.
That's a good idea.
Really easy fixes, but people just, I'll just throw the boxes in and away we go.
Sure. When I can't see what's in it, then I forget about it. And then it's like, what's in there 40 years later? Okay, next let's talk about pipes. How do you know if the pipes in your home require extra attention before the cooler trips?
So first and foremost, if your pipes are going against in the basement or their attic, an unheated area, it's always good to put some insulation around them. Okay. Also, if they're along an exterior wall. Some people are like, oh, well, you don't need to do PEX. That's not necessarily true. PEX does stand up to cold a little bit more, but if we want to be efficient, if you're thinking, and it doesn't always have to be red and blue, but they do make it nice like that for you. If you are putting insulation around your red pipes, around your warm pipes, it's just going to make it more efficient so that the heat isn't dissipating as the water goes through your house. Thus, when it gets to you in the shower, you're good to go.
Exactly.
So
that's what matters for me.
All right, so George, obviously, you've less daylight in the fall. You maintain that occupancy sensors in the house would help.
Come on, we all have kids here. Do kids ever turn off the lights?
No.
Never.
That's true.
This is something that we've been doing recently a lot on George to Rescue, putting in occupancy sensors. So especially in like the kids' rooms.
That's
when they go in, the light comes on. When they're not in there, and you can still have a switch. You can turn it off.
Is that an easy thing to?
Super easy to do. You are going to want to call in a licensed electrician to actually switch out the switch. But actually, no. And you can actually push a button. It'll turn on. It'll turn off.
That's a great idea.
If you have it on and they leave, like they go to school, like my kids this morning, probably never turn off the lights.
Yes, I come home and the lights are on in the bathroom, their room, all of it.
So I'm a big fan of occupancy sensors. And LED lights versus the old incandescents, just a lot more energy efficient. You're going to notice it in your energy bills as time goes on.
Okay.
Just because it gets a little cooler doesn't mean we have to stay inside.
No. I mean, this is the best time. This is the time, fire pit season, right?
Yes.
Get out there.
I love a good fire pit.
Right? So
can you find these after COVID? Remember how hard it was to find these?
But now, thankfully, they're out. They're in the stores. You can get them. So these are great. The Solo, they do get hot. People think, because it's not smokeless, you can touch it. That will still get hot. So don't do it. Don't melt your shoes. But huge fan of the smokeless fire pit, your traditional old school fire pit. And then obviously these patio heaters are great. It's just going to allow you to extend the season, spend more time outside.
And you make sure you got your propane tank full when we made that mistake once.
Yeah, that's
I'm going to fire it up.
Exactly. You invite everybody over and then it's like, you're going to be fine. Actually, bring out the more blankets because I didn't have it.
George, thank you so much.
No, please.
I always love when you're here. Check your local listings to find out where you can watch George to the Rescue, or you can stream it on Peacock.
All right, up next, a young singer with a throwback sound. Rising music star Steven Sanchez is here live to perform some new music. We'll be right back.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
We are in for a treat this morning. Our next guest has already found multi-platinum success before releasing his debut album. Steven Sanchez's hit song, Until I Found You, spent more than 40 weeks on the Billboard Hot 100 chart and has been streamed more than 2 billion times.
Well, this Friday, Steven is bringing his signature crooner style to his first studio album. It's titled Angel Face.
He's here to perform one of his new tracks for us coming up in just a moment, but let's chat for just a second. Thank you for coming in.
Wow, thanks so much for having me. Having us.
Yeah, all of you guys. You look so dapper this morning. I was telling you, I heard Until I Found You. We all love that song. I heard you wrote it in like 15 minutes.
In 15 minutes, I guess.
It just hit you.
Gosh. It's crazy. I mean, you just kind of experience life and love for the first time in a very grand way, and then if you're a songwriter, it kind of translates into a song.
For folks who aren't quite as familiar with you as they will undoubtedly be after this first album drops, you've got like this old school vibe, but you're 20.
Yeah.
So where did that come from? How was that born? Have you always been an old soul?
I mean, I feel like it just came this way intrinsically. I don't know. I think the music definitely helps to cater me to a heart that feels more old, because that music's timeless, you know.
Yes.
And so to write music and try and create a sound in the modern age with those 50s and 60s flavors definitely can conjure a bit of that old soul for sure.
We love it.
We're here for it.
Yeah, well, let's not waste any time. We're going to let him take it away performing Be More. Here's Steven Sanchez.
Thank you.
It must be more than I need you, more than I love you, be more than wishes on stars high above you. If words could just hold you, tell me you feel me, oh, just to know you. Tell me you see me. I couldn't have said it. You must have just read it in my eyes. Darling, please let it be more. Be more, be more. It must be more than I want you, more than I caught you, be more than dancing in raindrops, falling to touch you, oh, just to touch you. Oh, if words just hold you, tell me you feel me, oh, just to know you. Tell me you see me, yeah, I couldn't have said it. You must have just read it in my eyes. Let it be more, be tell me you feel me, oh, just to know you. Tell me you see me. I couldn't have said it. You must have just read it in my eyes. Darling, please let it be
Wow.
Steven.
Wow.
Well done,
Somebody
gentlemen.
brought back that 50s, 60s vibe.
Oh, thank you.
I love it.
That was phenomenal.
Thank
that
you.
was great, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you
And
so
thanks for getting
much.
so dusted up
Yes,
for us.
I know, right? The new album is called Angel Face. It's out this Friday. Support this whole group. You guys are fantastic. Friday, September 22nd. We'll be right back. All right, so later today is the first ever Start Today meal prep event. It's sponsored by Instacart. Today, fitness contributor Stephanie Mansour is making healthy and delicious weeknight meals. For more, just scan the QR code or head to today.com/starttoday.
And by the way, catch the latest episode of Health and Wellness Today this morning at 10 a.m. on today.com/all-day or stream it on Peacock.
Tomorrow here in the third hour, we are in the kitchen with none other than actor Stanley Tucci.
Yeah, I wonder what we're going to cook. And then Hoda and Jenna are coming up next. Have a great day. Enjoy your Monday, everybody.
I think it's going to be something
Bye-bye.
Maybe.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Today, actress and comedian Leslie Jones is here. And need some help talking to your kids or to get them to listen? Dr. Becky is here with her #1 piece of advice for parents. And huge news for Hollywood couples Hugh Jackman and Deborah Lee Furness and John Legend and Chrissy Teigen. We're talking about it.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Let's go! Hi, guys. It is Monday, September the 18th. The 18th day of the month. Here we are.
In the middle of September, another Monday morning.
You know what I love about you?
What?
You know that kind of friend that you have who you can look at and start laughing? I just realized it's one of my favorite emotions to have. I mean, a really, really, truly belly laugh like we had Friday. And you know what's funny? It caught on into the weekend. Like, I was laughing with my kids through parts of the weekend.
That you wouldn't normally laugh at?
The kids laugh so hard they spit out their water at dinner, and I, instead of being like, let's clean it up,
Totally.
I was laughing. And they looked at me like, oh my God.
It's true that being carefree,
Yes.
like somebody can say something that either irritates you,
yes.
or you can just be in it.
Just be in it.
Be in it.
Stop always disciplining.
I know. Are we talking to ourselves?
Yes,
Yeah.
we
We have
are.
Dr. Becky on to teach us how to discipline.
By the way,
later,
we have so many questions for Dr.
We
Becky.
sure do.
If you have questions, think about them. I bet you we're going to answer them.
Yeah, parenting, man, it's very hopeless.
Did you say hopeless?
Hopeless. It's a hopeless pursuit.
That's a big word.
I'm just kidding.
Well,
I
some
have
of the
hope.
things we are going to introduce are things like when you are disciplining your child and you say, okay, if you continue this way, you are not going to get to watch Bluey.
more.
No, you're not watching Bluey.
Yeah.
And they go,
We don't even like Bluey,
we don't
Mom.
care. Then where are you? How about my favorite is this? If you're not in your seat in 5, 4, 3, 2, and I actually have nothing at 1. If they're
No,
not,
no, I know.
No, if
What
they're not in
happens
the
at
seat at 1, there's
Blast
nothing.
off? What is
There's
it?
Nothing happening.
No, it's so-
No,
and
5. I do it all the time.
4,
3. If
3.
you're not here by 2, and I'm like in my head, I'm like, I have 1 second to think of a thing.
What's gonna happen?
And by the way,
and they don't even care.
Wait, how about yours?
No, yesterday, Hal started, and most of the time it's a friendly pursuit.
Yeah.
Sometimes he started kicking.
Yeah.
Like he just doesn't want to do. No, kick. And I'm like, if you kick me one more time,
more
we're
time.
not going to the. But I know we're going. Put on the coat.
We're going.
We're going.
We're going to the magic show.
I'm gonna threaten that we're not going to the magic show.
We are not going to on vacation. But
Ever
of course
again.
we're going.
I
We
know.
already booked it.
I know.
It's happening.
No, I know.
Oh,
just
God.
the empty threats,
The threats
all day
and
long.
Then, and then if you don't follow up, then you're not. You're not to be held to your word.
Then of
It'll
course
be
he's
like
going to
next
kick me
time
tomorrow
again.
because guess what? Whenever you tell somebody, because I was that child, don't do it one more time, they're going to do it one more time.
And then they're going to see, well, now what happens after
a
one
dare.
more time?
It's what we call a double dare.
And you love it. Look at your eyes.
Oh, I
Even
love
now,
a double
you
dare.
love it.
Yeah, you know that once in first grade, a 6th grader did a flip off the monkey bars?
No, don't tell me.
And she said to me, I double dog dare you to flip off the monkey.
did
It was
not.
called an apple flip.
An apple flip?
I don't know. This was the late 80s.
So what would happen?
I climbed to the
You
top of
did
the monkey
not.
bars and I dove off.
Oh my!
Because I can't do a flip.
Who was this 6th grader?
I don't know. I don't even know her name. And then
Horrible.
I broke my jaw. I had to go to my sister just remembers I had a little red blood hand stain on my shirt. She watched as I was carted off. But I love a dare so much.
Oh my God! How did you turn that back? That is horrible.
All right. Should we go on?
Yeah, we should. Okay.
Some sad news over the
Yeah,
weekend.
out of Hollywood. 2 people who we both love and adore.
Adore.
Oh yeah. Hugh Jackman and his wife Deborah Lee Furness announced publicly and together through a statement that they're ending their marriage.
Yeah, they released a statement which read in part, we have been blessed to share almost 3 decades together as husband and wife in a wonderful, loving marriage. Our journey now is shifting and we've decided to separate to pursue our individual growth.
Yeah, they have 2 children. One's 23 and one's 18. It's interesting because I don't think I've ever done an interview with him where he hasn't focused on her.
No, I know.
Yeah. Like that's the way the interview goes.
Yes.
You're talking about a project and he's talking about,
Yeah, Deborah.
Deborah, yeah. It's they had that kind of a beautiful love story, but like a lot of love stories, they run there. They had their beautiful time, and then
We're sending love to
We
both
do.
of
We
them
love them
because
both
we
very
adore
much.
them so much.
Indeed.
Okay, John Legend and Christine Teigen also made news.
Yep.
They were celebrating their 10th anniversary with a renewed vows ceremony.
Oh, I think
they renewed their vows.
So it's 10 years, and they went back and they went to Lake Como. Okay, I'd go back if it was Lake Como.
Yeah, me too.
And they had their wedding, but now with their children in attendance.
How cute is that?
What do you think of? Oh, he's singing at his own wedding.
I know, I love that. You know what's so funny? When Henry and I got married, when we went on our honeymoon, we were like, when we are hit our 10-year anniversary, we'll renew our vows. We went somewhere. We'll come back here to renew our vows.
Yeah, did that happen?
Well, we've been married 15 years.
Now,
We've never renewed our vows.
What do you think about a vow?
I mean, I think to each their own. I don't know that it's for us.
Yeah.
Because I honestly sort of feel like we choose each other every single day.
Yeah.
And little things.
Yeah.
It's like how you said, are you gonna, if he says something that's funny,
Yeah.
but slightly irritating, do I choose to laugh at it?
Yeah.
or do
Or
I
get
choose
bugged.
to be grumpy?
Yeah.
And it's like that. I kind of feel like you have to make that choice every single day.
Yeah, I think you're right. I do. I think you're right. And I think what's interesting about their renewal is, number one, it's got their kids there, so that's maybe another way of showing your children. And I kind of think there is something about a moment marking it. Like, I feel like I often like go through milestones and things and don't underscore it. It's just like up and that went up and here we go. Yeah,
Exactly.
And then to say like, let's just pause for just a second
And celebrate
and say
this.
in front of your children, this is how much I love your dad. This is how
Yeah.
much I love your mom. I mean, there must be something about that is sweet for them. But
You're making me reassess it. Maybe we'll do like a 20-year.
picture your kids. Flower
Watching
boys
it.
and girls and watching it.
Yeah.
You could be in it.
Yeah.
I could picture that.
No,
and you guys
you know
making
what?
your vows.
They're always like, ooh,
Kissing?
when we
Kissing.
kiss. They think
But you
it's-
kiss in front of them.
Yeah, we like to.
Yeah,
Because we like to harass them.
You're so bad.
Okay, wait. There's one more couple celebrating. Kelsey Ballerini,
We love her, too.
who we adore, wished her boyfriend Chase Stokes a very happy birthday over the
They're
weekend.
very cute. She wrote, "Happy birthday, my sweet Virgo."
Aww. Oh. But one of the things that caught our eye about this adorable post of two very good-looking people
Very good looking.
is their first DM to each
Oh,
other.
she screenshot it?
She slid in there.
Oh my God. At 1:07, she writes this: "Hi, 3 eyes, Chase Stokes." And 2
Hi,
hours later,
Chase
he
Stokes.
replies, "Hey there, how you doing?"
Wait, by the way,
And then-
3:17 a.m.
And then that's his "how you doing?"
Yeah, and then 11, he said, "How you doing?"
And then 8 hours later, she wrote, "I'm Kels. Nice to meet you."
Kind of
And a heart?
Yeah, a heart.
She put a heart on that?
And also a little emotion face that was blushing because I'm
Wait.
sure at one, is there a fly right?
Yeah, there was. There
No,
was.
why are there flies just swarming around me? Am I like what, that Peanut character? I promise I showered.
Pigpen? No, you did. They're not swarming. Hi, with a little heart. What? He hearted it? Oh, he hearted it. Oh my God, it's so complicated. He hearted her comment. Okay, got it.
Wait,
got
now, do you ever
Don't-
slide?
No, I don't slide into people's DMs.
Do you ever just get right in there?
Have you ever slid in?
Me? Who would I slide into?
I don't know. I don't know your
My
private
slide
life.
would be like, I mean, I can't date that way, but you could.
No, I would never. I don't think I would do it because I don't even know. How do you know if someone
But maybe that's the way to meet somebody these days.
slide into the DMs?
Yeah, why? Sorry, I didn't.
No, I thought someone was walking up. I thought it was a surprise.
Oh, like we were
I
gonna
thought
do
it was a
some
surprise
sort of-
guest. I don't know what was happening.
We don't know who. No, but we would never slide in.
No, I wouldn't. How do you know if someone slid into your DMs? How
You
would
get a
know?
message.
But I don't look at my messages. So how do you do it?
Oh, let's see who slid in.
No, I don't
of late.
think I have anything. So where are they?
You have 12.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Look.
Maria Shriver
Maria
slid into her
Shriver,
DMs.
Talia.
Talia,
I love
you slid in her
Talia.
DMs?
Coco Goff? Oh, nice. Roker, my friend Bronwyn.
Did any man? She's
Jacob
not showing
Soboroff.
me. Okay, but he's
No.
married.
No, I don't know. So, oh, who's that? Okay, I'll look later. Ooh. Just one I don't recognize. Coming up next,
I'd like to
a
see
couple in your friend group gets divorced. Is it necessary to take sides?
We're weighing in on your social dilemmas right after this.
So my
Slid into
kids
your-
did.
Yeah, nobody knows.
welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
It's time to help our viewers out in one of our favorite segments.
Hoda and Jenna Social Dilemmas.
Okay, here's the first one. A couple in our group, Jen and James, got divorced. The rest of the group, including my husband, has been friends with James since we were kids. I've secretly been seeing Jen because I like our friendship. Do I tell the rest of the group before they find out on their own?
I think that's a recipe for disaster, don't you?
You don't think she can be friends with Jen?
I don't know. I think it's hard. If you have a childhood friend, what if all your friend groups from when you were 2 years old and you wouldn't, but you guys split up, and all of a sudden one of the wives of one of the friends was like, "Oh, but I'm still hanging out." I think it adds a weird wrinkle. I mean, I think you have lots of possible friends, don't you? I don't know.
Part of me thinks she could just maybe say to him, I mean, because it depends what type of divorce they're having.
Sounds a little bit acrimonious. Yeah, I would think. Like if it was totally fine, it's like, cool, you're friends with my ex, that's great. But you know how tricky that can be. It's like when you see anyone who's been part of a couple that split up and you see your husband with your friends, it's like, oh, ouch, like what's going on there?
I know.
I think it's awkward. We don't have any advice. We don't know. We don't know.
I don't know how to help you on this one. I feel like divorce is always so
I
tricky.
know.
And sometimes it's black and white. It's like if it's a family member, you choose that person. You
and
know?
if she just likes hanging around with her, well, maybe there's a lot of people you can like hanging around with.
but maybe she's her bestie.
Oh, well, if they're besties, then that's different.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Next
Recently, I threw a party for my boyfriend. About an hour into the party, one of his friends shut off the playlist that I put on and put on his own. Was that rude or am I overreacting?
I think you're overreacting. Sorry. Whoa, was that Gavin? Did you put in that question? The only reason why I say that is that some people love being DJ. Henry loves to be DJ. Sometimes back in the day when I'd want to stay out a little later and he wouldn't, I'd be like, make him the DJ and I can stay out as late as I want.
You're so
But anyway, so he would like to put on music because that's fun for him.
Well, if it was his childhood best friend, then probably the childhood best friend and
Knows
him
that.
have the same music.
Yeah.
Like they were like, member.
Yeah.
And so maybe he was doing that because it was fun and they would
Nostalgia.
have liked it. And I think you should say okay.
Yeah, and then also, by
okay.
the way, after he plays it for an hour, put your thing back on.
Yeah, put your thing back on. But if your husband starts jamming out because he's so happy when he hears those old songs, then let it be.
And if you're throwing a party for somebody else, it's about them and not you anyway. Okay, cool. Last one.
Oh, last one.
I know we love these. I know I'm a maybe for a college friend's upcoming destination wedding. I need to plan my vacation schedule at work. Can I ask her if I'm going to make the cut? Oh, she's a maybe?
How does she know?
How does
she's
she
on
know
the
that?
bubble? She knows. Sometimes you know you're on the bubble. She's a friend, but not a great friend.
Here's what I would say: save your I would say save your vacation. I mean, if you're a maybe, meaning you're a friend but not great of a friend, why do you want to go that bad anyway? Do you know what I mean?
Because probably maybe it's a great destination. She wants to go.
And all our friends are going?
Everybody's going to Fiji.
I've never been to Fiji.
Me either.
Seems like a far flight, but okay. I don't know. What do you say?
I don't know. I sort of feel like I wouldn't put my life on hold to see if I might get an ask to a wedding of someone who I'm not the best of friends with. I don't think I would. I don't think I'd put my life on hold because if you do wait, and can you imagine calling, hey, I don't mean to bug you, but I'm thinking about booking another vacation. Am I invited? Picture being on the receiving end of that.
I actually don't know how you could make that. You know, sometimes you're like, I need to find something out, but how can I make this call less awkward?
You can't.
That one's just awkward.
You can't. You can't do it.
Look who's here!
I'm sorry. Oh, look who the queen dragged in.
Yes.
We love you.
All right, you all, if you have a social dilemma, tell us about it at hodaandjenna.com. Just click the connect button.
She's very busy right now. Actress and comedian Leslie Jones. She's going to open up about her rise in comedy and the big star who gave her some great advice coming up right after this.
Yeah, Leslie!
Go, Leslie. Go, Leslie. Leslie Jones is a comedy queen. She's been making us laugh for years, especially when she worked in this very building.
Now she's taking us behind the scenes of her own life in a new book. We can't say the full title, okay, but it's something like this: Leslie Blanken Jones.
Hello.
I mean, Leslie, only you would write a memoir that we can't even say the name on the Today Show.
You know, I got to be special.
Yeah, you are. You always have been. By the way, 56 years is special.
Yeah, baby.
How was that birthday? How'd you celebrate?
Oh, man, I went to the Beyonce concert.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you got to go to the
How did you wear a silver sequin dress?
Did I? I had see-through. I had stars. I had a big afro.
You had it all
I went
going on.
all out. Beyonce makes you go all out. Look at that. Look at that.
I love that.
And your backup dancers. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, baby. Oh my God, I love that video.
How does 56 feel on you?
Like I'm 37.
Yeah.
That's what I tell people.
Yeah,
I'm
that's-
37.
That's what you feel like?
Isn't it weird when people ask you your age and you're like, wait, but I don't even, when did this
and
happen?
It's like, when did this happen?
Yeah.
Exactly. I think when I was in my 20s, I thought 56, I wouldn't have no teeth.
Yeah,
Or something. You know, be in a wheelchair or something, but nah.
It's totally. By the way, when we were looking back just at your life, and you played basketball in college.
Yes.
How did that impact, influence you, shape you?
Just playing
game.
sports?
Yeah.
Period. Like discipline.
Yeah.
Discipline. You practice. You play like you practice.
Yeah.
All of that. All of those, like getting up and keeping a schedule. Yeah, all of it.
Is that how you made it?
Not afraid to get up in
Put
front of people.
yourself out there?
Yeah.
Did you use that same kind of philosophy for comedy or
for life?
For life.
For life.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, you got to work hard. I think our society now, we just so microwave.
Yeah.
We just want stuff now. But those things are very fragile when you just get them that quick. But when you work for them, it has a foundation and it lasts longer and it's better.
Yeah.
I mean, we just need to start teaching people that working for what they want is better than just wanting it and think it's going to automatically come. That doesn't. You don't make a good artist being that way.
Yeah. Well, and then you also aren't grateful, right?
Exactly. You're not. And I tell people all the time, you will never enjoy success until you fail.
Yeah.
You just won't.
Yeah. Actually, Jamie Foxx is one of your mentors.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And he gave you some really great advice that helped you kind of become this comedian that you are. What did he say?
was like, you don't know nothing. You 18 years old, you don't know nothing.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, you don't have nothing to talk about. Go live life. Go get fired. Go get hired. Go break a heart. Go get your heart broken. Go fight. Go get into a fight. Go start a fight. Go
something.
It's all of it. He was like, just go live. Go live.
Do you guys stay in touch or is
all the time? I see Jamie all the time. Yes, and I'm so happy he's better.
Healthy.
Yes. Yeah, he was really scared.
Another one of your top is Chris Rock, who wrote the foreword to your book.
That's my baby.
Tell me about your relationship with Chris.
Well, I've known Chris forever, at least 20-something years. You know, all of us known each other at least 20-something years before comedy just blew up, and then some of us blew up. But we all knew each other. So known Chris and Tony and all of them
and
forever.
Chris helped you to get into SNL right across the street.
Yes. Saw me do. He finally felt like it was time for me to be seen and got me out of there. I just always chase to his car and be like, yo, I'm not going to make it until somebody like you tell him that I'm you know.
You know, this book is incredible because it's there's moments that are hilarious.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you also said you were kind of surprised by how vulnerable you got when writing about traumatic and hard things too.
Well, you know, it's so weird when you're living through your life and going through the hard stuff. You know it's hard, but you're getting through it. Mm-hmm. And when you look back and you go, how did I survive? Wow, that's crazy. Like, how did I survive that? And it does make you emotional. It goes, you go, wow, I made it through that and I'm still here.
What was the most difficult thing you had to make it through?
Shoot, everything. What? I mean, it just always goes, you know, and that's what I always tell people about life. It's not going to just be one hard thing you go through. Yeah. It's many things you go through. And each one builds something different in your character. Yeah. So it's really hard to say the hardest thing that I've ever went through.
Yeah.
There's many things, you know?
But putting this book out into the world, it's a vulnerable place.
Yeah, it is. You're like taking...
Yeah, someone's reading about...
And every little line. Oh, my God. And you know what's the worst part? And and I hate to say it, is when press grabs them little lines and then do the clickbait, and you're like, come on, you guys.
That's not what it's about.
I just hate that we as a society have to feed off a negative more than positive.
Yeah.
There's all the positive and wonderful stories in that book. Those are the things that you find.
Yeah.
You know, I wish that we would learn how to make money off of people's happiness instead of people's sadness.
God, that's a beautiful place.
I love that line. I love that line.
Beautiful is that?
Leslie, thank you for being with us.
Congratulations, y'all. And Leslie's book, it's out tomorrow. Y'all can check it out right now at
Pre-sale.
Pre-sale it.
You can get it on Amazon. They'll get it to you tomorrow.
Yes,
you know how
they will.
they do.
And y'all can go to today.com/books or buy it wherever you get your books.
Good spot. All right, coming up next, Food Network host Jonathan Bennett is hosting a food face-off right here for our viewers coming up after this. Leslie.
Thank you, Leslie. Jonathan Bennett is an actor and a TV host, and these days y'all can find him hosting not one, but 2 culinary competition shows.
It's extremely popular and important. We're talking about the Food Network's Halloween Wars and the Cooking Channel's Battle of the Decades. Jonathan, let me tell you something. You know how you know when the fans love you?
Seriously,
when they say,
petition.
We want Jonathan back. How did that feel to know that you had this outpouring of love?
Oh, I mean, I'm just so grateful. Like, the Halloween Wars fans are the best fans. And, you know, as an artist and an actor and a performer, like, sometimes we do things and we don't know, like, do people like what I'm doing? You know, you're kind of just, like, throwing it out there. And to just get that response, I'm just, like, so grateful.
Now, you host 2 culinary shows. Are
Yes.
you a great cook?
Yeah, I'm decent. I wouldn't say I'm the best cook, but like...
You have one
what do you
good
like
dish.
to cook? Chicken stuffed shells. My mom's recipe of chicken stuffed
Oh, that
shells,
sounds
which they're
good.
in my book, The Burn Cookbook. It is...
The Burn Cookbook?
The Burn Cookbook. Okay. Yeah, Google it. They're chicken stuffed shells. They're like shells with like chicken and stuffing, and they're perfect for like the holidays.
Ooh, that sounds delicious.
Halloween is your lane, no question. You slayed it last Halloween.
Yes.
What did you dress up as for those who don't know?
I'm the biggest Wicked fan in the world, and so I went as Elphaba from Wicked and made my husband James dress up as Fiyero, Act 1.
Okay.
Okay,
And
so
yes.
this
Oh.
year, wow. Yeah,
there we
you
are,
go.
because you have to lip sync, obviously, if you're going to dress up.
Oh my gosh.
Now, what are you doing this year?
Well, I think since we did Elphaba Act 1, I'm going to do Act 2 of Wicked, where she's darker and wears a darker dress.
Can you sing, or?
You don't want to hear me sing,
No?
okay? I can lip sync.
Yeah, okay, that's important.
All right.
All right, y'all, this is what we've been waiting for. It's time for our food face-off.
Inspired by Battle of the Decades, we've chosen a classic ingredient. We put 3 viewers. They're going to put their spin on the dish, and we're going to taste each one. And then we're going to choose one golden chef.
Okay, y'all, and for the head-to-head battle, guess what the retro ingredient
What
is?
is it?
What is it?
Hamburger helper.
Yes, all
great
right.
meal.
Okay, so let's bring out our 3 chefs.
All right.
First up, we have busy mom of 4, Michelle Sperry from Weston, Connecticut. Woo! Hi, Michelle.
So
All right.
excited.
Tell us what you prepared for
Good
us.
morning. I am so excited. Mom of 4 has to be on the go all the time. Are you ready to see
Yes,
it?
we are.
Voila. They
What
are
is it?
little love bags.
Let's try.
So they are a take off of the little hand from Hamburger Helper. So love the hand that feeds you.
Oh, wait. It's got a spoon in it.
And so
got
they're
its own
moldable.
spoon.
I was thinking honestly of your families, right?
my
My
God,
kids
look.
don't like vegetables, so there's 7 vegetables in there.
Wow.
My own
You're gonna love it.
spices. It's got a little
for you.
heat. I was bringing up the heat.
There's a kick.
Yeah,
This is like, almost like a taco salad in a bag.
It's like what you eat at football games.
Yes.
Remember in high school?
It has guacamole, it has cheese. We have to
I'm
tell
in.
people
Love it.
they can't eat it.
By the
Okay.
way, it is so yummy. Okay.
Lots of
love,
chips.
Love.
Lots of
All
chips,
right,
which
let's
is
bring in
key.
our second chef, shall we? Marquita Bailey hails from Washington, D.C. And hello. And she's
I'm
got
Marquita.
a seafood spin.
Okay, Marquina, tell us what you got.
Well, coming from the D.C. area, we use a lot of crab meat and seafood. So I did a special sensation, and it has crab shrimp. It has a homemade sauce and some Old Bay to make it pop.
Wow,
Wait
that
a
looks
minute.
gorgeous.
Wait, are you sure this is Hamburger Helper?
Yeah, where's the hamburger
it's in there.
helper?
We got a new spin.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's delicious.
The
Thank
shrimp,
you.
it's a spin on. That's what we do on Battle of the Decades.
Exactly.
We take nostalgic food, nostalgic ingredients, and we do our take on it and have these different chefs that are old and new do their spin on a classic ingredient.
How are we going to choose
yummy.
who
I don't
gets
know.
the golden
What?
hat? But we have one more, you guys. And last, we have Kylie Mihawk, who has a special childhood memory with Hamburger Helper. Hi, Kylie.
Hi, I have a Mexican-style take on the classic Hamburger Helper dish.
Okay.
And it's also a recipe from my dad when I was younger.
Oh.
And so I took that, added my own spin to it with poblanos, lots of chipotles, and adobo
Wait,
sauce
what?
to give it a nice
Shall we?
smoky
Let's do it.
taste.
Wow. So and that has Doritos on top?
Yes, stuffed in a pepper, topped with cotija cheese and Doritos.
God.
to
You're
give
never
it a
mad at a
nice
Dorito.
crunch.
You know what I
This
mean?
is so
I'm never
crazy.
mad at a Dorito.
Ever. If we just pick it up.
Oh, my God.
Delicious.
Wait, one more.
Yeah.
Okay, we have to confer.
We do have to confer. It's going to be
Yes.
very
Hold on, give us a second. Hub, hub, hub. Hub, hub, hub.
Okay.
Yeah, you agree?
Okay. You guys, wait.
We did it.
But that was not easy. We just had a limited time.
No, it
So
wasn't
is
easy.
it number one?
Yes.
Number two.
Yes.
Number three.
All delicious. I would eat every single one of
Me
these
too.
meals.
It's hard to choose, but I think the winner is number
one.
Oh my
Golden
God.
Chef hat.
taking home the golden chef
Yes.
hat.
Look at you.
Congratulations,
They were all
guys.
really, really
You
good,
guys,
though. Thank
I
you.
ate every single one for
Me
dinner
too.
tonight,
Me
right
too.
now. All right.
Thank you.
And by the way, everybody here's a winner. You know why?
Y'all are each going home with a $200 gift card to Williams-Sonoma. Thank you. Everything was amazing.
Creative.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Halloween Wars airs Sunday nights on Food Network, and Battle of the Decades also airs on Sunday nights on the Cooking Channel.
Coming up next, parenting pro Dr. Becky answering your questions right after this.
All of them were so good.
I love it.
Parenting is tough no matter how old your kids are. And as much as we try to be patient, sometimes we can't help it and we just lose our cool.
We do, but according to clinical psychologist Becky Kennedy, it's what happens next that matters. Take a look, because she has a brand new TED Talk out.
All parents yell. No one knows what to do next.
Well, I'm determined to fill this gap. After all, there's almost nothing within our interpersonal relationships that can have as much impact as repair. Whenever a parent asks me, what one parenting strategy should I focus on? I always say the same thing: get good at repair.
Get good at repair.
And also, all parents yell.
I know. We
Yes.
feel so much better. Dr. Becky is the CEO and founder of the parenting community platform, Good Inside. You came right on time,
Yeah.
Dr. Becky. Okay, talk to us about this concept of repair. How is it different than just apologizing?
Yeah.
You know, I think a lot of apologies, they look to shut a conversation down. I mean, we've all said this. We say, like, I'm sorry I yelled. Can I move on?
Yeah,
Can we move
let's
on
go.
now? You know, can we do something else? Shutting a conversation down versus a repair, a good repair actually opens a conversation up. You actually have increased closeness. You learn something new about yourself and your kid, and it actually becomes a really positive moment with your child.
So give us an example. Like, how does it work in action?
So recently, like the other night, I yelled at my son. I talk about it in my TED Talk, but it happened again, right? It's not like you do it once and never again, right? And so my son's alone in his room, right? I'm alone in another part of my house. And what I end up doing is I repair with myself. We have to do that. We often forget that you can't repair with someone else until I've said to myself, I'm a good parent who is having a hard time. That one moment does not define my parenting. And then I went to my son and I said...
So I think that's important, to take a second for you.
Yes.
Because otherwise you could still be angry.
Seething.
Or whatever it is, have no patience.
Because if you don't take that second, you're either blaming yourself, I'm an awful parent.
Totally.
Or you're blaming your kid. You're like, I have an awful kid.
Yeah.
Neither is productive.
Yeah. Okay.
So after I've found my own goodness, really, and groundedness, I can give that to my kid. And I can find him and I can say, listen, it's never your fault when I yell, which is hard to accept, right? We forget to differentiate. I'm frustrated at my kid maybe because of something he did, but that doesn't mean it's okay to scream in his face.
Yeah.
So it's never your fault when I yell. And I'm sure that felt scary. And I'm going to work on managing my emotions so they don't come out in such a scary way.
I think when parents hear advice like this, they're like, that's a good idea, except one thing. My kids are teenagers now and I've missed the boat, and now I can't unring the bell. I mean, if you do have teenage kids or whatever, can you still go down this road?
100%. And you're kind of teeing up the last 2 minutes of my TED Talk. The whole thing is like 12 minutes, but if you don't have 12 minutes, I get it. Just watch the last 2 minutes, okay? Because it really goes into the fact that it is not too late. Your teen might not want a one-on-one. Teen, it's great. Send them a text. Put a note under their door.
That's a good
They still
idea.
need it, and I think we know it because think about if your parent texted you, hey, you know, there were a lot of moments in your childhood that probably felt bad, and I wish I had stepped aside instead of yelling at you. They weren't your fault. I love you. I don't know any adult who'd say, I wouldn't care. That's
Of course. Yeah, that's good.
So I'm going to do the opposite of what Hoda just did, that I think there's probably a lot of parents with kids our age that are toddlers or, 4 or 5, and in the midst of, no, I'm not going to put on my shoes or whatever it is, it's hard to keep that cool,
Yeah,
and then also they're 4 or 5, so to have a real repair moment, what can we do in the midst of like our deepest frustrations?
100%. So look, there's obviously another part. What can we do outside of the moments to just yell less often and have our kids cooperate more often? There's a lot of things we can do, none of which are, very quick. But what I'd say is talking to your kid outside of the moment matters. Hey, it's hard to get on your shoes in the morning. What can we do tomorrow to make it more fun for all of us? It's amazing when you approach even a toddler as if they're a teammate and not an enemy, that they tend to want to work with you instead of against you. And then what I'd also want every parent to know, it does not matter how old your kid is, they feel the repair. I remember repairing with my 12-month-old. Hey, I was frustrated earlier. You probably heard that. You're safe. I love you. Now let's go play. They totally get it.
Yeah.
All right, we have a lot of questions.
Yeah,
for
we
Dr.
do.
Becky, but we'll take a commercial and then we'll come back right after this. Yeah, that's true. We're back with clinical psychologist Becky Kennedy is now going to answer some of our parenting questions, and we got a lot of them.
We've got so many.
First one is from Danielle. She's got a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. Take a look.
Hi, Dr. Becky. I'd love to know your thoughts on how to navigate the feeling of being pressured or judged in public when you're parenting your child through a temper tantrum.
Oh yeah, girl. We've all had it.
I love this question because I actually have a great strategy that I use all the time. So I came up with this when I was in a grocery store where I had said no to my daughter when she wanted to get, I don't know.
Candy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And temper tantrum happened. I look around at all the parents and I said, I don't really know what anyone else is thinking.
Yeah.
So if I'm going to make up the thoughts of other people, I might as well make them work for me.
Yeah.
So I imagine them all saying, Becky, you've got this. We've been there. You're a rock star parent. We're not judging you. And all of a sudden, I truly pictured having 20 people encouraging me. And so since then, I always imagine it. And I actually think those thoughts are closer to the truth of what people are thinking.
Then
They're not
judgment.
judging us after all.
Yeah, well, we've all been there.
Yeah.
Okay, next up is from one of our favorites, Joelle Gargiulo. She's a mom of 2 girls, ages 8 and 5. Take a look.
As a mom, I am very patient. I am very understanding. I am very kind. And with all of those wonderful things said, my kids don't listen to me. Not the first time, not the second time, not the 6th time. And then I think I just eventually lose it. And I don't know, I need help. What do I do? How do I get my kids to listen?
Yeah.
That's a good one. I'm sure a lot of parents empathize with that.
Yes. Listening is really all about connection. And connection is in part about being kind and warm, like she was saying. Connection is also in part about boundaries. So I think if listening is an issue and you know you've got that warmth and kindness piece, ask yourself, am I setting up my kids to listen? For example, am I saying to them, get off the couch, get off the couch? I said get off the couch. Or, hey, when I walk over to you, if you're not off the couch, I will pick you up and put you on the floor and show you where you can jump safely. That's a boundary. And now I'm not frustrated because I'm actually embodying my authority and setting the boundary my kid needs.
Okay, what if your kid does something it's upsetting and then you say, I want you to come and sit down now, and they say no, and I go 5, 4, 3, 2, and I'm at 2 and I don't have anything after 1. It's all like if you ever get to 1, it's over.
Yeah, what happens after 1?
And some they used to scramble. Now it's like
totally.
So do you what's the thing? that
What
you
can we
should-
replace with that?
Or what is that even a bad strategy?
Well, I don't know. I just imagine my husband doing that to me. And
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't work.
I don't think it feels very
Oh,
good.
and-
So what I
no.
would say is,
I used to do it as a teacher.
Yeah.
I think okay, we have something really important to talk about. I would love to talk to you now. If that doesn't work, I'm going to find you in a few minutes. I know we can work this out together. Now we're really working like we're on the same team instead of a kid feeling controlled, in which case they're likely to protest.
Yeah. I think it's also about like making it fun, kind of. Like sometimes I'm like, I bet I can beat you up the stairs.
Yeah.
That works for Hal better than being like, when I get to 3, you better be upstairs.
Do you want to hop up the stairs or walk up the stairs?
Sometimes
I know,
it
but
works.
sometimes you're over.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, okay.
All right, okay, here's Helen from New Jersey. She wrote in with a question. My son just entered high school and is nervous to get involved in new clubs where he might not know people or might be the youngest there. How do I motivate him to get involved with the school without pressuring him?
Such a good question. So actually, kids tend to be motivated to do things on their own when they're not overwhelmed with nervousness or anxiety. So I'd shift, or I always say upgrade the question to how can I help support my kid around what he's nervous about so he feels more able to sign up for things that are exciting. So I just say, hey, it makes sense to feel nervous. Or I love saying to my kids, do you know you can be nervous and brave at the same time?
That's
and
good.
that really opens things up.
Okay.
Awesome. Dr. Becky, thank you. We could have had
Thank
a whole
you.
show.
I have a whole bunch more.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll be writing
back
in.
after
Okay.
this. So, Haley. right, we cannot wait for our trip to Bermuda, but we love it so much. We've got to change the dates on it. We're going to have news on when we are going to Bermuda very soon.
We
It'll be
sure
fun.
are. It's going to be awesome. Tomorrow, Stanley Tucci stops by.
Plus, our pal Justin Silvestri is going to bring us the scoop.
And a performance by Need to Breathe. We do need to breathe, don't we? Let's all breathe.
Bye. Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back. Here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
Over the years, I have been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. We had made that pesto, which was,
Exactly.
darn. I almost got out of this one
That's
clean.
cool.
Turn it down. Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I didn't know the first thing about how to cook. But those days are behind me for good, and I'm starting to find a little confidence in the kitchen. Now, culinary superstar Bobby Flay sharing his love of seafood from coast to coast. Today, we're gonna be making crab cakes with an orange chive tartar sauce, and then try a West Coast-inspired crispy fried fish taco with a mango black bean salsa. I love tacos. I have a lot to learn about seafood, and I cannot wait to give this a shot. So, let's get started. Is Bobby Flay? Bobby Flay? It's really Bobby Flay?
It's really Bobby Flay.
I mean, we have a long history together.
Yes, we do. We've made lots of food on the Today Show together.
We have, and you've even been called in to try to teach me to cook a long time ago.
Yes, and we're back.
We're back. Guess what? It didn't stick, but now it is. I'm learning a few things.
So I've been brought in to teach you, a couple of things: seafood, but also frying seafood.
Okay, so what's our plan today?
So the plan today is first we're going to shape the crab cakes, make the tartar sauce, fry the crab cakes, make the mango black bean salsa, prepare the batter, and fry the fish, plate, and serve. We're gonna start by cutting a shallot.
My instinct would be to cut off these edges.
Yes, exactly. Cut off the edges.
And then
exactly.
I know I've learned that you should, when you have a round thing, you need to give yourself a flat edge.
Yeah, so cut it in half. We're gonna make cuts in two different directions. First, we're gonna go like this.
Are we mincing?
We're gonna make them very fine.
Okay.
Because this is actually going to be in the crab cake, and we're not going to take it out. So we want it to be
good little bite
easy to,
size.
exactly right. The one thing I always tell people when they have a knife in their hand, don't daydream. Just think about exactly what you're doing at the very moment.
Why would I daydream when being with you is a dream?
Oh my goodness. Okay. Crab cake is over.
I know. So I did that, and now am I just chop?
Nope.
Oh.
And then you're gonna take your hand.
Oh, right.
Do you remember this?
This thing, right? Hold it together.
Exactly.
I hate this.
You
I hit too hard, and I had to hold it like this because otherwise it splays out.
That's okay. Exactly. And that's how you're gonna create a fine dice.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. This is so unnatural.
It is?
But look
Look
at my
how
mincing.
beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Cute.
Now, so if a couple of months ago, if somebody handed you a shallot, do you think you could get it diced like that?
No, definitely
Yeah,
not.
exactly. So we're gonna put our shallots in here.
Okay. So neutral oil like canola or something, or vegetable?
Canola oil, vegetable oil. You know what? I've been using a lot of avocado oil.
Whose big bit is this?
I think that's mine.
It's definitely yours, Bobby.
I'll
It's
take
not
credit
mine.
for it. Okay.
Okay.
There's two different ways to saute. Like in this case, we're sauteing the shallots.
Yeah.
With color is sauteing, and sweating it is cooking it without color.
Okay.
So what we want to do is sweat this.
Okay.
So we're softening the shallots.
Mhm.
We're bringing out all the natural flavors. You can smell how delicious
It
that.
smells so good. Dumb question alert. How do I know it's soft if I can't touch it? It's too hot.
Well, you're feeling it with your.
Yeah.
You can also taste it.
Oh yeah, they're big on tasting.
They're big.
Really opens up the pores. They still taste hard to me.
Okay, so then keep sauteing them.
Okay.
And they're starting to get a little color, so let's be careful.
Okay.
All right, I think that's fine.
Okay, cool. I'm turning it off.
Great. All right, so we're going to put this into our bowl.
Oh, we forgot to have a toast.
Oh my goodness.
Bobby.
We're drinking already.
I know, that's how we do on this show.
Ginger beer margaritas.
Okay.
Mm.
Whew. Got a little kick to it.
Yes,
I like
it does.
it.
Yes,
I
it
like
does.
it. All right, now that we're liquored up, what do we do
Okay.
next?
How are you at zesting?
Well, I mean, I don't know. You tell me.
Okay, just be careful. You don't want to like zest your fingers.
This is an ongoing thing. I don't know if I'm right or left.
Can I show you? Can I show you
Please,
something?
would you
Okay.
please?
Yes. Okay. So you can do this one of two ways. You can actually do it like this,
Oh, I've never seen that.
and what happens is the zester then captures the zest there, and you can go just go
Oh,
like
I like that.
You like that?
Yeah. Okay, let me try that.
Try that. Well, just be careful with it. They are sharp.
This is painful for you, isn't it?
No, it's not at all.
How much? Can I be done
That's enough.
zesting?
That's
Okay.
enough.
What,
But
now
we
got
need
a
lemon too.
zest. Okay.
Yeah. Can I be done zesting?
Oh my
I've
God.
had enough of zesting.
Zesting! Death by zesting! Has the zester ever killed anyone? Okay.
I don't know. All right, that's enough lemon.
Okay, good.
I can't watch it anymore.
You know what I'm gonna do? Avoid all recipes with zesting. There will be no zesting.
Who
Okay.
needs zest?
No.
Okay. Now, we're gonna take all this mayonnaise.
Okay.
And the mayonnaise obviously is gonna give it some richness. Like mayonnaise always tastes good, and
Yeah.
also it's gonna help bind the crab cake itself.
Okay.
We're gonna take 1 tablespoon, which is that measure
Yes.
of horseradish. Horseradish has a good zesty flavor to it.
It does. Makes your sinuses open up.
Exactly, it does. I love horseradish.
Me too.
Uh,
How much of that?
The 1 tablespoon of whole grain mustard. Okay. And the thing I like about whole grain mustard is obviously it's gonna have that little mustard bite.
Yes.
And
I just.
you know what I love about you? This is like the measuring is a guide, which honestly, I actually like that because we're not baking, so it doesn't have to be
Well,
exact.
that's funny because that's one of the hardest things for me to get used to is that it doesn't have to be all perfect.
Especially when you're not baking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Half tablespoon of whatever this is. What is
it's
this?
actually half tablespoon of Calabrian chilies. They're hot.
Mm.
Yes. Toss all this crab in here.
Ooh, okay. Exciting. Okay. Now, where did you get this at the store?
This is Maryland jumbo lump crab meat. It's already cooked and it's already clean.
Okay.
It's not cheap, but it's a great product.
Yeah.
We don't want to mix it yet
Okay.
because we want the crab to stay, in pretty big pieces.
Okay.
You paid money for that texture. We
Yeah.
don't want to destroy it. All
Okay.
right. How are you at seasoning? I think one of the things that separates a home cook from a professional cook is how aggressive they season. And I'm talking about just salt and pepper.
Okay.
Okay. So this is kosher salt, which is what I always use.
Mhm.
And when you pick up kosher salt in your fingers, you can feel it.
Yeah.
And when I season with kosher salt, I crush it in my fingers and then I just go like this.
Okay. Should I
And
add more?
Add some more. Exactly.
Ooh,
and
more
then,
or no,
and then
it's
pepper.
Okay.
And like
How's that?
more.
Oh.
Now we're gonna take 2 tablespoons of Wonder flour.
Now, what is Wonder flour?
So it's Wondra.
Oh,
it's not Wonder.
Wonder.
Wondra
I
flour.
wonder what Wondra is.
There you go, Wonder flour.
Dump it in?
Yes. So Wonder flour is kind of sprinkle it around. Wonder flour is it's already steamed and cooked, so it's going to dissolve a lot easier than say all-purpose flour, which is still raw.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And this is what's going to help bind our crab cakes. Now we're gonna you can start to fold it in, and I want you to fold as opposed to stirring.
Right. I remember folding from baking.
Exactly. See, this is starting to look really good. Now, one of the things about these crab cakes, Savannah, is that we walk a tightrope in terms of whether or not they're going to hold together. And what we're doing is we're giving up the idea of adding lots of breadcrumbs and lots of filler and keeping it about the crab, but at the same time, we want it to stay together.
So we're not using those crutches.
We're not using the crutches.
So-
we want flavor. So this is where we're gonna have to get our hands dirty. How do you feel about that?
I feel good if I'm wearing these gloves.
Oh my goodness.
By
It's not very
so-
glamorous, but I'm gonna go with
Okay,
it.
no, I know. Okay, so I'm just making a little ball.
So yeah, so you make a ball like
Like
this.
a round ball. Okay, I
To
thought
start,
they'd be flat.
almost like a meatball. But then what I do is I make it into almost like a burger.
Oh.
Okay.
How's that look? Should I make it a little flatter like
yeah,
yours?
like that. See if you can make it like that. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like that. Okay, let's see if we can tell whose is whose. Okay, that's definitely the professional.
Yes, we can.
Yes, yes, we most certainly can. When did you start cooking? Like, how did you learn?
I started cooking when I was 17 years old.
Oh.
I dropped out of high school.
Wow.
And I went to work in a restaurant because I needed a job. And I've been doing the same thing every day.
Oh my gosh.
It's 10 years later.
Wow.
It's been a decade.
You look so young.
Thanks.
Do
Okay.
these cook or chill or what?
They're gonna they're gonna chill.
Okay.
So and chilling them is actually one of the things that's gonna help hold them together.
Okay.
Okay. So you want to put them in the refrigerator?
I will. They look so good.
Okay.
All right, tartar sauce time. All right,
Let's do it.
so chives are in the onion family. I love chives, and I like to cut them. Like I like to cut the edge off.
What edge?
Like I like to cut the edge off like
Yeah,
this.
I don't like those, friends.
And then start here.
Okay.
So then you have a nice even edge.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then again, just kind of that rocking method.
That's what I gotta work on. I'm trying to hide my fingers like you told me.
Very, very as fine as you can get them.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah, you're doing a great job.
Okay.
Don't daydream.
I know.
That's really good.
Thank you.
And also incredibly consistent.
Oh, good. I'm so delighted.
I mean, look at that.
Okay.
That's really, really good.
I love it. And do we have enough?
Yeah,
Okay.
between the two of us, I think we
Okay.
have plenty.
All right, just throw it all in?
Yeah, toss it in there. So
Stir?
now we're gonna stir everything together. So we're gonna start with some orange zest. Now that
Okay.
you're a professional
I know,
zester.
exactly.
We have some capers that are chopped up.
okay.
Okay, good, nice salty flavor.
It seems chunky for a sauce.
But it's a tartar sauce,
Okay.
and it has texture, which is great. So these are the cornichon or
Oh.
gherkins, as you like to call them.
Gherkins.
They're pickles. They're
Oh,
baby pickles.
I love a baby
Yeah.
pickle. Chef tax.
Orange juice.
Orange juice, really?
Orange juice, yeah. And then salt and pepper, always.
Oh, okay. Sprinkle technique.
Crush.
Crush and sprinkle.
2 tablespoons of that vinegar. Just do it by eye.
I
Do it
can't
by eye. Do it by. You
Do you
can do
promise?
it. I promise. I'm standing right here.
Okay.
Perfect.
one.
A little more.
That's 2.
Good.
Really? God, I feel like a pro.
Killing the game. So you're just gonna mix this all together until it's well incorporated,
Mm-hmm.
and then we'll let this sit for like a half an hour. We have a lot of flavors in there. We just want all the flavors to kind of meld together.
Looks
Here,
good.
you have to taste this.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Make sure you're happy with all the
Especially with my
seasoning,
seasoning.
etc.
Oh, that's good. Who is that thing?
Yes, exactly. That's the pickling. That's the as you like to call them, the gherkins or the cornichon. We can leave it at room temperature.
Okay.
You just put a little in the serving bowl, so it looks nice and pretty.
Yeah.
And we can save the rest for later.
Okay.
If there's any left over.
Great.
All right, perfect. Let's make some crab cakes.
Okay. Should I go get them?
Please do. This is so fun. You're doing so much of the work. We're gonna take some Wondra flour.
Wondra.
okay?
How much Wondra?
Make sure we
I
have enough.
wonder how much Wondra.
Salt and pepper.
Okay.
And this is something that you should know in general. When you're doing a dredging station, like if you're making cutlets of chicken where it's like
Yeah.
flour, egg, breadcrumbs, you season every layer.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's gonna be bland.
Okay,
Exactly.
interesting.
Yeah, stir it around so it's just seasoned. And then, so basically what we're gonna do is now you have to be very gentle here, Savannah. We have the crab cakes, they're nice and chilled. So we're just gonna kind of go like this. Very-
Just top and bottom, or should I get the sides?
You can get the sides too.
Okay.
Okay?
You're gonna drop it right in there?
We're gonna drop it right in. Let me
Okay.
show you. So basically, a good way to do that is like this. Okay, and they're gonna fry.
They're fried,
So
that's
you
why
wanna
I
do the same
said
thing.
that.
So
Okay,
like,
gentle,
yeah, very gentle. Treat them with kid gloves, so to speak.
Okay, does
You
that
know?
seem good?
Yep. Put it on there and just very carefully. Don't drop it.
Don't be mad.
Beautiful. What we're trying to accomplish is creating a nice crust on the outside on all parts of the crab cake.
Okay.
And it's gonna take about 3 minutes on each side.
Okay, I was gonna say I'm gonna have to flip these over because.
Yeah, at some
Yes.
point.
Okay.
We're gonna flip this in a few seconds.
Okay.
Now, again, you wanna be careful here. And what I like to do is kind of like turn it away from me.
Oh.
So if it splatters, it goes that way as opposed to this way.
Okay.
And see, look, nice and crispy.
Looks nice, and it didn't fall apart.
No. Or, yeah.
If this falls apart, I'm gonna die. in
No, it's
shame.
not gonna fall apart.
Just be a good crab cake.
All right.
Hey.
I know,
Is
but
that
you did
all
it right at you.
Oh.
Just be careful.
Okay.
Go, you know.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right, so move this one over here.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now this guy.
So this guy, here's what you can do. You can just use this guy as
Mm-hmm.
the background.
Okay.
Right, exactly.
But,
Use him to flip it over.
okay. And then I'm gonna. Oh, come on now. Now they're friends. They
Right.
don't want to get apart. Okay. Now flip it this way.
Flip it.
This way.
Yeah.
But I find that to be harder.
Okay.
Oh no, it's falling apart. I knew it was too good to be true. Oh, Bobby, we got a loose crab piece.
No, it's okay.
What do we do?
There's one little crab piece.
All
Don't
right.
worry about it. You know what? Here's the thing. They'll know they're homemade.
Yes.
And that's really good. That's a really good thing.
That's true.
All right, so basically now we're gonna start to take these out and we're gonna put them on a paper towel so that they just drain a little bit.
Draining. Okay. Should I go for it?
Yeah, go for it.
Can't lose another one.
Gorgeous.
This is Bobby's. The good one.
The good one.
Put this on your plate.
Nice.
Can I use my finger?
Yeah.
And then this is the number 2.
Yep. Yeah, hold on. Nice job.
This is the problem child. Okay, this guy wants to fall apart. Don't do it. Don't
It
fall
looks
apart.
great.
It does.
It looks
It's
great.
gonna taste good.
All right. A little salt and pepper on top while it's still warm.
I'm doing it. Is that too much? I'm
Nah,
doing yours.
that's fine. We have crab cakes, and then we're gonna put them on here.
Okay.
Come on, bring them on over.
Oh, don't break.
Nice.
Gosh, these look really good.
Don't they?
Yeah.
Nice and crusty.
Oh, and hot. Look at that. Okay, I'm gonna put this on the table.
Gorgeous. Yes, put it on the table.
Are you so proud of us?
I am very proud of you. We're gonna fry some fish, but before we get into that, let's make our black bean mango salsa. Prioritizing what you do first, second, third, etc. in any meal is really important. But we know that we can make the black bean salsa, the black bean and mango salsa ahead of time, let it sit, have it done, because the fish, when we cook it, then we want to eat. We're gonna start by dicing an onion. We need half of a red onion.
Okay. That's gonna be good enough for government work. Here we go.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna beat Bobby Flay today.
No, you're not, but these look really good. Well, let's do the mango next.
Okay. Mango is a very tricky fruit.
It's a very tricky fruit. First of all, when you pick a mango, you want it to be ripe. You want it to have some give as you kind of push your thumb into it. Making these stand up is really important. And then you're gonna go down both sides of the mango so that you get these two lobes. One like this, and then one like this.
No pit, no pit, no pit.
Yeah, the pit is in there.
Okay,
and then
I'm trying to avoid the pit.
And then of course you can go around the sides to get these little pieces as well.
Yeah. You don't want to lose. I can't see where the pit
And then basically this is like the pit's in here, but I just eat this.
Oh, I like that.
So good, so ripe. We're gonna make like almost like diamonds in the mango. You don't want to cut all the way through, just to the skin. Then you're gonna turn it, and you're gonna go this way.
Oh, I'm making like a little. I actually cut an avocado sometimes like this.
Yes, exactly right. You can scoop the mango right with a spoon.
Oh,
look at that. There's a handful of different ways to cut a mango. I think this is the prettiest way and the easiest way.
Now, some of my pieces are kind of big and
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
We're making tacos. Everything's gonna be fine.
Exactly.
I use canned black beans all the time. They're always cooked perfectly.
Good.
Strain them out, throw them in there.
Good, because I didn't want to make beans.
Okay. I didn't want to make beans, so you're not gonna make beans.
Okay.
Okay, so we
Pour
have,
the margarita. No, I'm just kidding. Okay.
well,
Might be
close.
good, yeah.
Close. The lime juice.
Lime juice.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Now a couple of more things we're gonna put in here. Some honey.
Okay. How much?
I don't know. Open it up. let's do this.
Oh boy.
Let's do this. Pour some in. It's
Pour some in. What
Yeah.
does that even mean? That's good, right?
A little more.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
Whatever you say, honey.
I forgot one more thing.
Oh.
We have to put the jalapeno in.
Oh, okay.
We have to dice that.
Okay.
Okay. Let's cut the stem off. Cut it in half lengthwise.
Okay.
You're gonna take the inside pith and the seeds out. So now we just have the flesh of the pepper. And then you're gonna turn it upside down,
Yeah, flatten it.
push it down, and then you're gonna dice it. Put some olive oil in there.
How much? It says 1/4 cup.
Fire
that?
away.
Can I measure
Go.
it?
No. I want you in the bowl.
Okay, I'm
I
in the bowl.
want you in the bowl.
I'm present.
Exactly. Because
That seems
this-
like, that seems like is that enough?
a little more, because you feel like you're doing it. Okay.
Yeah,
That's good.
good, okay.
And then you're gonna season this with salt and pepper, because we season everything with salt and pepper.
Yes.
Look at
Okay.
you.
Look at I'm doing your technique. A little more? Or is that good?
Little something salty, and then that's good. And then some black pepper.
Okay. Stir it.
Stir this up.
This is looking good.
All right.
Some of my big mango chunks are a little aggressive, but it's good.
It actually looks very good. I'm gonna add some cilantro. How do you
Okay.
feel about cilantro?
I like the flavor. I've never chopped it or anything.
Okay, so let's do this.
Okay.
Make a little room on your board. You're going to take the flowers off the stems.
Okay. Like all these leaves, you mean?
The leaves, yeah. That's the part of cilantro that you want to eat. Okay, that's good. So
Okay.
then just kind of make it into a pile like this, and you're going to coarsely chop it. So you put your hand on top of the knife, and you just kind of rock back and forth, right? And then you kind of go this back and forth
That's
this
fine.
way,
This makes me feel like I'm on a cooking
and just
show.
and put it back into a pile.
Okay. Oh, it smells good.
That's coarsely chopped herbs,
Okay.
as opposed to finely chopped. They're nice and coarse. Throw them in there. Okay. So we're gonna stir this up.
Stir it.
You taste it and tell me what you think.
Okay. I like it.
Do you think
A
it needs
little
anything?
oniony.
I think it needs a little more salt.
Okay.
And this is the way you cook. If you're not chewing, you're not cooking. It's also beautiful.
It is. It's gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
Okay. Next step.
Next step, let's fry some fish.
Let's do it. You know what I like to do before I deep fry?
What?
Take a big deep swig.
Okay, let's do it.
Should we do it?
Yes, absolutely. It's the deep
Cheers.
fry swig.
Okay. So instead of the deep beer batter,
I love that you drink first and then cheers.
well, I didn't know we were cheersing.
You were prepping. Okay.
know. Bad
Okay.
form.
So let's start with rice flour. Okay.
How
So,
much?
we're gonna do equal parts. So do 1 cup, do equal parts of water, and you're going to whisk. What we're trying to achieve here is a very light batter, so that it has some crispiness, but you can definitely see and taste the fish.
Okay.
Okay, that's the key.
Now you told me that fish that fried doesn't have to be bad for you. But
I mean-
isn't frying like just terrible?
Well, frying can be bad for you if like for instance, the oil is not hot enough and it seeps in throughout all the protein.
Oh.
But if it's just crisping the outside of it and repelling it, then it's totally fine.
Okay, now how's that?
Okay, so that's fine. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a little bit of this rice flour and we're gonna use this as a dredge, kind of like, you know, we don't even have to measure it. All right, we can just, and then we're gonna season every layer, as we said. Remember?
Look at my heavy hands.
I know. Are you seasoning more now than ever before?
Yeah, especially with your eyes on me. I don't want to get in trouble. How's that?
It's good.
Now,
Season the
do
fish too.
I need to whisk? Oh my
Season the
gosh,
fish.
Really?
Yes. We don't want bland foods,
No,
Savannah.
I do not. But geez, that's a lot. I would just be afraid it'd
That's
be
good.
like over salted.
That's good.
And
No,
pepper
it's
too.
not. Yep. That's a thick, dense piece of fish. We want to taste it all
But
the
I
way
didn't have to
through.
do both sides.
That's
just
fine.
one side.
That's
Okay.
fine. So so we're gonna dredge this, meaning we're gonna take the fish, make sure and hit it on all sides on the flour, in the flour first.
Flour first and then. Oh, I
Yes,
would have done
because-
this, then this.
No, because this is actually going to hold on to this.
Okay. All right. So, should I use tongs or just use my
Use your
hands?
hand.
Okay. All right. So
Roll it
dredging,
around. Yeah, roll it around.
all sides, kind of
Yep.
deal. Okay.
And then pat it so that you get the excess off. That's enough.
Like that.
Yep.
And in here.
Yep. I want to be careful.
Okay.
Let's just do this.
Yeah. With me. Okay.
365 degrees.
Okay. There's that thermometer.
Now you can
okay.
do the rest of
Okay.
them.
Let me do.
And this is going to be a very, very light batter, nice and crispy.
I hope you don't like that shirt because
That's
I'm
okay.
getting flour all over it.
No problem.
Okay. Well, send me your bill.
I'm just going to keep drinking.
That's what I recommend.
I love coming to your kitchen. There's always alcohol in it.
I know. Savannah's syrupy kitchen.
You're doing great. I love the technique.
Okay.
And also, like, You're moving really well in the kitchen. All right, so we're gonna let this cook for about 5 minutes total. And then we have a wire rack there so that the oil drips through to the bottom.
Okay.
Just be very gentle and also be very careful. It's very hot oil.
You can't even see anything. I don't even know if I'm getting one. Okay, wait.
Yeah, see?
Okay.
See, it's like a stealth-like batter. Just touch that.
Okay.
Nice and crispy.
Did I get enough on there?
You did great. Let's get the fish out of the pot.
Okay. It's been 5 minutes. Does this
Beautiful.
look right to you?
Yep, put it on the tray. Looks great. Look at that. That's gorgeous.
It does. Ooh, I didn't stick the landing.
So great.
Okay. It
So
looks
light
nice.
and crispy.
It really does.
Here are your two favorite friends.
Oh, jeez, here we go.
A little salt and pepper,
Okay.
just on top while it's still hot and the oil's still warm.
Oh my gosh, I really overdid that one. Well, that's a salt.
It's okay. And also, when you season, you want to season from up here
Why?
because otherwise you're going to have clumps of salt.
Well, that's what
if
I
it's
did
too
get.
close.
You're
exactly.
right. Well, that's what happened.
Beautiful.
Ooh. This looks nice. Can we
Done.
eat?
Yes, let's eat. You get the
Okay.
fish, I'll get the salsa. Let's do it.
Look at this feast we've made.
Fantastic.
But it's not just for TV. I actually learned something
I know.
today.
I know.
How are you gonna create your fish taco?
Okay, so we have some tortillas here.
Yeah.
Nice and warm.
Oh, that looks like a nice tortilla.
I'm going to teach you a secret. Don't
Okay.
take the one on the top. Take the one in the middle because
Oh.
it's more pliable.
Oh, how interesting.
You see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I take a little avocado relish. And then you can take a piece of fish. The fish on top.
Oh my gosh.
A little mango salsa.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, this looks so good.
Right?
Yeah.
And then what I like to do is just kind of squeeze a lime on top.
Oh yeah.
And then you can take a little cilantro, maybe just a sprig, and put it on top. You can just pick up your tortilla, and you have a fish taco.
Oh my gosh, this is a big bite. Turn the camera away. It's
Well,
not
you,
gonna be pretty.
taste the fish. You know, it's
Okay.
like.
Oh my god. It's so good. Don't look at me. It's
But
so good.
It's light and crispy. You did a great job cooking the fish. And this is obviously great for, to make a taco. But also, you can also do, serve it as, fish and chips.
Oh, my kids would love that with this ketchup.
Yeah. Just remember this. Flavor is very important, but contrast of texture is just as important in eating and cooking.
All right, I gotta try this crab cake now. That is so good.
Tastes like crab,
It tastes like crab.
and that's the cake.
I would say that's the best crab cake I ever had.
Best crab cake you ever made.
Yeah, that's true. Only crab cake I ever made, but yum, that is delish. And I love this chunky tartar sauce. This is delicious. I am so proud of myself. I'm proud of you.
I'm proud of you. Cheers.
Thank you. You've been on a long journey with me, Bobby.
Savannah, invite me back anytime. I'm here to teach.
Over the years, I have been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. We had made that pesto, which was, exactly. I almost got out of this one clean.
Turn it down.
Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I actually don't know the first thing about how to cook, but I'm putting those days behind me for good. Today, Darnell's Super Chef Ferguson is gonna teach me his tricks for the most important meal of the day, breakfast. We're making an American-style omelet with all the fixings, the crispiest candied bacon, and a classic pancakes that everyone in my family will love. I'm feeling pretty confident about this one, and I love breakfast, so let's get started. Darnell Ferguson, thank you for coming all this way. I really love breakfast. I even like breakfast for dinner. Do you ever do that?
See, that's what I was gonna say. You know, we're gonna do breakfast, brunch, and some Brenner.
Okay,
You know?
exactly. I love Brenner.
Our plan for today is 1, Savannah will learn how to cook a flawless sunny side up egg. 2, we'll cook an American style omelet. 3, sprinkle brown sugar and grind pepper for candied bacon. 4, make the pancake batter. 5, use the griddle to make the pancakes. 6, plate and serve.
This is probably gonna make you laugh. I don't really know how to fry an egg. I mean, I've tried it before. I don't know. I don't know how to flip it over. Could we just learn that basic thing first?
Yeah, so since you don't know how to flip it over, let's start with sunny side up.
Okay.
Which is my favorite style of eggs.
All right.
The least cooked egg is a sunny side up egg. Then you have over easy, you have over medium, and every egg keeps getting cooked more. We have our eggs right here.
Okay.
Little 101 for cracking eggs is never crack it on the corner.
Okay.
Do you crack it on the corner at home?
Yeah.
From here on out, you're not going to, okay?
Yeah.
So we're gonna crack it on a flat surface.
Well, but then see, that wasn't very
Perfect.
good.
See, that was easy.
Should I try it again?
Yeah, try another one. There
Just
you
let
go.
me try.
Okay.
This is the only way to learn, I
You were
think.
strong, so yeah, there you go.
Okay, that was
Perfect.
better.
See? Round 2 is there now.
Practice makes
Yep.
perfect. Okay,
So
now.
we're gonna lightly just let that egg just fall right into the pan.
I see you just did yolk last. Was that on purpose?
Oh no, I don't have a choice. The egg is in control of this shit.
Okay,
It's gonna do what it wants to do. I'm just here as a bystander.
Okay, the egg is driving. I'd be worried. I'm already feeling a little stressed like it's gonna burn.
No, it's not gonna burn. It's
Okay.
very low temperatures.
Okay.
Very low. So you don't have to worry about that. And it shouldn't stick because it's non-stick pan. Yours looks like something that is not a true like egg, how perfect that looks.
I mean, it really does. It kind of
does.
looks fake.
Yeah, it does. Like yours doesn't seem like a real egg. That's how good you are. You see, that's the confidence you need.
Oh, no, you're good for my confidence.
Okay, so we're gonna get a little bit of butter,
Okay.
right?
And then what?
And then once it melts down, we're going to take our spoon and we're going to just put the butter over the egg whites.
Okay,
And that's going to help cook it.
That's cool.
So you're taking a hot liquid
Yes.
and you're putting it over your undercooked eggs.
But not on the yolk, just on the whites.
Just on the whites.
Okay.
Here you go. I'll show you this perfect egg, which is almost done. Only
Yes.
has about another 30 seconds.
How do you know it's almost done?
It'll be firm.
Okay.
So now it's finished.
Okay.
Now our sunny side up egg, you've done this. Easy, just like a pro. Now we
Okay.
can put it on our plates.
Wow.
You can grab your toast plate.
Okay.
Making eggs is one of the easiest things, but I will tell you this. If you ever want to know how great a chef is,
Yes.
tell them to make you eggs.
Really? Why?
It takes time, it takes a lot of skill, and
How do you get it off the pan?
so it just want to fall right on off.
Oh, you're just
It'll
gonna kind of like
Yep.
slide it.
Just slide it right on off. We have
Okay.
a little flaky sea salt.
Okay, yes. This looks incredible, by the way.
Well, you did it. See?
Wow.
Look at this.
Okay.
And then we got a little black pepper if you like it.
How do you know, though? I guess I'm still obsessed with this, like the yolk. How do I know if it's like runny or thick enough?
The yolk is the easy part.
Okay.
You want it runny. It's
Right.
it's the whites
Okay.
that you want cooked.
Okay.
So the whites are cooked, the yolk is runny, that's sunny side up. And
Look at us.
Toast.
Just two chefs
Yeah.
making eggs. Cheers.
Yes. You want to try it out? This is what everybody wants.
Oh
on
my
here.
gosh, so good. And of course, I like to mop it up with the toast.
Yes.
Mm,
That's delicious.
so good. Darnell, I think we're ready to graduate to something even trickier.
So you ready to go into omelet making?
I am.
So let's have a good toast to those sunny side up eggs that we made.
We always have a cocktail on the show.
I love it.
I think we're mimosing today. Let me see.
That's delicious.
Ease up on the orange juice.
Omelets are fun. There's not a lot of things you cook that are fun to cook, but omelets are fun to do.
Okay, I'm into this.
They're fast. It'll make you feel like you're in the NBA for a little bit because you can do it and you'll get your confidence up. The first thing you want to do is what we call mise en place. We have everything laid out first, and then we want to make sure our knife skills are perfect. So the first thing we're going to actually do is the ham.
I've learned a couple things about knives.
You're doing great.
Okay.
There you go. I worry about your hands being out like that.
I know. Actually, when I took piano lessons when I was 6, Mr.
Mhm.
Claret made us do the piano like this. You know, you were supposed to have curved fingers. That's
Yeah.
I need to remember that.
It's a great way. So just small pieces, consistent sizes. That
Okay.
way the omelet is pretty smooth.
Okay.
Here we go.
This looks so good. Okay. All right, chopped enough. We got plenty of ham.
Yes.
Ham
Right.
is my favorite though. So good.
Ham, wait till you try the candied bacon.
Oh.
It's gonna be your new favorite. I know
All
your
right.
kids are gonna love it, by the way. Let's do our eggs.
Eggs. Okay. I
Like 2
learned from a
eggs.
very wise chef. Never on the corner, always here. Now
So
we
we're gonna
whisk.
whisk it.
Okay. I know this from scrambling.
Yes.
I usually do it with a fork. Does it matter?
No.
Okay.
Whisk is gonna put more air into it. So a little salt and pepper in here.
Okay. Oh yes, always salt and pepper. Okay.
Go.
Like this much salt, or is that too much?
No, that's great.
Like what about?
Remember, you can always add more later.
Okay, I know. I tend to undersalt, but now I've been told by so many of you chefs to put more salt that I might be over-salting. How's that? Good?
That looks great. Looks great. We'll whisk that together.
Do you ever put milk in it or no?
Scrambled eggs, I like to put the fat in there. I like to put the milk in there. And it stretches out your eggs so you got a lot of kids to cook for at home.
Yeah.
So I have 8 kids. 6 who stay at my house full time. So
Oh my gosh.
that's why I call my wife my junior chef, because she's always cooking for juniors.
Oh. That's amazing. Wow. Okay.
Before, we're gonna put a little butter in here. We're gonna let it
Yes.
foam up a little bit.
This is my big question about omelet making. When do you put the toppings in?
So there's no right answer to that. You can put it in before, like we're gonna do today,
Yeah.
and let them cook a little bit.
You mean you put the, wait a minute.
Mhm.
You put the vegetables in before the eggs?
Yes, that is one way of doing it.
Okay, wow, you're blowing my mind.
Now let's go ahead and put whatever vegetables and meats you want to put inside.
Okay, so
of it.
this would be when I put the spinach in.
Yes,
Which I don't usually like spinach, but I want to learn, so I'm
it
putting
helps
it in.
soften it up a little bit.
Now these are big old leaves. Should I have chopped those smaller?
No, they're gonna cook down.
I'll put a couple peppers.
So we have this going, and remember, all these meats are cured meats, so they're already cooked enough.
Oh, okay.
So we're not worried about cooking the meats.
Got it. It's
Right?
more like heating them up.
Exactly.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and pour our eggs in.
Okay. So this is enough.
That's enough.
I don't have to wait for these to be brown
No.
or anything? Okay.
No.
Okay.
There you go. Pour it right in there.
Okay. Ooh.
Fancy.
Okay.
All right. So now go ahead and scramble your egg a little bit.
Okay.
Because we want to get everything evenly incorporated.
Okay.
There you go.
Mhm.
And then now we're going to let it set. Perfect.
Get over there. I want it to look like yours does that.
So look, now I'm going under my egg a little bit, allowing the runniness to run off and go underneath it. Yep. So you don't have.
I don't
much
have
right
any
now.
runniness.
So you have a little bit right
Well,
there.
right there. Should
Yep.
I just make a hole for it?
There you go. We'll help each other out.
Okay.
There you go. And then
Now
you don't have
lift.
much.
Okay. Oh, but I want that. Oh, I see. So like any of this little extra bits.
Yep. Now it's cooking. So we'll leave it like this for 1 second.
So do you feel like a spatula like this is the good implement, like the
you
easiest?
need a rubber spatula.
A rubber spatula.
Yep.
Okay.
Would you rather just put our toppings right here and fold it over, or do you want to flip an omelet first?
I think I need to learn to flip.
Okay. We're going to assist the flip. It's called an
Okay.
assisted flip.
Assisted flip.
I have my spatula under a little.
Yes.
And I'm going to use that to help me flip my egg over.
Oh, the whole thing?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh, no way can I do this.
Your
no
left
way.
hand is hard
Yes,
for
I'm a
left-handed people.
Everything's hard for us.
So go towards the top.
Wait, what? Oh, because I was gonna flip it that way, but
Oh,
you don't
that's
think
what's more comfortable. I'm not left-handed.
Okay,
So
yeah.
everything's different for people
Okay,
who are.
yeah, we're special us
So
lefties.
go under a lot,
Okay,
and then
I'm
you want
under
to
a lot.
assist
Okay.
it with the flip over like that.
I'm scared.
It's like jumping in the pool.
I can't. Okay, one.
You have it.
I know it's gonna fail. Okay, one. I don't want to ruin it. See? No,
you're
but it
good.
didn't.
Now you go back and you just get the rest over.
Okay, but
See?
that wasn't good.
That was good.
Is it supposed to? No, I did it wrong.
No, you're perfect.
But is it? Look, it's folded now like a burrito.
You're gonna fold it over again. It's okay.
Okay.
So now you'll
just
put your
leave
cheese
it, just
inside.
roll with it like that.
Yep.
Okay.
Now you'll put. I like Gruyere cheese.
Okay, me too. Which
So
one's that?
That's that one. Yes.
I like that too.
So put it on the furthest point of your omelet,
Oh, that's interesting. Why is that?
because you're gonna flip it over and you want all the heat to sit right on top of it.
I'm gonna do. Which is this sausage?
That is sausage.
Sausage is my
yes.
favorite. Ham
Yep.
is my favorite. I'm going for it.
There you go.
And all on the side too again.
Yep, all on that
Okay.
side. You did a good job flipping.
Then
You did.
I don't know. I want it, but was it supposed to be like half like this, or was it supposed to really be covering the whole pan?
This is at home cooking. You know, now if you were in the restaurant and we had to, see, this is what you're about to eat at home. So that is perfect for at home.
But I want to get an A, Darnell. I want it to be
that's
like.
an A minus, but it's still an A.
Okay.
You know? So
Okay.
Then I want to flip my egg
Okay,
over
we're
to
flipping
the other
again.
side.
Oh, like another folder, like
Yep.
this, like that.
Yep, just fold it over. Yep.
See, assisted with Darnell. Now it's getting kind of brown. Is that too brown?
No, you're fine.
I mean, look, this is a disaster.
That is good.
No, you know it isn't. And now these guys are falling out.
Well, technically, you're going to eat them anyway.
Okay.
So you got to keep your eyes on the prize.
But I don't think they're getting too warm.
There you go.
Come on, Darnell. You know this is a fail. You don't have to be nice about it. Can I just creep those guys in there?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And then we put it on our plates.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
I wouldn't flip it again? I feel like it needs another flip.
Flip yours one more time. See? There you go.
Yeah, okay. I like to flip a lot. This is the saddest omelet. You know it. We all know it. Let's compare. Oh. Wonder who did what. It doesn't look that bad.
No, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're being hard on yourself.
Okay.
This is just one part of breakfast. We still have to do the candied bacon and the powerful pancakes.
Oh, okay. So
do you
I'll go
see
get these on the table.
All right.
Everybody loves bacon.
No, everyone loves candied bacon.
I was gonna say, usually if I make bacon, I just put it in the microwave. Can we still be friends?
We can be friends, because if you're cooking, that means I'm eating.
Okay.
Yes.
But candied bacon seems intimidating.
Yes. Super Chefs, our restaurants, are the home of the candied bacon.
Okay.
This is our specialty. You cannot even come in and ask for regular bacon. We don't offer it.
How do we do it?
So I'm gonna open up the pack.
Okay.
I'll open it for you. You
Yeah.
can get us a half cup of brown sugar in that
Okay.
bowl for me.
All right. Like just pack it a little?
Yeah, pack it down. We're gonna lay our bacon
Okay.
sideways. So if you're cooking bacon at home, the reason why the microwave isn't the best method is
Yeah.
because it shrivels down the bacon.
Well, that's true.
Yep. Whereas if you cook it on the sheet tray or you cook it in the oven, it keeps the bacon the same length as the bacon.
Now you have this like wire rack and foil. Is that necessary?
It's really necessary for candied bacon.
Okay, okay.
So we have the wire rack, that way the bacon doesn't cook in its own fat. So
How'd you get into cooking, Darnell?
I got into cooking by watching Emerald on TV. He was my inspiration. He was very unique. And if I wasn't going to be a chef, I was going to be a Navy SEAL, so he had a really good uniform on. And I wanted to wear a uniform. So
Now you have a chef's uniform.
yeah, now we have chef coats, which everyone has to wear all the, I'm gonna get you a chef coat.
Oh,
Yep.
I don't know if I deserve it.
First thing we're gonna do is we're going to freshly cracked black pepper on top of it.
How much?
How much pepper do you like? A little bit.
I only like a little.
So
I don't
we'll put a little bit on there. See, that's the
Okay.
thing about cooking. It's about the person, not the recipe. I'm gonna go right down one piece first.
Oh, okay.
See, you're a rebel. You just went everywhere. I like
I know. It's like, well, I didn't know. Now I see I should have watched you first. Yours is more classy. But you're putting a lot on there.
Well, I want to taste
You like
something
it,
besides sweet. Because black pepper also has a little heat to it.
Yeah, okay.
And then we're going to sprinkle brown sugar on top of each piece.
So,
Be
yeah.
as attentive as you would like to.
Okay.
Here we go. So if you want to grab these two and take them to the oven, I can open the door for you.
Oh, we're doing oven, we're not frying. Yeah.
No, always at home. Turn your oven on 400 degrees.
Yes.
Put your bacon on a rack and just put a timer.
Oh,
You don't
really?
have to worry about it anymore.
Okay.
It'll come out perfectly and it won't lose all of its size.
Oh.
We'll go ahead and put these in the oven on 400 for 25 minutes.
Okay, got it. Does it matter which rack?
No, because we're gonna use both of them.
Okay.
Now, if we had the broiler on, then it matters which rack. But
Okay.
since we have it on bake, it won't matter.
All right.
See, you are almost there with candied bacon.
That wasn't that hard.
No, that was easy.
Yeah.
It's pancake time.
Okay.
So I gave you a personal recipe of mine. You know, I worked on this for years to perfect it.
This is the Darnell Ferguson perfect pancake right
Yes,
here.
this is it right here. So we're gonna start with the batter first.
Bye-bye Bisquick.
Yeah. Yes, bye-bye.
Okay.
So what we're gonna do first is our wet mix. We're
Okay.
gonna start with our version, well, my version of buttermilk.
Okay, 2 cups, which you can see. Now, why not just use old buttermilk? Like, why are we using our own?
Okay, so this is what happened. In the restaurants, buttermilk is so expensive
Yeah.
compared to regular milk that I could not feasibly charge people what I had to for how much the buttermilk was costing me. So I figured out how to make the same exact thing happen.
So milk plus, oh, this looks like a 1/4 cup of
Yep,
the
distilled vinegar, yep.
Okay, and am I just stirring this up?
Nope, just let it sit.
Oh, okay.
Let it sit, the curdle a little bit. You see it's getting a little thicker
Oh,
up
I
top.
do see that.
See?
Oh,
Like
okay.
buttermilk would get.
Interesting.
Yep, so we have that going on. Now let's go ahead and crack 3 eggs inside of here.
Okay.
There we go. There for your shells.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Thank you. You wanted to use the side of this at first, I can tell.
I did, but I fought the urge because you taught me, and I don't want you to think I'm not listening. I am definitely
Thank you.
listening. Yeah.
Let's try this last egg one-handed. So the key with one-handed eggs is you just want to separate it like this. That way when you crack it right in the middle, you're just pulling it apart.
Okay, I don't know how this is gonna go.
It was a little nervous when I had to learn it my first time. There you go. Now you just pull it. There you go. Look.
Stop! Oh my
Good
gosh, I
job.
did. I would high five you, but I'm all yolky. Okay, now am I whisking these?
Yep, you're gonna go ahead and whisk them together.
Am I trying to get air like I was for the other?
Nope,
for the
just
omelet?
incorporating.
Okay,
There you go,
so
perfect.
is that good?
Yep.
All right.
So let's go ahead and add our vanilla to our eggs.
Okay, let me see. It says I'm obsessed with 1 teaspoon of vanilla. Okay.
1 teaspoon of vanilla going right in there. This is our wet mix.
That's it.
So you can go ahead and pour this inside of here if you like.
Okay.
See that? That's what we want right
Wow,
there.
look at that. How interesting. It's all lumpy.
Yep, just like buttermilk.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, so it's mixed. So,
Now this is where I could get kind of messy.
so we'll move that to the side now because you have it done and it's perfect.
Is it
You know-
whisked enough?
Oh, it's going to be whisked up now. So now we have our dry mix. We have our flour here.
Yes.
We're going to add sugar. We are
Sugar.
adding 3/4
3/4
cup.
cup sugar. Okay. This says 1 teaspoon baking soda.
Then 2 baking powder.
Okay.
Yep. You need twice as much baking powder than you do baking soda when you're making this batter.
Okay, good to know.
There you go. So we got a little salt going in there too.
How much?
1 teaspoon.
I hate it when they don't tell me how much, you know? I want to know.
Yeah.
It's always like, you chefs, it's always like, a sprinkle of this, a dash of that. Like, well, what about us mortals? We don't know what to do. Okay, now, do I stir it?
There you go.
Okay. Now I'm just kind of mixing it
Yep,
about.
incorporating it in before we mix everything at one time.
Okay. Flour is so messy.
This is where you put the apron on in the restaurant.
Yes.
You put it on at home.
I really should. But I wanted to wear this sweater because we're going to make magic. Abracadabra.
A little bit in.
And start stirring.
Yep.
Now, is this one of those things where you don't want to, like, oh, shoot, over-mix?
This is that thing.
Okay.
That you don't want to overmix.
How's my whisking technique? Like,
You whisk with your shoulders. You want to whisk with your
like
wrist.
what? Like that?
Yep. So more like
Like,
this.
show me.
You see, less. So when you're doing it, your whole arm is into it.
That's right.
Yeah. You just want to.
I'm whisking.
Yep.
Okay.
There you go.
It already looks
You
like
see your air
nice and
bubbles
thick.
starting
Yes.
to form.
And air bubbles are okay, right?
Air
That's what-
bubbles are what's gonna make it rise.
Oh.
You know, it's gonna be those little pockets of air that's gonna form. So you're perfect right there. You don't have to mix. Look at you.
Clean whisk.
Clean
I was
whisk.
never worried.
So
All right.
now we're gonna move over to this contraption here.
Okay, this
is our flat top griddle, which is also my favorite cooking utensil in the kitchen. So we have it turned on 300 degrees.
Okay.
Look how much fat is on there. That's all you
Okay.
need.
Okay, wow.
So we're gonna get one ladle right there.
Does this look?
That looks great.
Okay.
Do it right in the middle of that.
Ooh.
There you go.
Okay. Do you want me to do
I'm gonna put
yours?
another- Yep, do one for me.
Now, big question would be, when do you put the toppings in? Like when it's almost cooked? Do I do it now?
Always put the toppings in before you're gonna flip it.
Okay.
Because what happens is, if you put them in now, imagine we put these big old chips inside
Yes.
of here now. It's gonna weight down the batter
Yeah.
from rising. We want it to rise, right?
Yeah. When do you flip the pancake?
So you'll see the bubbles starting to form.
Mhm.
You'll see the outside of it starting to not break over.
Now, I shouldn't be like messing with it,
No,
right?
you should. You like to touch your food
I
when
do.
you're
I
cooking it.
want to see what's happening. I get antsy.
The goal is when you flip it, you don't want to flip it and the batter runs everywhere.
Why is it already smelling so good?
Because I did the recipe.
It has
So-
a little Darnell magic.
About 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes
Okay.
on each side.
Okay.
We're
Okay.
ready to flip
Now,
some
well, wait.
pancakes.
All right, let's watch the flip. We already have. Okay.
See, I'm going under 1st. Make sure I got enough underneath there.
God, the pressure.
And then just
Go
a
on.
good flip.
Mine's bigger.
This is
This is like, okay, come on.
confidence. See, confidence.
Do it.
1, 2, ready, go.
Yes!
Perfect. Look at that.
Yeah, and that's perfect.
And I see you want to smash it
I
down.
do, I wanted to
Don't
so
do it.
bad.
I see
I wanted to-
You wanted to smash it down
I
so
did.
bad. I could
What?
tell. No, because you want it to rise.
Okay.
You know, allow the baking powder, baking soda, and the vinegar to do what they were created to do.
Wow, you really get me.
So let's toast to
Okay.
your pancake flipping, your omelet half flipping.
Half flipping.
You
I'm
know,
working on that.
But you're doing a great job.
What about egg cracking?
Oh, the egg was 100%. One hand.
One-handed egg
cracking.
cracking.
So we're ready to go have the plate here, and then
Okay.
our next go around, we're going to just get creative.
Ooh.
There you go.
Yum.
And let's drop some more
Now,
pancakes
do I need to
there.
respray?
Well, I'm gonna wipe it down first because you can
Okay.
see the oil now
Yeah.
has started to burn.
Yeah. I'm gonna spray it up.
Yep.
And do yours too. Okay.
Perfect.
Now, let's see if I've learned this at all. How's that look to you? Enough?
Great.
Okay. Now, wait 10 years while it cooks on each side.
It does take some time. I will give you
It
that.
does. Now, because the previous Savannah that had not been personally trained by Darnell would have probably flipped it right then. Because I'm like, oh, bubbles. But now I know, kind of wait.
Even bubbles.
Patience, grasshopper.
So what kind of toppings are you gonna, what kind of filling are you gonna put in these? I'm going funfetti for sure.
Yeah, I think if my kids were here, they would definitely not pick the blueberries because it seems healthy and close to the earth. They'd go more for this.
Yeah, so you're gonna do chocolate and
I
peanut
think
butter?
I'm gonna do chocolate and funfetti. Is that crazy? Or chocolate and peanut butter?
Now that sounds like a
Chocolate peanut butter
Snickers made
sounds
in
good.
heaven.
Yeah, that does. Okay, you're right. Chocolate
Okay.
peanut butter.
So go ahead, now it's time.
Oh
Look
yeah,
at
it's
that
time.
pancake.
Okay, so now I'm gonna see how you just spread throughout or only in the middle.
Oh, all
So-
throughout.
My kids would die over that. That's so fun. Now look, I want to flip it,
Now
but
you're
now
ready.
am I? Because then this is gonna be right against the hot stove. That's okay?
Oh, that's what we want.
Oh, okay.
Same time, okay. One,
Oh boy.
There
Oh
you go.
boy. Stressed out.
1, 2, ready, go. Yes. Perfect.
Okay.
That's a
oh,
perfect
look at
pancake.
look at Almost smushed it down. I'm never using the box batter again.
Yes.
That
We're
looks
ready.
done, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So I like to put them upside down so you can actually see which pancakes are which.
Yes.
Look at that.
Ding, ding. That looks so good. Okay, bacon's almost done. Should we do a couple more, I guess?
Yes, let's drop a couple more while we get the bacon out the oven.
Can you save this batter, by the way?
You can use that batter for the next 5 days.
No.
So make it one time, cook a little bit that day, the next morning you wake up. That's how people cook pancakes every morning.
Oh my gosh.
It is that time to get this bacon.
Okay.
There you go, so you don't burn yourself.
Yeah. Oh, you've heard about me. Ooh, it smells so good. Oh my gosh, this looks incredible.
Shut up.
Ah, graceful as always. Okay. There you go. Man, that looks good.
Look at that bacon.
Oh my gosh. Yum, this is perfect. It seriously
Oh.
looks so pro. Now I'm just trying
I'm
to.
extremely hungry.
I know, me too, me
So
too.
one thing you want to do is
Yeah.
while the bacon's still hot,
Yes.
you want to move it off the tray.
Okay,
because
so-
if you let the bacon sit, then it has that chance that it's hardening from the candy.
Hardening, okay,
Yep.
yeah. Okay, so move that, yeah.
Perfect gloss on top of the bacon.
I mean, it looks
See a little
perfect.
specks of brown sugar. I imagine this is the one you made because it has less brown sugar on it. I'll take the
It's
little
true, but that's
crispy
good to
pieces.
know.
I'm starving now.
Okay. All right, shall we? Want to grab the pancakes?
Yes, let's go eat.
Breakfast with the Breakfast King. Let's go.
Oh, and now the breakfast queen.
Exactly. Well, trying. Maybe princess.
Princess.
The breakfast apprentice. Okay. My omelet doesn't look too bad. I mean, it's a little wonky, but I'm sure it'll taste just fine. Okay. Pretty good if I do say so myself. How's yours?
Whoever made this knew what they were doing.
I gotta eat the pancakes. I mean, come on.
That's good.
That is so delicious.
It's
Oh my
nice
gosh.
and light.
It's light, it's fluffy. Goodbye, boxed mix.
Yes.
Hello, Darnell.
Put more
Oh my gosh.
ingredients to buy the grocery store, but it's worth it.
It's worth it. It doesn't take that much longer. Mm-mm.
Now you have to
That
try
is-
the bacon too.
Okay. Oh yeah, the bacon.
You forgot all about the
I
bacon.
know, I did actually. That is delicious.
I'm glad you like it.
We love to have people over. I love to cook a big old breakfast. This is a good time to kind of show off and make it seem like you got skills.
Yep. And all it takes is a little sprinkles, some chocolates, chips, and some peanut butter chips.
Oh yeah.
Takes it to a whole nother level.
And the candied bacon.
That will be the star of your house if you have a party or brunch and you have that.
I mean, people will never leave.
Well, now you got to put it in to-go boxes.
Yeah.
That way they know it's not for here forever.
Thank you so much for teaching me.
No, thanks for allowing me being easy, understanding, and not touching the food so much.
Well, I feel like you gave me some really good secrets, like some special just Darnell stuff, and I'm so honored. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Things I've just been working on for about 10 to 12 years. You
Yeah.
know? Gave them to you in 10 to 12 minutes.
I know. It's like all this heart. I'm really excited to
Oh.
try it.
You did a great job.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yes.
That's right. Over the years, I have been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. We had made that pesto, which, oh, exactly. I almost got out of this one clean.
Turn it down.
Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I actually don't know the first thing about how to cook. But I'm putting those days behind me for good. And I'm starting to find a little confidence in the kitchen. Today, Chef Jet Tila is going to bring the heat and teach me a few tricks for an easy at-home barbecue. We'll be making pulled pork sandwiches with an Asian apple slaw, plus a side of hearty cornbread. I am feeling ready to tackle this one, so let's get started. I am so happy you're here.
It's great to be here.
I'm glad that you want to learn, teach me foundational stuff because I don't know anything. Have you heard?
I don't buy that, Savannah. I've been watching you cook and you've come a long way.
So what do we do? What's our
All
plan?
right, our plan for today is season the pork, sear the meat before braising, cut the vegetables and mix the dressing for the slaw, make and bake the cornbread, shred the pork, assemble the sandwiches, plate and serve. Our barbecue brothers are gonna get mad at us for calling this barbecue. We are creating a version of barbecue in the house by braising. Barbecue technically is smoking something for a very long time until it breaks down.
Okay, no smoking. Braising is, like, what does that mean, really?
Very simply stated, we're gonna take a tough cut of meat and we're going to cook it slowly with a little bit of liquid so all of the toughness breaks down.
We're gonna cook the crap out of it.
We're gonna cook the crap out of it and make it delicious. First thing we're gonna do is we're gonna mince an onion.
Ooh.
Yeah, so
I don't know
mince.
if I've minced before.
Have you diced?
Oh, yes.
It just means smaller dice.
Okay.
That's all it means.
This is one thing I learned.
Show me.
When you have a round thing, you gotta make a flat
let me show you
side.
another way. So can you cut down,
Yeah.
but not all the way through?
Okay, yes,
Just
I can.
leave it connected.
I gotcha, like this. Okay.
You're totally killing it.
My, what a sharp knife this is.
Isn't that sharp though? For
Yeah,
real.
it does make it easier, assuming you don't cut yourself.
Now we're gonna come inwards now. You see, we're gonna follow the lines.
Yeah, okay.
You lead with a tip down, and then rock. You know that rocking
Oh,
motion?
yeah,
See?
okay.
See how that
yeah,
feels?
I do.
You're a great cook. It's just all about believing you're a great cook. You're killing it.
You are a sweet talker.
Nope, it's the truth. Look what you're doing.
You're gonna make me cry, or maybe it's just the onion.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's definitely the onion. Definitely
Okay.
the onion.
Are these mincy enough?
Those are beautifully mincy. And we're gonna teach you to do a dry rub. So dry rub is basically a seasoning mix that goes on a piece of beef for barbecue. We're gonna apply it to the braise.
Okay.
So
Brown sugar.
brown sugar, how about?
Oh, you're one of those put a piece of bread in the brown sugar. How much?
We're gonna go 3, 2, 1. So 3 tablespoons. So
Okay.
salt, 2.
Okay.
And again, that you can.
That's a lot of salt, and this is coarse salt, I see.
I mean, I know it seems like a lot of salt, but it is for 4 pounds of pork butt. I like paprika. That was coriander.
Okay.
That was ground coriander. This
Looks
is
like garlic powder, yeah.
The 1 pepper.
1 pepper, yeah.
You can either whisk it or stir it or whatever you want.
Look at that.
You just made a driver, so you gotta taste everything.
Even the rye.
Go easy. You can go easy if you want.
Oh, but it's delicious.
What do you think?
I
Isn't
like
that
it.
nice? Sweet, a little bit of
Tastes nice.
savoriness. Then we're gonna do pork butt.
I like to say pork behind. You know, my mother watches this show.
That's right. That's right.
There,
Here,
okay.
grab it. You grab it. Open it. We'll talk about the actual muscle.
Pork
Yeah, I don't
booty.
want to- pork booty. All right. So
Pork rear end. There are so many words for that part of the
Isn't
anatomy.
there?
Pork-
derriere.
pork tushy.
The irony is, it doesn't even come from that part of the pork.
It doesn't?
No.
Well, why do we call it pork tuchus?
So if you look at the shoulder here, right, of the fore, the
Yeah.
forend, the fore-inch shoulder.
2 hoofs
Two
here.
hoofs right here. So this is there's 2 pork shoulders,
Mm-hmm.
right? The lower part is called the picnic, which is more the upper arm.
Okay.
Right, and this is actually up here. It's the most versatile, in my opinion, cut of the pork because it's got the perfect fat ratio. It's got perfect connective tissue. It's great for this.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And what we're gonna do is cut it into 6 equal pieces.
Okay, so I'm gonna take my butt right here.
Take that butt.
Oh wait, we haven't had a sip. We always drink on starting from scratch.
Cheers.
Cheers to you.
Cheers to you. We're drinking a French 75. This is my wife's play on it. It's a
Nice.
hibiscus flower. So gin, honey, hibiscus, and champagne.
That is
Cheers to you.
delicious. Cheers. And to Mrs. Tila.
To all family.
Yes.
Yeah, those will get you in trouble.
Woo! Woo!
Super easy to drink.
All right, we're liquored up. Let's get the knives and the
Yeah,
pork out. So I'm just gonna cut 6 equal pieces.
Yeah, you can do it that way. You can do it this way.
Well, what
go
would
3.
you do?
So in my mind, I'm always thinking a tile becomes a slice becomes a dice. That's like my overarching guidelines. So it's a tile right now, right? And the
Okay.
tile becomes a slice, which is all 2 long pieces, and then the slice becomes a dice.
And look at you. You got 6 pieces right there.
Even knife cuts are critical for even cooking. The bottom
Tile
line.
becomes a slice.
Yup.
Which then becomes
And
a
then the
dice.
slice becomes a dice.
And do it thrice.
There
1,
you go.
2, 3.
See, look at that.
Okay.
And that way, you kind of, it's a regiment to tell yourself how to cut things. That's gorgeous.
Is this good?
Yeah, that's
These
perfect.
guys aren't too big? Okay.
Nope, not at all.
I'm following your lines, but okay. This
Yeah.
is fun.
So now the spice rub. I like to kind of season in this tray.
Show me your technique.
I'll do one. So I'm not being shy. Like you can use all
All
this. There's one way.
sides.
Here's another way to do it.
Let's go to town. Can I ask a dumb question?
There's no such thing,
Oh,
Savannah.
sorry, another
We're not
dumb
gonna-
question. Dumb question alert.
There
Dumb
you go.
question alert. Well, like, could you ever? It's so tasty. Could I put it on a vegetable?
1000%.
Okay. Now, would you like sprinkle the rest? You wouldn't
Go,
want
go,
to.
go,
Yeah, I like
go.
to just sprinkle. Get in
See?
there.
It's about feeling your way through it. And if you didn't taste that rub,
Yeah.
you'd be a little nervous to apply some.
Right.
Here,
Okay.
We can wash hands. Since
Wash
we've
hands.
touched raw pork,
Yeah.
I will
Touch-
clear and wash hands.
Raw
How's that
pork,
sound?
rub.
We're
Okay.
doing great. And I'm gonna crank up your Dutch oven and get that going. Let's talk about braising really quick. First thing we're gonna do, all right, don't leave me hanging, girl, here. Cheers.
Sorry.
Together.
I just want to celebrate every step.
Perfect.
Okay.
First step is always gonna be browning your protein.
Okay.
Right?
Hot pan. This is not
there-
a cast iron. This is a
Oh no.
Dutch
Say it.
oven.
It is. So put those two together. It is a cast iron Dutch oven.
Oh, okay.
How's
Great.
that sound?
Lovely.
Yeah. Enough oil. You can measure if you want, but for me today, we're gonna cook by feel.
Okay. I like that. Now, it's hot. Do I wait for the oil to get hot and start bubbling or anything?
You know, you can always wait for a little bit of white smoke.
Yeah.
You can actually do a test. So why don't you take a piece and kind of touch it? And if you hear the we're in good shape.
It's not a very wide tongue.
Right?
Okay.
Here, Lou. You hear the I hear it. I
So
totally
now how
hear
many,
it.
is this a don't crowd the pan situation?
This is cold, this is hot. It's always don't crowd a pan situation when you're browning something. Let's talk about some basics while we're waiting for the brown. Number one, we don't mess with it. Another thing we're building, a concept of fond. Have any of your chefs talked about F-O-N-D, fond?
No, fun.
Fun,
but not
yeah,
fond.
yeah. Fond is fun.
Fun.
It's a fabulous.
What is it?
If you lift that piece up and we look into the pan, you see the bits that are sticking?
Yes.
Those are going to become beautiful crispy bits that later we're going to pull up and then incorporate into the sauce.
Okay.
Think about fond as foundation of flavor.
Girls just want to have fun.
That's exactly right.
Now, is this one of those deals where
That's
you
gorgeous.
sear on all sides?
You want
And I'm gonna have to
full
prop it up?
coverage. Yep.
Okay.
Look at that.
Look at that guy.
That's
Now we're
exactly
talking.
what we want.
Let's get the next
Let's do it.
contestants up.
Absolutely.
Can I put it right back on
I
here?
totally think you can. I think that's going to be somewhat controversial out in the world.
Okay.
But remember, team, at 165 degrees,
Yeah.
everything is
And
sanitized.
just relax, everybody. It's
Yeah.
Chef Tequila.
I
I
like
think he knows
that.
what he's doing,
See?
okay? So don't get all worked up
Trust
about it.
us.
Trust. Don't trust me.
No,
but
trust
him.
Savannah.
Okay, these look good.
Let's start building flavor. So how
Okay.
about a little bit of that onion
Okay.
first. Now you can start scraping that fond.
Scraping up the bits is releasing of the
There
fond.
you go. It sounds sexier, doesn't it?
Release the hounds.
Release the hounds.
Okay.
We're gonna make the braising liquid now.
Okay.
And now we're gonna do red wine.
Okay.
Okay. And you could be any alcohol, but
Yeah.
red wine is gonna go with this kind of darker, richer braise.
Okay.
So whenever you're
Just-
doing alcohol, just a really good tip because this might be hot and it might flare. There's a small chance. So take a half step back. I like to just put the lip of the bottle here and just pour away.
I don't know what it
Enough
cup
to
is.
kind of coat the bottom.
Like,
see how we're almost
is
to the
that
bottom?
good?
Now we coat to the bottom. That's it.
Good?
See how
Okay.
easy that
I
is?
do.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now you can scrape, use that. Now you've deglazed. You're officially deglazing.
Deglazing
Yeah.
all the day long.
Once you feel this pan smooth,
Yes.
you've done a great job releasing the fond. You're done. Okay.
Okay.
Now we're gonna build liquid more.
Okay.
All right. And
This is fun.
isn't that fun?
Yeah.
Cola is excellent for braising. I will stand on that.
So is that next?
Yeah,
Cola?
that's next.
Yeah.
Crack that can
Okay.
and give us about a half cup or a cup. The carbonation, the caramel, the sugar, the phosphates.
I mean, that's so interesting.
Isn't that fun?
Think
A little
that's
more?
enough?
Beautiful, right there.
How fun.
Right? And now
Did you just make that up?
No, I use cola to braise carnitas. to braise short ribs.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you think about the flavor of the cola.
Yeah.
Now, all right. Now we're gonna add the pork back in, and we're gonna add more liquid.
Okay.
But we need a visual cue. We need to know how much.
So now, am I gonna put all of these guys
now
in
all
here?
of it goes in now.
It does,
Because we're
okay.
not worrying about crowding the pan. See the rate of boil?
Yes.
I want to simmer.
There's hardly
One
any room
more.
for this big old piece of butt.
That's perfect.
Okay.
Fundamentals of braising: liquid can never be higher than halfway up the protein.
Okay.
Okay, so knowing that, we need barbecue sauce.
Am I
All right.
tasting the barbecue?
I think, remember, Jatila says taste every
Taste
layer.
everything, okay.
Yeah, taste everything. So knowing, I'll get rid of it.
I like that. And am I gonna stir it around so it's
Yeah,
everywhere?
perfect right there. Do you think we're halfway up the biggest pieces of protein yet?
I don't know. I don't want to get the wrong answer, but I'm gonna say yes.
I say we're almost there.
Okay.
Because, now we're going to account for 3 hours of braising
Okay.
and some reduction. So maybe a touch of chicken stock.
Okay.
A touch of chicken
So I don't need too much.
No.
The chicken stock just sort of to get us to the level we want.
That's exactly right, Savannah. That's
All right.
exactly right. We're done.
Okay, but don't I need to stir it up or
Just a
anything?
little bit. Because you know what's going to happen at 325 degrees, it's going to simmer in the pot. So it's
This
gonna
looks
stir.
amazing. I'd eat it right now.
I'm
To the
gonna
oven
take
it goes.
325. I want to make sure that the brazer's in the middle of the oven. So set your rack.
Oh.
So when it's in, it's right in the middle.
Okay.
And then see you later, braise.
Bye. You got
Smell
3
good.
hours to kill. What should we do?
I think we need to make the Asian apple slaw.
Okay.
Which are basically, in a cook's mind, just how to make coleslaw.
Okay.
But we're gonna start with about a cup of mayonnaise.
Okay.
All right. What does slaw taste like to you?
Flavor, yeah. Like a
Hot,
little-
sour, salty, sweet, or
little
savory?
acidy, yeah, like
acidy.
yes, yeah.
Why don't we
Right.
start with sweet?
Okay.
And again, we're
So
gonna
you
be
put a little
using-
honey. How much?
I'm gonna go 2 tablespoons here. Do you know your conversions yet? How many teas into a table?
Of course I don't.
No
And-
big deal. We're just gonna learn one today. I think 3 teas to the table.
Oh, you know what? I never knew that, and I've always wanted to know that.
There you go. We've got soy sauce and sesame oil.
Okay, that's a tablespoon?
One each.
Okay.
One each. And I'm using soy sauce here because it creates salt, creates a little bit of umami, that savoriness. If you don't want a soy sauce, go salt. Now, sesame oil, same thing, 1 tablespoon. 1 cup of rice vinegar now.
Oh,
We're gonna work that in slowly.
I'm gonna get the lumps out.
That's
wow,
dressing.
that's nice. Should
All
we
right.
taste it?
But it's so
Ooh,
important.
I love that.
Is that nice?
Toasty, yummy. Oh my
Good.
gosh, I love that.
Okay.
Mhm.
If you wanted more sweet, you know where to go. If you want more salt, you know where to go.
Yes.
Again, intuitive cooking. Chop time. I'm gonna start with the cabbage.
Okay, this is the intimidating cabbage. We've had some issues with cabbage before.
Talk to me.
Cool, okay, great. Hold on, put it down, put it down.
Yeah,
And
tame
then
the
if
beast.
it's tame the beast, then it rolls around on us less.
Okay, woo!
If I were to think about everything as tile, slice, dice,
Yes.
I would think this is the tile.
Okay.
And then what if this was the slice?
Okay, I'm not sure I understand that.
So
but
I'm
okay.
just saying like half the half.
Okay. Okay.
Great.
Okay.
This is the spine of the knife,
Mhm.
right? You're bunched up against a board. If you took a half step back, you give yourself more room to breathe. And if you made sure that spine was flat, think about perpendicular, you're always gonna have straight cuts.
Oh, you're just sort of using it
I'm
as
just
a
using,
visual guide.
Yeah, that's it. It's
I
like a
see.
landmarker.
Okay. Julienne apple.
Julienne apple. we're looking for about that 1/8 to 1/4 of an inch pieces.
Is
It'll
this it
change
that I'm
overnight.
doing these round slices?
Yeah,
Okay.
because we're gonna end up with a matchstick.
Oh,
So we'll
okay.
take that round slice, which
And
is
then
our-
make little matchsticks.
That's
Oh,
it.
I see. Okay.
I lay them on top of each other. The stack height is totally up to your comfort level.
Okay.
And then what I do is lay them up, and then same thing. We're
Uh-huh.
done with apple.
Okay, good.
And now we're gonna go to carrot. I flatten round things, boom, like that. And then I lay them on their flat side. Now that keeps us from getting cut.
Okay.
And a carrot's gonna give you a lot of resistance. Really
Tile,
great.
slice, dice.
Tile, slice,
that
dice.
means first mark it out, then
Yep.
slice it, then chop it up a little.
That's it.
Okay,
Because
now I see what you mean. So now we can toss it, right?
Yep. Exactly.
Okay. Would have been good if we had a bigger bowl though, right?
So I would do just a good pinch of salt.
You
and
mean
then-
salt and then turn, salt
Yeah,
and turn.
exactly.
Oh,
Just a good thing of salt right now. Done. And then we'll turn.
And then turn it. But that's not going to make it all too salty? Like
Nope,
if I do
that's
more?
perfect right there. Yeah, because that's why we tasted the dressing first.
Yes.
So we know kind of how much salt we need. That looks awesome, Savannah.
Okay, this really does look good.
I think we can sesame now.
Just like
yeah,
sprinkle,
just
sprinkle?
zhuzh, and then do another toss.
Okay, good?
Yeah, looks
Okay.
beautiful.
Yes.
So we're gonna let it chill a little bit.
Chill.
Yes,
out.
chill. See you
Okay.
later.
Bye-bye.
Bye, bro. Pulled pork's braising.
Yep.
We're almost there. The slaw is relaxing. And then we're gonna get to cornbread. I like to break it into different components. So we're gonna
Okay.
do dry, wet cream butter.
We got the flour.
Yeah, so why don't you throw
of
in
fine-
a cup of cornmeal?
Yeah.
Here you do wanna measure.
Yes.
Right? And
That's one thing I do know from baking.
Yeah.
You kind of have to be on it.
there you go.
4.5 teaspoons of baking powder.
You got it. And I usually consider salt a dry.
Yeah, I would.
But here's a good tip. Like usually when you're creaming butter, sugar's not a dry.
Like your cookie recipe. Sugar
Right?
goes with the liquids.
There it is. Okay.
1 teaspoon kosher salt. Okay,
got
these
it.
are dry. Whisk them.
Let's whisk them together.
Okay.
Now you're gonna do the wets now in that large measuring bowl.
Okay,
and
so-
you're gonna start with eggs.
One thing I learned is you don't do it on the edge.
Yes.
So that was one thing.
Look at you, man. You got this.
Now I did
Yeah.
learn on one show how to do the one hand crack. Should
Okay,
I try it?
do that. Save the last one, please, for
Okay.
one hand.
But it's a real messy situation.
There
It's
you
not
go.
real.
Yeah.
The second hand got in there late. Okay, so work in progress.
So let's whisk up those eggs
Okay.
until totally together, where you can't tell if it's white or if it's yolk. Lovely, lovely. And then I'm gonna fly in your milk.
Okay.
There it is, 1 2/3 cup.
Pour it right in.
Pour it right in, whisk that together.
Okay.
And you've basically separated your dries. You've got your wets. And I'm gonna bring in the mixer to cream butter. Have you creamed butter?
I have not.
Okay, this is important. This is a really good concept
Okay,
to
so
learn.
is this done enough?
That's
Good?
lovely.
Okay.
We'll put it to the side.
Ooh, I love the mixer.
Okay, creaming butter.
Yes.
First, do we need to get acclimated with the mixer?
I actually know this mixer.
Okay, good.
I have this mixer. Okay.
We're gonna go to
Using this
paddle.
It says 12 tablespoons of butter. That's 1.5 sticks.
Yep, so
Yeah.
save us half a stick for greasing the dish.
Ooh, and I see this is room temp butter.
Yeah, which is really important, team, that you can't cream butter that's not
Okay.
room temp.
Then we need
Now
a
your
cup sugar.
Yep,
Okay.
cup of sugar. Low first.
low.
What we're doing here is using the sugar, because it's coarse, to whip air into the butter.
Okay.
That's all we're doing. This is gonna give you a really light, fluffy cornbread.
Fluffy. Okay.
That's period. So now you go higher.
Okay.
Now, what we're looking for is color.
Oh.
It's a pale yellow. It's gonna start to become one fluffy, beautiful mass. And it's gonna get even more pale.
Now I can get obsessive about pushing stuff down on the
Which,
side. Should I?
Thank you for mentioning it, because it's so important. So let's turn it off every so often, scrape down.
Scrape down. Okay, good. So it's good to be a freak about this?
It's totally, when it comes to baking,
Yeah.
when it comes to cooking, absolutely.
I do.
All
So
right.
now I'm going in.
We're whipping
and
again.
I'm going to go straight up to fast, right?
Yep. That's it. You're doing it. You could take this time and grease our baking dish.
Okay, now I'm like, maybe I should just do this.
Done. See, what we're gonna do now is work the batter together by alternating dries and wet.
Well, okay, so do a little dry, a little wet.
Yeah, maybe a third at a time.
Okay, here we go. Now we're going to do this a little.
Slow, nice and really slow. Yeah.
Because I don't want to be all in my face.
That would be fun though.
Now add a little.
Add about a third. See how it just comes together? Now stop. We'll go alternate back to. Yeah, the whole
little more
idea
dry.
here is good incorporation without over mixing.
Okay.
Flour, when over mixed, will create gluten. Gluten will give you a very tight crumb, and we
Okay.
don't want a tight crumb.
Never
So-
want a tight crumb.
Boo, boo tight crumbs.
Pour a little this much.
Yep, and you
like
can go a
that.
little more now.
Like
so.
that?
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
Should I be spatula-ing?
I think this is a good time to maybe stop and give it a scrape down.
Yeah, I think so. I have a scraping here. Just not as bad though because it's liquidy.
You're
But
doing
still.
it.
Okay.
And I think we're at the point now that we're a third, you can just dump
it all
everything
in.
there. Yeah, for sure. So we're at that point where the batter can handle kind of the rest of the ingredients.
Okay.
No problem.
How do you know that?
I'm looking at the mass it's become, and it's stable. That's what I'm looking for. There you go. So
How'd you get into cooking anyway?
my family immigrated in the 60s. We had restaurants in China. So my grandparents had restaurants, parents had restaurants. There was really nowhere else for me to go.
It's in your genes.
Yeah, it's called not being good at school.
No. Did you grow up cooking?
Yeah, so I worked in our grocery stores as a butcher, as a produce guy.
Oh my gosh, that's how you know so much.
I did it all. Get in there and let's get all kind of the.
Just make sure I really got it mixed in
Really
well.
kind of
Like the
use that
flours in
blade and almost fold. There you go.
And then I'm just gonna pour it in. Do you have
That's
any
all.
pouring techniques?
You know, not really. I don't. I just try to kind of cover and then tap, tap, tap. And if you're one of those people like chunky cornbread, like jalapenos
Yeah.
or corn, this is kind of right before we go into the pan. You can incorporate all your.
Besides
what would you put in? I would.
Bacon?
Yum. Oven-wise.
Yes.
400 degrees.
Okay.
20 to 30 minutes.
Okay.
After about 20 minutes, I would check with the little cake checker.
Yeah.
And we've done it. Shall I bake?
Let's do it.
Well, let's do it. Savannah, we've done so much.
Oh my gosh.
The slaw's ready to go. We got the cornbread. I think it's time to pull out like the brioche buns and start to build lunch.
Okay.
I'm gonna go check on the pork.
Okay.
I'll bring it over. And then here we go.
Wow.
That looks awesome.
It looks incredible.
Oh man.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're gonna shred.
Shred, okay.
Yeah, do you allow? Yeah,
And I'm
cool.
putting on my plate.
Just put it right on your sheet pan there.
All of them are, you take 3, I'll take 3.
Whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do.
Oh geez, it's falling apart.
Yeah, isn't that, well, first,
Is that a good
let's
thing?
just enjoy how
I mean,
soft and tender
it
that
is.
is.
Oh my gosh, it's like
That
melt
is-
in your mouth.
Man, this is what braising does. It
Okay.
takes a tough piece of meat and turns it into something that feels and tastes really expensive.
Okay.
Okay, lots of options here. The double fork thing.
Just show me.
It's literally just shredding, and
Oh my gosh.
it's personal preference. I like kind of a chunkier pulled pork.
Mhm.
Allie likes kind of a very fine pulled pork.
Okay.
So that's house rules, what I call
Okay.
house rules. So what is Savannah's house rules?
The house rules are what Allie says.
Yeah, there you go.
Whatever your wife says, I agree with. I just want to eat it right now.
Oh, really,
Put
Savannah?
a bib
Because
on.
I have your box of
Oh.
spoons. For you.
Okay, love it. All right, I
Yeah.
get to taste it. Yay.
You have to taste every layer because
Okay.
it's gonna morph a little bit.
Mm,
Yes.
really good.
All right.
I like it.
So once it's shredded, do you mind putting that barbecue sauce into all this delicious kind of pan sauce that
This
we made?
whole thing?
The whole thing goes in.
I'm just stirring it up, right?
You're stirring it up, and then we're gonna marry the pork back into the sauce, so it gets almost like another basting.
I can't believe I made this.
What are you talking about?
It looks so good.
You killed.
Okay.
Savannah, pulled pork is ready. I'm gonna go get the
Cornbread.
All right, here we go.
I'm gonna drink. Ooh, that looks good.
Save me some. Ooh, look at that. Gorgeous.
That is pretty.
I'm gonna put it on your trivet.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
You can let this cool in the pan. You can eat it warm. You could flip it out and let it cool and get crispy edges, whatever you want to do. But for today, I think we're just gonna serve it as a side. So do you want to carefully take that butter knife and then cut it into squares?
Yeah, should I?
Yeah.
Tile slice dice.
You go, girl. Yeah, and if you don't mind placing it in this tin, and we've made honey butter. Which is basically room temperature butter.
Yeah.
Swirled honey in there and a little bit of flake sea salt on top.
Sounds
It's
delicious.
easy to make things fancy. Should we taste?
Yeah, you always get to taste every layer.
Yeah, we don't need spoons for this one.
No, here, I'll give you a little
Thank you
bite.
very much. Thank you.
There you go.
You're so good at that. Look at that. Look at the crumb.
I mean, the crumb. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, the
no
crust.
gluten there. What?
No, right? What's gluten? There's no gluten.
That's delicious.
Shall we build?
Yes.
Okay, so here is the slaw that you made.
Okay.
This is a brioche bun. I kind of like to do a little bit of sauce. You can go really big if you want. I'm gonna go manageable today.
Me too.
Okay.
We have to eat on TV, so we don't want to be like.
Exactly
Okay,
right.
so you do that.
And we'll just do some slaw on top. Okay.
And then do you barbecue sauce the top layer or no?
Yeah, I totally would.
Why not? Okay, yummy.
Yummy, yummy.
Making a sandwich, that is something I know how to do.
All right, Savannah, look
These
what
look
we done.
good.
That looks excellent.
Load them up.
Load them up. Thanks so much. Let's get to the table and kind of recap and eat lunch.
Okay.
All right, you got this. You want to let me give you this?
I'll grab this.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Come on.
Oh.
Let's go.
Pulled pork, slaw, cornbread.
I mean, this is a perfect summer meal.
It really is. Also, a lot of techniques to take with you.
Yeah, for
Right?
sure. Braising, I mean, that was incredible.
Good.
Okay, but let's eat.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay.
I'm starting with liquid food.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I can relate. You hit me with the piece of cornbread.
I got you.
Oh, I gotta try some of that butter,
You
too.
absolutely do. This is my favorite. Really easy to kind of fancy up.
So good.
Mm.
This cornbread melts in your mouth.
Oh man, that when you cream that butter, man, it just really lightens up this whole.
Tell Allie I like her cocktail, too.
I will.
She's invited over. This is delicious.
Not good?
I like these plates because they're, well, it's a messy kind of, it's like a trough. We need some of those wet towels. I'm into that.
It's very barbecue inspired, right?
Yeah.
And these are really inexpensive. Anyone can go to a restaurant supply store, get what these are called like eighth sheet pans or quarter sheet pans. You get some fancy decoration, and it's really just tiny little moments that turn your dinner parties into something fancy.
I can't believe how good that is. And you don't have to make a sandwich out of it. You could have just done some coleslaw, some chips, eat it with a fork.
That's the whole idea here is like you have a little barbecue lunch without smoking things for 12 hours.
Yeah.
And the pork is savory, it's sweet, it's kind of luscious, the slaw with the acid. It's really a knockout combination.
It's all working.
Yum.
Jet, thank you.
Oh, my pleasure.
You are a very patient teacher.
No way,
And I
you're an
appreciate it.
outstanding cook. Thanks, Savannah.
Cheers to us.
Cheers to us.
Over the years, I've been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. And then we had made that pesto, which was, oh, exactly. I almost got out of this one clean. Turn it down. Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I actually don't know the first thing about how to cook. But I'm putting those days behind me for good. Today, Executive Chef Ayesha Nurjaya is here to help me test my culinary prowess and step it up a notch. We're going to make a Mediterranean-inspired mezzi feast, including my favorite chicken shawarma with a tangy white sauce and homemade hummus, plus a few special favorites from her show-stopping restaurants, Shuka and Shuket. I'm a little nervous, a little intimidated, but mostly just so excited to try. So let's get started. Chef Ayesha, you know I am your super fan.
And I appreciate that.
And now you have heard that I don't know how to cook anything, right?
I've heard that, but I want to see it for myself.
Let's get started.
Okay,
Chicken
perfect.
shawarma.
Well, let's cheers first.
Oh.
Have a drink here.
Oh, where's my... Oh, what is this
This
fancy
is a gazelle. So this is like basically a fruit juice that's topped with a little bit of seltzer. And some herbs.
That is delicious.
So there's some blood orange in here, some cara cara, a touch of grapefruit, and seltzer. And if we were feeling like getting a little litty, we would put a little tequila.
I could see a little something extra in there, but we've got knives. I have to stay sober for
We're gonna
this.
stay focused right now.
Okay.
Okay.
So let me look at the recipe.
Sure.
Because I'm a new cook, I get obsessed about the
All right.
recipe.
But I have a plan. Our plan for today is start the chicken shawarma, make and mix the white sauce, prepare the hummus, create a pantry salad, prepare the toppings for the chicken shawarma, and serve and eat. We're gonna start with the marinade first.
Okay.
Okay? So right to your left, you have some lemon juice.
Yes.
We're gonna put that right in here.
Okay.
And then we're gonna use some garlic paste. Now this garlic paste, I'm gonna hand this to you.
Now this is one, I'm already scared. Garlic paste. Well,
Don't be
first of all, I
scared.
gotta open it. Okay.
But I'm gonna
Oh,
show
there it
you
is.
something. We're just gonna put a little bit of olive oil in this spoon and kind of coat it with this.
Oh, you're like basically greasing your...
Exactly.
Wow, that is so smart.
Right, so if-
Cooking show over. This is incredible. This is revolutionary.
Would be great if you added a little bit of that olive oil in there.
How much?
All of it. It's like baking, where they tell you like dry ingredients versus wet ingredients.
Yes,
You want to
okay.
kind of put either all the dry in 1st or the wet. I
How
like
much
to do
whisking?
the wet. No, that's fine, as long as it's combined. But right now we're gonna add a little bit of our spice blend. You have 1 tablespoon of black pepper. This is cinnamon.
Okay.
So
Right now,
that was paprika, this is cumin.
cumin.
And this is my favorite.
Okay.
It's the color of my shirt.
It is. What is this?
This is turmeric.
I was gonna guess that. Oh, I love
So
it.
this is really gonna give that earthy flavor to the shawarma and also that beautiful color. So we're gonna whisk that together.
I'm starting to recognize this
beautiful this
marinade.
is.
I know.
All right, perfect. All right, so this looks beautiful.
Okay.
And now we're gonna do the onion. So I'm gonna
Okay,
do
wait.
one.
I know how to do this.
Okay. What you wanna do is, at this point, you can cut the little piece off at the end. Here.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
This is off.
Yes. And then you kind of want to follow the curvature of the onion with your knife. So we're not going to slice straight down. We're going to slice like this, a little bit on an angle, if you will. Yes, perfect.
Like that?
Yep. Perfect. Okay. There you go.
But now that's done.
Look how beautiful that is.
Okay.
So we're going to put that in there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to mix this together.
Okay.
Do you mind grabbing the chicken? So right now we're gonna use chicken thighs, and I love chicken thighs because I find them to be super forgiving.
Yes.
Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna dump the chicken right onto our thing.
You're a wild woman.
Because we don't need all of this paper.
Okay.
It's like Christmas. On
Exactly.
Christmas. Okay, so I'm gonna cut this first so I can show you. If you notice my hand is like this, like doing a C, and then you're going up and down, slicing right through. How you feeling?
Good. Is it like... Okay.
Beautiful.
Is it?
Yes. Okay.
It's hard to do that knuckle thing. I know
Yeah.
you're supposed to.
You have to practice it.
Yours looks like it's easy to cut, and then when I do it, I'm like sawing like I'm Paul Bunyan in the forest. Maybe I just need to be more confident.
Yes, you have to be easy on yourself in the beginning. Okay, so you have one more there.
Okay, here we go.
Right.
Okay.
Now, your best we have beautiful kitchen tools here, but your best kitchen tool are going to be your hands. So you're going to get right in there.
Ooh, and I like it with the gloves because then
You're
I
gonna
just don't
massage
feel all
it.
gross.
Right.
Hello.
So you want to make sure that each crevice of those chicken thighs, remember the parts that we saw that were open, like where the bone was?
Yes.
That all that marinade gets in there.
Okay, so I really want to get in there.
Exactly.
Okay. These thighs have the life.
You're
A full
kidding.
massage here.
Look at this.
They're living
The
their best
spa
life.
treatment. It looks beautiful. So we're gonna have you put that in the refrigerator.
Okay, I'm gonna cover it and
I
put it in.
Yes, and I have one in there if you don't mind grabbing it that
Oh,
has
yeah.
been marinated already.
Okay.
I'll make some room for you. Perfect.
48 hours later,
48
through the
hours
magic
later.
of television. Da-da-da-da.
So let's uncover this.
So this is made. Now, what if you really didn't have 48 hours or you're a bad planner?
I mean,
what's
you
the
could
bare
do,
minimum?
You could do it for 4 hours. You could.
Really?
But I can't guarantee you that really deep flavor.
Got it.
That's the only thing.
Fair enough.
So if you smell this, you can smell all that hard work that you did with the garlic.
Delish,
And I'm
yes.
gonna hand you this sheet tray. So the key here is what we wanna do is make sure that we put this on the sheet tray, but we give it enough space that the heat is hitting it, so we're not overcrowding it.
Okay.
Why don't I just help you out by kind of like doing a little bit of the dump method
Oh,
here.
is that all right?
Yep.
Oh,
And then
okay.
you are gonna use
And
your
then I'm
tongs
spread it.
to
Okay.
spread them out,
Yeah,
right?
all cool. But like, does each guy have to live in his own little world?
Nah, they just have to have a little space around them. Good?
Yeah, I think
Perfect.
so.
So we'll walk this over to the oven.
Now, does the rack position matter in this?
As long as it's in the, as long as they're not on the same shelf, you'll be okay.
Okay.
So I'll go here.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna put that in there.
Chicken shawarma is in the oven, but it's not a good shawarma unless you have this beautiful white sauce.
You have to have the white sauce.
So what is it?
So have you ever eaten like out of a cart, a halal cart?
Yeah.
And you get like chicken over rice, and the guy says white sauce, hot sauce, and you like double white sauce?
Yes.
This is really where this recipe was born.
Okay.
It is now like the ranch of the kitchen. They put it on shawarma, family meal. I've seen it go on pasta. I mean, they take it to a
French
place.
fries?
I mean, that's the best.
Yes.
That's the best application if you ask me.
Okay.
So we're gonna take some of the technique that we learned in the first about the wet and the dry.
Yes.
And we're gonna start this. So
stealing
to
your
your
whisk.
left,
Okay.
you have some creme fraiche.
This is mayo, I recognize that.
Okay, we have
anywhere.
mayo.
A couple mayonnaise.
And then in your next container, we're gonna have the yogurt. I like to use Greek yogurt because I like the thickness of it, and it gives the sauce like a nice body.
Okay.
So you have lemon juice there.
Yeah.
To your
lemon
left.
Juice, few lemon
Okay.
juice. Okay.
And then the next thing you're gonna do is gonna grate that garlic clove on the microplane.
Ooh, now this is
Have you done that
scary.
before?
I haven't. I have to say these things are scary.
The reason why you feel comfortable is probably because you don't want to nick your finger.
Because I have nicked my finger.
So what you would do is put on a glove. Okay,
So
you
I'm
can put
the
that.
whole thing.
3/4 of it. It's an extra large clove I chose just so that you wouldn't feel.
See,
we're
yeah, it's so
getting too
scary.
close.
Like, am I doing like this?
You are.
back
Can I
and
just show you
forth?
something though?
Yeah.
You have to be in a place where you feel comfortable. So this
I don't feel
rested on
comfortable.
here.
Yeah.
This
Oh.
at a point, and then if you do this,
Oh,
you have a
that's
lot of
better.
space between you and the edge. So you could kind of.
Oh, that's a better
Just
way
do
to
it
do
like
it.
3 or 4 times.
I gotta tell you, this gives me a little anxiety.
So tap it 3 or 4 times.
Oh.
And let's turn it around. Should be all good. And that is perfect.
1 teaspoon sherry vinegar.
Okay. Now, if you don't have sherry vinegar, red wine vinegar will do.
One time when I was in high school, my mother said to me, Savannah, did you and your girlfriends drink my sherry wine, cooking wine? And I was like, no. But then I thought to myself, would that work?
Perfect. Okay. And we're gonna add the dry spices now.
Oh, there they are. Okay, see, I missed it. I'd have been like, and we're done. White sauce over.
Almost,
No,
almost.
okay.
So we have black pepper, half a teaspoon. And next is our garlic powder. And here we have onion powder.
1 teaspoon onion powder.
Onion powder and garlic powder are those 2 spices in your pantry that will always get you out of trouble.
Okay.
If you ever need like a quick marinade and you don't know, onion powder, garlic powder, salt, and olive
Okay.
oil do the trick.
Like they cover all the sins, huh?
All the sins.
Okay, there we go. That's
Okay.
Okay, good.
Okay, and
Did
then
I
we have
get
our
it all?
salt.
No salt. How much salt?
One-
half
half
teaspoon
teaspoon.
salt.
Okay. How would you tell if this is good or not?
I learned something.
And what was
You
it?
must taste it.
And here, I present you with your magic tasting spoon box.
I just love this.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm going
Let's
to taste it
taste it.
too. And what we're tasting for is that all of these key players are in harmony together.
I mean, sprinkle my ashes with this. It
You
is
did a great
so
job.
good. Do you think
Now
it's
you
good?
can- it's delicious.
I think it's perfect.
And now you can understand why my kitchen uses it on everything.
I wouldn't change one thing.
So let's put this in the bowl that we're going to serve it in because
Oh,
it's one
okay.
less step that we have to do later.
Oh, smart, okay.
Maybe I'll get you another spoon, or you got it?
I'll do it like this.
Okay. And the key when you do it like this is just keep pouring it right in the middle.
Oh, okay.
It'll make a little beautiful mound.
Is that good?
Yes, it's perfect. It looks delicious.
I get obsessing about Clean Plate Club here. Okay.
Okay. So we're gonna put this in the refrigerator.
Has anyone ever licked the bowl?
Absolutely. I mean, this is also good with crudité.
Oh.
So if I was cooking,
Yes.
I would leave this dirty bowl right here.
Yeah.
It's not chicken, we're okay.
Yes.
We'll have a little snack. So let's get this in the
We're
refrigerator.
gonna cover and refrigerate.
Perfect.
Aisha, ask and you shall receive.
As promised, we have a little bit of celery sticks
Okay,
here.
let's just try
and
it
this,
out.
we're just gonna have a little snack. I mean, we deserve it after all this
Oh
cooking.
my gosh, we do. Can I double dip on my side?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's so good. Have I mentioned how good it is? For our next trick, homemade hummus. 2 words I never thought I'd utter. Why should I make it when I can go to the store?
You could always customize it to how you want it. If you love garlic, if you like smoked paprika, if you want to keep it super plain. So we're gonna show you a plain hummus.
Okay.
And then we're gonna doctor it up as you like. I heard through the grapevine that the machine we're gonna use is something that you're not a big fan of.
Don't say the food processor.
I'm gonna have to. It's like you're a Home Alone moment with the big furnace in the basement.
I have food processor
Okay.
fear.
We're gonna show you exactly
It's that thing.
how unintimidating it is.
Okay.
So let's grab the food processor.
First of all, it weighs 600 pounds.
It does. First of all, this machine is built for safety. So we're gonna open the blades here, and then we have all of these accoutrements, if you will.
Now, see,
So
I'm always
this
thinking I'm
is-
gonna get cut.
right. You always wanna kind of assertively take it out and hold it by its edges, because this is very, very sharp.
Yeah.
This is the grater. This is what you would wanna do if you were trying to make coleslaw. And this is the blade. So this slices things in discs.
Okay.
So if you had zucchini, cabbage would be good in here
What about
too.
potatoes? I hate slicing potatoes.
Potatoes would be perfect.
Okay.
Okay, so that's this. And then it comes with this nice microphone, so you can sing karaoke while you're making it. But that's really for the attachments, and we're not gonna use that right now, okay? And this is the blade.
How do we choose this one?
Because this is the one that's gonna puree.
Oh.
So here we have
All right,
chickpeas.
yes.
So we're gonna throw them in here.
Stuff them in.
1, 2. Okay.
4 cups cooked chicken, 1/2 cup tahini paste.
So you're gonna take
Oh, it's not that
your
pasty.
with your small little spatula, because you want to get every
I
single
see.
little
Maybe it
morsel of
is-
that out.
Maybe it is a little pasty.
It could work with this.
It's viscous. Yeah. Okay. That's
Okay, so
that.
your tahini is in, and then we have our lemon juice.
1/4 cup lemon juice.
Right. Okay,
Pro tip.
olive oil.
1/2 cup olive oil.
Okay, you can put that in there. Perfect. And then you have salt.
Kosher salt. Now, this is one of those. How much? You guys, you chefs, you never want to say.
Well, this is a good technique for you to learn. So that's nice, but this is what you really are gonna look for. You wanna
But
make
how
it
do I
rain.
know that-
Because listen, you're gonna have to learn how to cook by taste and touch, okay? So I know that when I grab that's 28 grams.
Okay.
Because I've been cooking for a long time. Wow. So if a recipe calls for 1 tablespoon of salt,
Yes.
Can you open your hand? So you know
That's
what
a lot.
right, but you know what that feels like.
Yeah.
So half of that is what you would have used in that recipe, but I already put it in for you.
Okay. Just
So this
kidding.
way you know. This way you know what it feels like.
Okay.
All right.
I'm
So
gonna-
put that
I
on
don't
your
wanna
board.
do- put it on my board,
It's okay. And then we got to do a little bit over the left shoulder because we can't have anything.
Is that
happen
like
to
a
us
good luck thing?
when we walk out of here today.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect. So we're gonna put the lid on.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah. Let me just. Oh boy. Oh boy. Stand clear.
So what I'm
Do
gonna
I need to cover this? Is it
No,
gonna come
no, this is
exploding
right.
out?
Hit this button. It's a
That
pulse.
says off. Ah.
Okay. Good. Do it again.
Where should I put this?
Yeah, put your hand up there. Keep going.
How come I don't just on it?
So you can on it, but what I like to do is kind of pulse it so that it gets all the ingredients together. So now you can put the on button.
Okay.
And just let it rip for a little while. All right. Have a sip of your gazoz.
This is fun. Sure beats chopping all this stuff.
Absolutely. Okay. And we're gonna stop this. And this is really quintessential when you're using this machine because the blade is on the bottom, right? And it's only going in one direction. What we like to do when we use this is take the top off, and we like to go around, which I'm gonna do this time, and you'll do the next, and take what's the ingredients that are on the bottom and kind of flip them on their top. Because we wanna make sure that when we're making this hummus that everything has the same consistency, okay?
So go pulse again.
No, you're gonna put it on.
Oh.
And at this point, we're gonna stream in some of that water.
All at once or
just a little bit at a time? This is 1 cup of water. I actually think that we might use 3/4 of a cup. Now this part is not a definite in a recipe. It depends how much you dried your chickpeas and how much liquid is in there.
Okay.
So if you dump the whole cup of water in there, it could be too liquidy.
Okay.
We want something that's gonna hold its peak. Look good, you see that?
It's getting smoother,
Yeah.
which I like it.
And now you can see, if you step on my side, you see how this is really moving slowly?
Yeah.
That's why you have to stop.
All right, so time to stop and,
Right? You're gonna
and
open
have
it.
an intervention.
Right? Perfect. Here you are.
Okay, so now I'm just like kind of going around the sides. Let's
Yes.
get everybody in there.
Okay, so let's taste it. That's on point.
Honey, that is delicious hummus.
Perfect. So we're gonna unclick it, lift that up.
Now, how long can I keep this in my refrigerator?
3 to 4 days.
Okay.
Okay.
And now
And
I'm
the
just
same
gonna
thing, you're gonna spoon it directly in the middle.
I mean, this looks delish.
And at Shuka and Shukette, we do the swoosh. And in the swoosh, we usually fill it with lots of nice things.
So I do the spice first?
Yep, let's do the
all
spice
over
first.
Or just in my little...
Whatever you like.
Well, I think it looks kind of fancy when it's like... Is that good or is
Yeah,
that
it's
too
beautiful.
heavy?
No, keep going.
Okay.
And you're gonna fill that pool and all the little divots here.
Oh, I love it. This looks like professional.
I mean, you're killing it.
Come on.
I'm coming over when you're making this.
Seriously.
How beautiful
oh my gosh,
is that?
That is gorgeous.
All right. So we have some pita chips here. We could have had some crudité. I mean, listen, this is another one of those things. Why don't you take your little celery stick?
Oh, yeah.
You do a little dip.
Exactly.
And we'll make you like the little chef tasting.
Oh, yes.
Do
Oh,
that?
I love that.
And then we'll put a
that
little
much,
bit.
huh? Oh, my
Yeah,
gosh.
Yeah, why not?
Look at this.
If we're gonna do it.
I mean, come to
Go
mama.
ahead.
Okay, oh, there we go.
What do you think?
I mean, it's so good.
Awesome.
So good.
All right.
Oh, my gosh. If there is one thing I love at Shuka, Aisha, it's your salads.
I love salad because it really represents the bounty of what is being grown. We're kind
Fancy.
of doing a pantry salad, if you will.
Okay.
So I found these things in the refrigerator.
Okay.
Okay. And we have some romaine that I've just roughly chopped up here.
Great.
And what I'm going to do is show you how to cut some of these tomatoes.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
that's not a strong suit
So
of mine.
these are baby cherry tomatoes. So we're gonna actually use a serrated knife for this.
This is nice.
You're gonna pinch the tomato a little bit, and you're gonna make it taut, so that when you go right through the serrated knife and come back around, that it splits in half.
Okay, wow.
Okay.
So I'm
So you're gonna pinch it. You feel it's tight.
I do.
Right. Put your knife and
Oh,
go right through.
okay, great.
Okay. We're gonna add it to here. And then here we have our Persian cucumbers. I love to leave the skin on because they're so small.
Oh, interesting.
This-
I always take the skin
Really?
off, but yeah, but that's just I don't know.
Well, they're super healthy.
Yes.
The cucumber itself.
Okay.
And I think it adds some color and texture.
Yeah.
So because that's pretty small, I'm gonna cut this into quarters. Again, I cut it in half.
Those little.
Perfect. And then I would just cut them into half-inch little pieces.
Now, would you do it like that, or is that
I
a bad
think
idea?
that's a little aggressive, because again, we want to be safe and we want to make it to the dinner table.
Now I think I'm
just-
Julia Child.
So you want them cut side down, because now they're not going to roll away from you.
Oh, right, okay.
And we're going to add these straight away to here. Okay, we're going to add some pine nuts. Do you
Okay.
like pine nuts?
I do.
I love pine nuts. I like pine nuts because they actually have really good fat content, and they add like this luxurious feel when you bite into them.
Okay.
And then last but not least would be our feta.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So we have everything in the bowl here.
Yes.
And now let's talk dressing.
Okay.
My favorite go-to dressing is lemon juice, olive oil, honey, and salt.
Okay. Can I ask your tossing technique?
Sure.
This is what I would do.
We go from the bottom up. It's the
Okay.
same thing like when you were marinating the chicken, from the bottom up.
Okay. Let me
And
try
I
it.
personally don't like a lot of dressing.
Yeah.
So I would just like do a once around.
That's what I just kind of figure people can add more if they so
Right.
desire. How's that?
Perfect,
Good?
perfect,
Okay.
that's good.
And then just.
And then same thing, bottom up.
Yum.
Maybe I'll put a little more feta because those nice little chunks are now nestled at the bottom.
This looks delicious.
Yes. So if you just want to put that to the side, we have a few finishing touches before we eat.
Okay. I thought we were done. What's this guy coming here for?
Since you did such an amazing job and we've conquered your fears, we're going to bring him out again so that you could show him who's boss.
The food processor?
You know it. You know
And this
it.
guy?
Yes.
Ah.
But before we do that, I'm going to show you how to break this down.
Okay.
Okay. So this is red cabbage.
Yeah.
So we're going to cut a little bit of the bottom off, like that, and then you just want to remove the outer leaves.
See what I mean?
You got it. You got it. There you go.
I guess I just got to be a
Don't
little more aggressive.
You could use a little force.
Yeah.
We're going to cut this in half. You're going to take your knife. You're going to put it in as much as you can, right in the beginning. Got it? Okay.
God, yeah.
Good, good.
See, now I'm like
Okay,
stuck
hold
and
on.
this guy's
All
sticking
right.
out. Okay.
So
yeah.
keep your hand flat.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, yep,
So bring your
yep.
hand flat, and now push all the way down. It might take 3 or 4 saws, but just keep your hand flat. Go ahead. You almost got it.
Where's the chainsaw? Can I just
Okay, hold
saw
hold
it on the other side?
Okay, let me help you for a second. Because what happened is that your knife is now in here, not the blade.
Oh.
So we're gonna take that out, okay?
Okay.
And then when you get to this point, you're gonna take your knife, you're gonna go straight down on this side, flip it, and straight down on the
that's
other
what
side.
I would want to do.
Okay.
I'd want to be like, shoot, like this. You know the other thing that's, oh, ouch, darn it.
What happened?
I've never gotten through a segment without, no, it was just a little tap.
Okay.
Just a little
So wait,
left
hold
tap.
on. But let's do it together so you don't have a tapping problem again. Oh, okay, great. Hold on. Put it down. Put it down.
Starting to see
We're
what
gonna
this-
go down here, okay? And then you gotta be assertive and go down here.
Okay. Now
Practice.
what are we doing?
Just cut it in half again so that I know that you can do it.
God.
Okay, good. See, you did it.
Who'd think this would be the hardest part?
Okay. So let's get the machine. You don't need all of that because we're gonna
Okay, all right.
buzz it 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Okay. You want to get the
Where's
bottom?
my friend? Okay, here we go.
There's your friend.
Jeez.
Okay. Now this part is a little more complicated than the other one.
Oh, now we
so I'm
have
going to show
these
you how to
blades.
use these guys.
All right.
Okay. One is that you should always know that they're super sharp. Okay. So you only want to touch the edges. This part you want to hold down. You see how that little piece goes down?
Yes.
And you are going to turn it just like this was, on an angle, and then slide it in. So on an angle and slide
Can
it
I
in.
try it?
Of course.
I don't
Easy
know.
enough. Okay.
There. Okay. All right.
That's it.
Boy, I never knew that.
Okay. So it's locked in here, right? You
Yes.
heard it snap.
Oh.
We're going to put that in here.
I would have put it the other way.
Okay, I just spun it because you need the bottom to that's probably, you're gonna turn this on.
Oh, already? Okay.
Yep. Okay, so now it's spinning. So now you're gonna take the cabbage.
My heart is racing.
And you're gonna put pieces of it in. Okay, and then you're gonna put that in there. There you go, look at
Oh!
this. There you are.
This is fun. Get in here.
There you go.
Get in here.
Yeah, good. So we're gonna shut the machine now. Go ahead. Okay, and we're gonna wait for the blade to completely stop spinning. Right, and we're gonna open this. And you see that inside?
I mean, that looks incredible.
Right?
Okay, now I get it. I get it.
We're
The
gonna
food
take,
processor.
if you would, please, take this out. Is that okay?
What's this for anyway?
For the shawarma. We need a fresh crunch
Okay,
front top, okay?
yes, we do.
Okay, so we have that in here. You're gonna take the top out.
All right, let's go.
All right. So this is gonna give you more of like a slice of cabbage. I like this way better, personally, because I like a lot of texture. As you can see in this bowl, it's kind of like confetti.
I like that, actually.
Perfect. We'll do one more little piece, and then I think we'll be ready
What
to
did we
go.
do in the olden days before food processors?
Oh, actually, you have some tongs there. I'm gonna,
Just put a little
Yeah,
on
just put a
each?
little bit of yours on that half.
Come over to my way, the minced
little bit.
cabbage way.
There you go.
Look, isn't that friendly? Okay.
Perfect.
Yum.
We have one more thing, the star of the show, the chicken shawarma.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Hello.
God.
Here.
Okay. Wow, look at this.
Man.
Smells delicious.
Come to mama.
Take that one,
Okay,
and I'll take this one.
No, we never
In here.
looked at it. Should I have been checking it? How do I know it's done?
It's pretty foolproof, the recipe, when it comes to cooking. If you want, if you touch this piece right here, see how it gives you like almost zero resistance? That means that it's cooked. And same way you've been doing it.
Just gonna load it
put
up?
it right in the middle. Yeah. Wow, that looks good. All right, perfect. So let's get this, and can you grab the salad?
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll get to the table.
I can't believe we did this. I mean, I can believe you did this. I
You
can't believe I
know,
did
you
this.
nailed it. You have to stop telling people that you know how to cook. Look at this spread.
How do you eat your chicken shawarma? How do you
Okay,
prepare it?
perfect. Okay, I'm gonna show you.
I want to see.
So I can't help but make a sandwich because how could I not? So I'm gonna give you my half,
yes.
okay? And then what I like to do is kind of mix some of these condiments. So here we have harissa and zug, and here's the white sauce we made. So of course we have to put some white sauce on here.
Come to me for those of white sauce.
Okay, I'm just gonna spread it out.
What's
there.
zug? I didn't know what that is.
That is, here you go. And then you wanna spread some of that in there. This is it's cilantro, serrano chilies, and cardamom.
I want to get some of these onions and
that.
stuff in there, right? Yum.
And then I love to eat with fresh herbs. I'm gonna give you some. Are you okay with mint and cilantro?
Do I
Kinda
just shove it in
Just
there?
shove it in there.
Okay.
And then, of course, we have to bring over our cabbage. Let me turn this around so you could have
Do
your
mine-
half.
I'll just do mine.
And I'll have mine, yeah.
We'll just kind of sprinkle
It's
it
the
in
rip
there.
and dip, you know?
I mean, it's beautiful.
You know how to do that. And then I'm gonna take this. Do you like spice?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna do a little baby drizzle. How about
Okay.
that? There.
Yum.
And then we'll have to do just a little on
I
your
was
first
gonna
bite.
ask,
You know what
so
I mean?
thank you. Yes, I want a little more.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Should we cheers?
Cheers. Thank you
To an
so
amazing
much.
job. Thank
Yes,
you.
I love it.
All right,
Let's
let's
go.
see.
It's so good. It's so good.
So good.
Delicious. I'm going in for more. You ever put hummus in it?
Of course. And that's the beauty of the sandwich. Like as you're eating, you kind of just like put a little bit more of something else on top.
I know. Don't mind me if I just lick my fingers here.
It's supposed to be messy.
Dragon swirl. I love it.
For me, this is kind of fancy and fun food, but this is a classic family meal.
Absolutely. The reason why I love like the Middle Eastern Mediterranean style of eating is because it's all of these little small plates. And you could really rip and dip and match, and no two flavors on this table don't go well together.
There's something for everyone.
Absolutely.
Even my kids.
Even the kids.
Delicious. Thank you so much. Mom said don't talk with your mouth full.
But sometimes you can't help it.
I truly am. Thank you for showing me this.
My pleasure. It was an honor to be cooking with you, and I'll do it anytime. You mastered all of the food processor, your knife skills. I think you're gonna nail it. Well, cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over the years, I have been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. We had made that pesto, which was, oh,
Exactly.
darn. Like, you know, I almost got out of this one clean.
Turn it down.
Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I didn't know the first thing about how to cook. But those days are behind me for good, and I'm starting to find a little confidence in the kitchen. Now, culinary superstar Bobby Flay sharing his love of seafood from coast to coast. Today, we're gonna be making crab cakes with an orange chive tartar sauce, and then try a West Coast-inspired crispy fried fish taco with a mango black bean salsa. I love tacos. I have a lot to learn about seafood, and I cannot wait to give this a shot. So, let's get started. Is Bobby Flay? Bobby Flay? It's really Bobby Flay?
It's really Bobby Flay.
I mean, we have a long history together.
Yes, we do. We've made lots of food on the Today Show together.
We have, and you've even been called in to try to teach me to cook a long time ago.
Yes, and we're back.
We're back. Guess what? It didn't stick, but now it is. I'm learning a few things.
So I've been brought in to teach you, a couple of things: seafood, but also frying seafood.
Okay, so what's our plan today?
So the plan today is first we're going to shape the crab cakes, make the tartar sauce, fry the crab cakes, make the mango black bean salsa, prepare the batter, and fry the fish, plate, and serve. We're gonna start by cutting a shallot.
My instinct would be to cut off these edges.
Yes, exactly. Cut off the edges.
And then
exactly.
I know I've learned that you should, when you have a round thing, you need to give yourself a flat edge.
Yeah, so cut it in half. We're gonna make cuts in two different directions. First, we're gonna go like this.
Are we mincing?
We're gonna make them very fine.
Okay.
Because this is actually going to be in the crab cake, and we're not going to take it out. So we want it to be
good little bite
easy
size.
Exactly right. The one thing I always tell people when they have a knife in their hand, don't daydream. Just think about exactly what you're doing at the very moment.
Why would I daydream when being with you is a dream?
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Ding.
Crab cake is over.
Okay, I know. So I did that, and now am I just chop?
Nope.
Oh.
And then you're gonna take your hand.
Oh, right.
Do you remember this?
This thing, right? Hold it together.
Exactly.
I hate this.
You
I hit too hard, and I have to hold it like this because otherwise it splays out.
Yes, that's okay. Exactly. And that's how you're gonna create a fine dice.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. This is so unnatural.
It is?
Look
Look how beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Cute.
Now, so if a couple of months ago, if somebody handed you a shallot, do you think you could get it diced like that?
No, definitely
Yeah,
not.
exactly. So we're gonna put our shallots in here.
Okay. So neutral oil like canola or something, or vegetable?
Canola oil, vegetable oil. You know what I've been using a lot of avocado oil.
Whose big bit is this?
I think that's mine.
It's definitely yours, Bobby.
I'll
It's
take
not
credit
mine.
for it. Okay.
Okay.
There's two different ways to saute. Like in this case, we're sauteing the shallots.
Yeah.
With color is sauteing, and sweating it is cooking it without color.
Okay.
So what we want to do is sweat this.
Okay.
So we're softening the shallots. We're bringing out all the natural flavors. You can smell how delicious
It
that
smells so good. Dumb question alert. How do I know it's soft if I can't touch it? It's too hot.
Well, you're feeling it with your.
Yeah.
You can also taste it.
Oh yeah, they're big on tasting.
They're big.
Really opens up the pores. They still taste hard to me.
Okay, so then keep sauteing them.
Okay.
And they're starting to get a little color, so let's be careful.
Okay.
All right, I think that's fine.
Okay, cool. I'm turning it off.
Great. All right, so we're going to put this into our bowl.
Oh, we forgot to have a toast.
Oh my goodness.
Bobby.
We're drinking already.
I know, that's how we do on this show.
Ginger beer margaritas.
Okay.
Mm.
Whew. Got a little kick to it.
Yes,
I like
it does.
it.
Yes,
I
it
like
does.
it. All right, now that we're liquored up, what do we do
Okay.
next?
How are you at zesting?
Well, I mean, I don't know. You tell me.
Okay, just be careful. You don't want to zest your fingers.
This is an ongoing thing. I don't know if I'm right or left.
Can I show you? Can I show you
Please,
something?
would you
Okay.
please?
Yes. Okay. So you can do this one of two ways. You can actually do it like this.
Oh, I've never seen that.
And what happens is the zester then captures the zest there, and you can go just go
Oh,
like
I like that.
You like that?
Yeah. Okay, let me try that.
Try that. Well, just be careful with it. They are sharp.
This is painful for you, isn't it?
No, it's not at all.
How much? Can I be done
That's enough.
zesting?
That's
Okay.
enough.
What,
But
now
we
got
need
a
lemon too.
zest. Okay.
Yeah. Can I be done zesting?
Oh my
I've
God.
had enough of zesting.
Zesting! Death by zesting! Has
Think-
the zester ever killed anyone? Okay.
I don't know. All right, that's enough lemon.
Okay, good.
I can't watch it anymore.
You know what I'm gonna do? Avoid all recipes with zesting. There will be no zesting.
Who
Okay.
needs zest?
No.
Okay. Now, we're gonna take all this mayonnaise.
Okay.
And the mayonnaise obviously is going to give it some richness. Like mayonnaise always tastes good, and
Yeah.
also it's going to help bind the crab cake itself.
Okay.
We're going to take 1 tablespoon, which is that measure of horseradish. Horseradish has a good zesty flavor to it.
It does. Make sure sinuses open up.
Exactly, it does. I love horseradish.
Me too.
Uh,
How much of that?
The 1 tablespoon of whole grain mustard. Okay. And the thing I like about whole grain mustard is obviously it's going to have that little mustard bite.
Yes.
And
I just.
you know what I love about you? This is like the measuring is a guide, which honestly, I actually like that because we're not baking, so it doesn't have to be
Well,
exact.
that's funny because that's one of the hardest things for me to get used to is that it doesn't have to be all perfect.
Especially when you're not baking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Half tablespoon of whatever this is. What is
it's
this?
actually half tablespoon of Calabrian chilies. They're hot.
Mm.
Yes. Toss all this crab in here.
Ooh, okay. Exciting. Okay. Now, where did you get this at the store?
This is Maryland jumbo lump crab meat. It's already cooked and it's already clean.
Okay.
It's not cheap, but it's a great product.
Yeah.
We don't want to mix it yet
Okay.
because we want the crab to stay, in pretty big pieces.
Okay.
You paid money for that texture. We
Yeah.
don't want to destroy it. All
Okay.
right. How are you at seasoning? I think one of the things that separates a home cook from a professional cook is how aggressive they season.
Oh.
And I'm talking about just salt and pepper.
Okay.
Okay. So this is kosher salt, which is what I always use. And when you pick up kosher salt in your fingers, you can feel it.
Yeah.
And when I season with kosher salt, I crush it in my fingers and then I just go like this.
Okay. Should I
And
add more?
Add some more. Exactly.
Ooh,
and
more
then,
or no?
And then
it's
pepper.
Okay.
And like
How's that?
more.
Oh.
Now we're gonna take 2 tablespoons of Wonder flour.
Now, what is Wonder flour?
So it's Wondra.
Oh,
it's
Wondra.
not Wonder.
Wonder. I wonder what Wondra is.
There you go, Wonder flour.
Dump it in?
Yes. So Wonder flour is kind of sprinkle it around. Wonder flour is it's already steamed and cooked, so it's going to dissolve a lot easier than say all-purpose flour, which is still raw.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And this is what's going to help bind our crab cakes. Now you can start to fold it in, and I want you to fold as opposed to stirring.
Right. I remember folding from baking.
Exactly. See, this is starting to look really good. Now, one of the things about these crab cakes, Savannah, is that we walk a tightrope in terms of whether or not they're going to hold together. And what we're doing is we're giving up the idea of adding lots of breadcrumbs and lots of filler and keeping it about the crab, but at the same time, we want it to stay together.
So we're not using those crutches.
We're not using the crutches.
So
we want flavor. So this is where we're gonna have to get our hands dirty. How do you feel about that?
I feel good if I'm wearing these gloves.
Oh my goodness.
Bugs
It's not
me,
very
so-
glamorous, but I'm gonna go with it.
Okay, no, I know. Okay, so I'm just making a little ball.
So yeah, so you make a ball like
Like
this.
a round ball. Okay, I
To
thought
start,
they'd be flat.
almost like a meatball. But then what I do is I make it into almost like a burger.
Oh.
Okay.
How's that look? Should I make it a little flatter like
Yeah,
yours?
like that. See if you can make it like that. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like that. Okay, let's see if we can tell whose is whose. Okay, that's definitely the professional.
Yes, we can.
Yes, yes, we most certainly can. When did you start cooking? Like, how did you learn?
I started cooking when I was 17 years old.
Oh.
I dropped out of high school.
Wow.
And I went to work in a restaurant because I needed a job. And I've been doing the same thing every day.
Oh my gosh.
It's 10 years later.
Wow.
It's been a decade.
You look so young.
Thanks.
Do these cook or chill or what?
They're gonna chill.
Okay.
So and chilling them is actually one of the things that's gonna help hold them together.
Okay.
Okay. So you want to put them in the refrigerator?
I will. They look so good.
Okay.
All right, tartar sauce time. All right,
Let's do it.
so chives are in the onion family. I love chives, and I like to cut them. Like I like to cut the edge off.
What edge?
Like I like to cut the edge off like
Yeah,
this.
I don't like those friends.
And then start here.
Okay.
So then you have a nice even edge.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And then again, just kind of that rocking method.
That's what I gotta work on. I'm trying to hide my fingers like you.
Very, very as fine as you can get them.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah, you're doing a great job.
Okay.
Don't daydream.
I know.
That's really good.
Thank you.
And also incredibly consistent.
Oh, good. I'm so delighted.
I mean, look at that.
Okay.
That's really, really good.
I love it. And do we have enough?
Yeah,
Okay.
between the two of us, I think we
Okay.
have plenty.
All right, just throw it all in?
Yeah, toss it in there. So
Stir?
now we're gonna stir everything together. So we're gonna start with some orange zest. Now that
Okay.
you're a professional
I know,
zester.
exactly.
We have some capers that are chopped up.
Okay.
Okay, good, nice salty flavor.
It seems chunky for a sauce.
But it's a tartar sauce,
Okay.
and it has texture, which is great. So these are the cornichon or
Oh.
gherkins, as you like to call them.
Gherkins.
They're pickles. They're
Oh,
baby pickles.
I love a baby
Yeah.
pickle. Chef tax.
Orange juice.
Orange juice, really?
Orange juice, yeah.
Okay.
And then salt and pepper, always.
Oh, okay. Sprinkle technique.
Crush.
Crush and sprinkle.
2 tablespoons of that vinegar. Just do it by eye.
I
Do it
can't
by eye. Do it by. You
Do
can
you
do
promise?
it. I promise. I'm standing right here.
Okay.
Perfect.
one.
A little more.
That's 2.
Good.
Really? God, I feel like a pro.
Killing the game. So you're just gonna mix this all together until it's well incorporated,
Mm-hmm.
and then we'll let this sit for like a half an hour. We have a lot of flavors in there. We just want all the flavors to kind of melt together.
Looks
Here,
good.
you have to taste this.
Okay. Oh yeah.
You
do
make
it.
sure you're happy with all the
Especially my
seasoning,
seasoning.
etc.
Oh, that's good. Who is that thing?
Yes, exactly. That's the pickling. That's the as you like to call them, the gherkins or the cornichon. We can leave it at room temperature.
Okay.
You just put a little in the serving bowl, so it looks nice and pretty.
Yeah.
And we can save the rest for later.
Okay.
If there's any left over.
Great.
All right, perfect. Let's make some crab cakes.
Okay. Should I go get them?
Please do. This is so fun. You're doing so much of the work. We're gonna take some Wondra flour.
Wondra.
okay?
How much Wondra?
Make sure we
I
have enough.
wonder how much Wondra.
Salt and pepper.
Okay.
And this is something that you should know in general. When you're doing a dredging station, like if
Yeah.
you're making cutlets of chicken where it's like
Yeah.
flour, egg, breadcrumbs, you season every layer.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's gonna be bland.
Okay,
Exactly.
interesting.
Yeah, stir it around. So it's just seasoned. And then, so basically what we're gonna do is now you have to be very gentle here, Savannah. We have the crab cakes, they're nice and chill. So we're just gonna kind of go like this. Very-
Just top and bottom, or should I get the sides?
You can get the sides too.
Okay.
Okay?
You're gonna drop it right in there?
We're gonna drop it right in. Let me
Okay.
show you. So basically, a good way to do that is like this. Okay, and they're gonna fry.
They're fried,
So
that's
you
why
wanna
I
do the same
sit
thing.
back.
So
Okay,
like,
gentle,
yeah, very gentle. Treat them with kid gloves, so to speak.
Okay, does
There you
that
go.
seem good?
Yep. Put it on there and just very carefully. Don't drop it.
Don't be mad.
Beautiful. What we're trying to accomplish is creating a nice crust on the outside on all parts of the crab cake.
Okay.
And it's gonna take about 3 minutes on each side.
Okay, I was gonna say I'm gonna have to flip these over because.
Yeah, at some
Yes.
point.
Okay.
We're gonna flip this in a few seconds.
Okay.
Now, again, you wanna be careful here. And what I like to do is kind of like turn it away from me.
Oh.
So if it splatters, it goes that way as opposed to this way.
Okay.
And see, look, nice and crispy.
Looks nice, and it didn't fall apart.
No. Or, yeah.
If this falls apart, I'm gonna die. in
No, it's not
shame.
gonna fall apart.
Just be a good crab cake.
All right.
Hey.
I know,
is
but
that
you did it
all
right at you.
Oh.
Just be careful. Go, you know.
Oh, okay.
All right, so move this one over here.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now this guy.
So this guy, here's what you can do. You can just use this guy as
Mm-hmm.
the background.
Okay.
Right, exactly.
But,
Use him to flip it over.
okay. And then I'm gonna. Oh, come on now. Now they're friends. They
Right.
don't want to get apart. Okay, now flip it this way.
Flip it.
This way.
Yeah.
But I find that to be harder.
Okay.
Oh no, it's falling apart. I knew it was too good to be true. Oh, Bobby, we got a loose crab piece.
No, it's okay.
What do we do?
There's one little crab piece.
All
Don't
right.
worry about it. You know what? Here's the thing. They'll know they're homemade.
Yes.
And that's really good. That's a really good thing.
That's true.
All right, so basically now we're gonna start to take these out and we're gonna put them on a paper towel so that they just drain a little bit.
Draining. Okay. Should I go for it?
Yeah, go for it.
Can't lose another one.
Gorgeous.
This is Bobby's.
The good one.
The good one.
Put this on your plate.
Nice.
Can I use my finger?
Yeah.
And then this is the number 2.
Yep. Yeah, hold on. Nice job.
This is the problem child. Okay, this guy wants to fall apart. Don't do it. Don't
It
fall
looks
apart.
great.
It does.
It looks
It's
great.
gonna taste good.
All right. A little salt and pepper on top while it's still warm.
I'm doing your, is that too much? I'm
Nah,
doing your,
that's fine. We have crab cakes, and then we're gonna put them on here.
Okay.
Come on, bring them on over.
Oh, don't break.
Nice.
Gosh, these look really good.
Don't they?
Yeah.
Nice and crusty.
Oh, and hot. Look at that. Okay, I'm gonna put this on the table.
Gorgeous. Yes, put it on the table.
Are you so proud of us?
I am very proud of you. We're gonna fry some fish, but before we get into that, let's make our black bean mango salsa. Prioritizing what you do first, second, third, etc. in any meal is really important. But we know that we can make the black bean salsa, the black bean and mango salsa ahead of time, let it sit, have it done, because the fish, when we cook it, then we want to eat. We're gonna start by dicing an onion. We need half of a red onion.
Okay. That's gonna be good enough for government work. Here we go.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna beat Bobby Flay today.
No, you're not, but these look really good. Well, let's do the mango next.
Okay. Mango is a very tricky fruit.
It's a very tricky fruit. First of all, when you pick a mango, you want it to be ripe. You want it to have some give as you kind of push your thumb into it. Making these stand up is really important. And then you're gonna go down both sides of the mango so that you get these two lobes. One like this, and then one like this.
No pit, no pit, no pit.
Yeah, the pit is in there.
Okay,
and then
I'm trying to avoid the pit.
And then of course you can go around the sides to get these little pieces as well.
Yeah. You don't want to lose. I can't see where that pit
And then basically this is like the pit's in here, but I just eat this.
Oh, I like that.
So good, so ripe. We're gonna make like almost like diamonds in the mango. You don't want to cut all the way through, just to the skin. Then you're gonna turn it and you're gonna go this way.
Oh, I'm making like a little. I actually cut an avocado sometimes like this.
Yes, exactly right. You can scoop the mango right with a spoon.
Oh,
look at that. There's a handful of different ways to cut a mango. I think this is the prettiest way and the easiest way.
Now some of my pieces are kind of big and
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
We're making tacos. Everything's gonna be fine.
Exactly.
I use canned black beans all the time. They're always cooked perfectly.
Good.
Strain them out, throw them in there.
Good, because I didn't want to make beans. Okay.
I didn't want to make beans, so you're not gonna make beans.
Okay.
Okay, so we
Pour
have,
the margarita. No, I'm just kidding. Okay.
well,
Might be
close.
good, yeah.
Close. The lime juice.
Lime juice.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Now a couple of more things we're gonna put in here. Some honey.
Okay. How much?
I don't know. Open it up. let's do this.
Oh boy.
Let's do this. Pour some in.
Pour some in. What
Yeah.
does that even mean? That's good, right?
A little more.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
Whatever you say, honey.
I forgot one more thing.
Oh.
We have to put the jalapeno in there.
Oh, okay.
We have to dice that.
Okay.
Okay, let's cut the stem off. Cut it in half lengthwise.
Okay.
You're gonna take the inside pith and the seeds out. So now we just have the flesh of the pepper. And then you're gonna turn it upside down,
Yeah, flatten it.
push it down, and then you're gonna dice it. Put some olive oil in there.
How much? It says 1/4 cup.
Fire
that?
away.
Can I measure
Go.
it?
No. I want you in the bowl.
Okay, I'm in the bowl.
I want you in the bowl.
I'm present.
Exactly. Because
That seems
this-
like, okay, that seems like is that enough?
a little more, because you feel like you're doing it. Okay.
Yeah,
That's good.
good, okay.
And then you're gonna season this with salt and pepper, because we season everything with salt and pepper.
Yes.
Look at
Okay.
you.
Look at I'm doing your technique. A little more? Or is that good?
Little something salty, and then that's good. And then some black pepper.
Okay. Stir it.
Stir this up.
This is looking good.
All right.
Some of my big mango chunks are a little aggressive, but it's good.
It actually looks very good. I'm gonna add some cilantro. How do you feel about cilantro?
I like the flavor. I've never chopped it or anything.
Okay, so let's do this.
Okay.
Make a little room on your board. You're going to take the flowers off the stems.
Okay. Like all these leaves, you mean?
The leaves, yeah. That's the part of cilantro that you want to eat. Okay, that's good. So then just kind of make it into a pile like this, and you're going to coarsely chop it. So you put your hand on top of the knife, and you just kind of rock back and forth, right? And then you kind of go this back and forth
That's
this
fun.
way,
This makes me feel like I'm on a cookie
and just
show.
and put it back into a pile.
Okay. Oh, it smells good.
That's coarsely chopped herbs,
Okay.
as opposed to finely chopped. Nice and coarse. Throw them in there. Okay. So we're gonna stir this up.
Stir it.
You taste it and tell me what you think.
Okay. I like it.
Do you think it
Little
needs anything?
oniony.
I think it needs a little more salt.
Okay.
And this is the way you cook. If you're not chewing, you're not cooking. It's also beautiful.
It is. It's gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
Okay. Next step.
Next step, let's fry some fish.
Let's do it. You know what I like to do before I deep fry?
What?
Take a big deep swig.
Okay, let's do it.
Should we do it?
Yes, absolutely. It's the deep
Cheers.
fry swig.
Okay. So instead of the deep beer batter,
I love that you drink first and then cheers.
well, I didn't know we were cheersing.
You were prepping. Okay.
know. Bad
Okay.
form.
So let's start with rice flour. Okay.
How
So,
much?
we're gonna do equal parts. So do 1 cup, do equal parts of water, and you're going to whisk. What we're trying to achieve here is a very light batter, so that it has some crispiness, but you can definitely see and taste the fish.
Okay.
Okay, that's the key.
Now you told me that fish that fried doesn't have to be bad for you. But
I mean-
isn't frying like just terrible?
Well, frying can be bad for you if like for instance, the oil is not hot enough, and then it seeps in throughout all the protein.
Oh.
But if it's just crisping the outside of it and repelling it, then it's totally fine.
Okay, now how's that?
Okay, so that's fine. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a little bit of this rice flour, and we're gonna use this as a dredge, kind of like, you know, we don't even have to measure it. All right, we can just, and then we're gonna season every layer, as we said. Remember?
Look at my heavy hands.
I know. Are you seasoning more now than ever before?
Yeah, especially with your eyes on me. I don't want to get in trouble. How's that?
It's good.
Now,
Season the
do
fish too.
I need to whisk? Oh my
Season the
gosh,
fish.
Really?
Yes. We don't want bland food,
No,
Savannah.
I do not. But geez, that's a lot. I would just be afraid it'd
That's
be
good.
like over salted.
That's good.
And
No,
pepper
it's
too.
not. Yep. That's a thick, dense piece of fish. We want to taste it all
But
the
I
way
didn't have to
through.
do both sides.
That's
just
fine.
one side.
That's
Okay.
fine. So so we're gonna dredge this, meaning we're gonna take the fish, make sure and hit it on all sides on the flour, in the flour first.
Flour first and then, or I
Yes,
would have done
because-
this, then this.
No, because this is actually going to hold on to this.
Okay. All right. So, should I use tongs or just use my
Use your
hands?
hand.
Okay. All right. So
Roll it
dredging,
around. Yeah, roll it around.
all sides, kind of
Yep.
deal. Okay.
And then pat it so that you get the excess off. That's enough.
Like that.
Yep.
And in here.
Yep. I want to be careful.
Okay.
Let's just do this.
Yeah. With me. Okay. Okay.
365 degrees.
Okay. There's that thermometer.
Now you can
okay.
do the rest of
Okay.
them.
Let me do.
And this is going to be a very, very light batter, nice and crispy.
I hope you don't like that shirt because
That's
I'm
okay.
getting flour all over it.
No problem.
Okay. Well, send me your bill.
I'm just going to keep drinking.
That's what I recommend.
I love coming to your kitchen. There's always alcohol in it.
I know. Savannah's syrupy kitchen.
You're doing great. I love the technique.
Okay.
And also, like, You're moving really well in the kitchen. All right, so we're gonna let this cook for about 5 minutes total. And then we have a wire rack there so that the oil drips through to the bottom.
Okay.
Just be very gentle and also be very careful. It's very hot oil.
You can't even see anything. I don't even know if I'm getting one. Okay, wait.
Yeah, see?
Okay.
See, it's like a stealth-like batter. Just touch that.
Okay.
Nice and crispy.
Did I get enough on there?
You did great. Let's get the fish out of the pot.
Okay. It's been 5 minutes. Does this
Beautiful.
look right to you?
Yep, put it on the tray. Looks great. Look at that. That's gorgeous.
It does. Ooh, I didn't stick the landing.
So great.
Okay. It
So
looks
light
nice.
and crispy.
It really does.
Here are your 2 favorite friends.
Oh, jeez, here we go.
A little salt and pepper,
Okay.
just on top while it's still hot and the oil's still warm.
Oh my gosh, I really overdid that one. Well, that's a salt.
It's okay. And also, when you season, you want to season from up here
Why?
because otherwise you're going to have clumps of salt.
Well, that's what
if
I
it's
did
too
get.
close.
You're
exactly.
right. Well, that's what happened.
Beautiful.
Ooh. This looks nice. Can we
Done.
eat?
Yes, let's eat. You get the
Okay.
fish, I'll get the salsa. All right. Let's do it.
Look at this feast we've made.
Fantastic.
But it's not just for TV. I actually learned something
I know.
today.
I know.
How are you gonna create your fish taco?
Okay, so we have some tortillas here.
Yeah.
Nice and warm.
Oh, that looks like a nice tortilla.
I'm going to teach you a secret. Don't
Okay.
take the one on the top. Take the one in the middle because
Oh.
it's more pliable.
Oh, how interesting.
You see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I take a little avocado relish. And then you can take a piece of fish. The fish on top.
Oh my gosh.
A little mango salsa.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, this looks so good.
Right?
Yeah.
And then what I like to do is just kind of squeeze a lime on top.
Oh yeah.
And then you can take a little cilantro, maybe just a sprig, and put it on top. You can just pick up your tortilla, and you have a fish taco.
Oh my gosh, this is a big bite. Turn the camera away. It's not
Well,
gonna
you
be pretty.
taste the fish. You know, it's
Okay.
like.
Oh my god. It's so good. Don't look at me. It's
But
so good.
It's light and crispy. You did a great job cooking the fish. And this is obviously great for, to make a taco. But also, you can also do, serve it as, fish and chips.
Oh, my kids would love that with this ketchup.
Yeah. Just remember this. Flavor is very important, but contrast of texture is just as important in eating and cooking.
All right, I gotta try this crab cake now. That is so good.
Tastes like crab,
It tastes like crab.
and that's the cake.
I would say that's the best crab cake I ever had.
Best crab cake you ever made.
Yeah, that's true. Only crab cake I ever made, but yum, that is delish. And I love this chunky tartar sauce. This is delicious. I am so proud of myself. I'm proud of you.
I'm proud of you. Cheers.
Thank you. You've been on a long journey with me, Bobby.
Savannah, invite me back anytime. I'm here to teach.
Over the years, I have been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. We had made that pesto, which was, exactly. I almost got out of this one clean.
Turn it down.
Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I actually don't know the first thing about how to cook, but I'm putting those days behind